Chapter 651 Xueling Long's baby is born. After hearing Lu Chen's voice, the two women stopped arguing. At this time, Mu Yongzi said with a smile, "Your Majesty, Sister Lu feels that Your Majesty only favored me and not her just now, so she feels a little unhappy." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Lu Qingqiu and asked with a smile, "Qingqiu, is that true?" Before Lu Qingqiu could say anything, Lu Chen transformed and appeared in front of Lu Qingqiu, then directly pressed her soft body under him and stared into her beautiful eyes. "It's my fault for neglecting you. Well." Before Lu Qingqiu finished speaking, Lu Chen blocked his lips. The next moment, Lu Chen stretched out a hand and took Mu Yongzi's jade hand directly. In just a moment, the three of them returned to Yanqin's palace and appeared on the soft couch in Lu Qingqiu's palace. After the maid in Lu Qingqiu's palace heard the sound, she thought something had happened and hurriedly entered the room. However, when she saw the overlapping figures in the room, she quickly left again. Soon, Lu Qingqiu's voice was heard. "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong." "Husband. Good brother." Seeing Lu Qingqiu's look, Mu Yongzi sneered, "A woman who is more slutty than me has no right to speak against me." Then Mu Yongzi was too lazy to continue talking about Lu Qingqiu. She knew that Lu Qingqiu, like her, could no longer leave Lu Chen in this life. Lu Chen didn't spend too much time in Qingqiu Palace. The next morning, Lu Chen let Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingqiu go. Nowadays, neither of them has the conditions to give birth to a small world. At most, they just need to practice. Lu Chen doesn't have the strong motivation to give birth to a child as before. Of course, the main reason is that he has other things to do. Now with the Fiheng Xianzhou, they can quickly enter the battlefield and easily pursue the invaders in the misty world. Lu Chen wants to notify the generals to hold a military meeting to discuss tactics. After the envoys of the Great Xia Dynasty entered Black Dragon City, they successively came into contact with the major forces in the Mist World. Because of the peace talks of the Great Xia Dynasty, the three major forces temporarily decided not to take action against other forces. After the peace talks were over, they take action again. However, after Great Xia's envoys came into contact with Linghu sect and Mystic Immortal sect, the relationship between the three major forces seemed to become tense again. Finally, Bai Guanjiu and the other two came to a certain restaurant to get together again. The three of them stood on the attic on the third floor and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qichen finally said, "Fellow Daoist Bai, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" As soon as he said these words, Bai Guanjiu scolded him, "I really didn't expect that Mr. Bai would regard you as an ally, and that your two major forces would secretly unite to destroy the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect who entered the Tianchen world." Hearing Bai Guanjiu's words, Gu Qichen and Bai Chen were stunned. Before they could say anything, Bai Guanjiu was the first to ask questions. When did their two major forces secretly unite? When they first entered the Tianchen world, they found that there were no disciples from the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect in the Tianchen world. They did briefly unite because at that time they thought that all this was done by the 10,000 Immortals sect. Because in their opinion at the time, only the 10,000 Immortals sect had the ability to attack the disciples of their two major forces at the same time. However, what Bai Guanjiu said later made the disciples of the two major forces suspicious of each other again, and their brief alliance ended. Bai Liken said at this time, "Bai Guanjiu, we haven't settled the accounts with the 10,000 Immortals sect yet, but you are the evil ones who have filed a complaint first. The envoy of Great Xia has already told us that all the disciples of our Mystic Immortal sect were killed by disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Even the envoy of Great Xia said this, how can you still quibble?" Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Guanjiu was not anxious at all. He immediately said, "The envoy of Great Xia also told me that you two major forces plan to use this as an excuse to attack our 10,000 Immortals sect and try to unite to eliminate them. How do you, the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect, explain the disciples sent by the 10,000 immortals sect to the Tianchen world? The envoy of Daxia also told me that you two major forces plan to win over Daxia and take action against our 10,000 immortals sect on the day of the peace talks. Hearing this, Gu Qichen frowned and said, "That's ridiculous. Our Linghu sect has never made such an agreement with Daxia." Bai Liken also said, "Our mystic immortal sect has never had such cooperation with Daxia." When the three of them said this, they all fell into silence. At this time, Bai Chen was the first to speak. "That's it. I see. No wonder Daxia sent so many envoys to contact the forces in the mist world. It turned out that they planned to use this method to sow discord. It seems that we have all fallen into Emperor Xia's scheme." Bai Chen thought for a moment. Since the Emperor of Daxia wants to use this method to sow our relationship, then we will use this trick to make him really think that we have fallen out. Gu Qichen said, "I agree." Bai Guanjihu thought for a moment. "I agree, too. If that's the case, then we have to make preparations next." Gu Qichen asked, "What are you preparing for?" Before Bai Guanjihu could speak, Bai Liken said, "Since Daxia wants to sow discord among the major forces, they will definitely take action next, especially during the peace talks. You said what should I prepare?" Hearing Bai Chen's reminder, Gu Qichen reacted instantly, and then he said, "To capture the thief first, capture the king." Bai Chen said with a smile, "Xia has made some moves, so let's prepare in advance. When the time comes, we will ambush a large number of disciples at the place where the peace talks will take place. As long as Emperor Xia dares to come, we will imprison him directly. What happens then? To carve up the land of the Great Xia Dynasty, it is up to our three major forces to have the final say. Emperor Xia is still the nominal ruler of this world. If he can be held hostage, it will definitely play a certain role in controlling this secular world. Other forces must also understand this truth. There will definitely be many forces to attack Emperor Xia. Idea. Therefore, no matter which position the three major forces are in, they should prepare in advance, on the one hand to capture Emperor Xia, and on the other hand to prevent other forces from coveting Emperor Xia." After hearing Bai Chen's words, Gu Qichen smiled and said, "That's it." Gu Qichen and Bai Chen both laughed, as if in their eyes, Emperor Xia was already a prisoner. Seeing the two of them smiling so happily, Bai Guanjihu also smiled. Since the two major forces planned to send their disciples to ambush, it would be relatively easy for the Daxia dynasty to kill all these intruders. The three major forces have sent all their disciples to the peace negotiation site. When people from other forces see this scene, they will definitely follow suit and send all their disciples who have entered Tianchen world to the peace negotiation site. The three major forces have sent so many disciples to participate in the peace talks. Even if it is not to guard against the Daxia dynasty, other forces will be wary of the three major forces. What if the three major forces overturn the table during the peace talks? This possibility is very high. After all, the land of Tianchen world is very important to their forces in the mist world. Everyone wants to occupy more land. Only by occupying more land, after the restrictions of the mist world disappear, only then can they get better development. Time passed day by day, and soon it was the day when Xuelinglong gave birth. Xuelinglong and Bai Qingqing were conceived before the system was upgraded, and they are now the easiest rewards for having children. Lu Chen wants to know what the system can reward him this time. Before Xuelinglong gave birth, Lu Chen came to Xuelinglong's bedroom in advance and sat beside Xuelinglong's bed. Xuelinglong was very moved when she saw Lu Chen coming to her early in the morning. Since she became pregnant with Lu Chen's child, her whole personality has changed a lot. Lu Chen's women are basically like this. After becoming pregnant with the child, they are not as bold as before, and their whole temperament will also change. Become more maternal. Xuelinglong, a charming woman, has now lost her slutty temperament and has become more like a lady. Lu Chen raised his hand, stroked Xue Linglong's beautiful face and said, "She refused to have my child at first, but now she doesn't want to give birth to my child." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xue Linglong blushed and said, "Your Majesty, please don't humiliate the slave family. The slave family is about to become a mother." Hearing Xue Linglong's coquettish tone, Lu Chen was a little moved. Although Xue Linglong now looked like a noble lady, the coquettishness in her heart had not changed at all. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You also know that you are going to be a mother, but you are still acting coquettishly at me at this time." Having said this, Lu Chen put his hand on Xue Linglong's swollen belly, and then continued to ask, "Is there anything uncomfortable?" Xue Linglong replied, "No, everything is fine. The child seems to be asleep." Lu Chen then instilled some spiritual power into Xue Linglong and checked the condition of the child in Xue Linglong's belly. Sure enough, as Xue Linglong said, the child was very quiet and seemed to be asleep. Since the child was not troubled, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to let her out. Then Lu Chen stayed with Xue Linglong. About an hour later, Xue Linglong's belly suddenly moved. After noticing the movement of the child in her belly, Xue Linglong quickly said, "Your Majesty, the child is awake." Lu Chen then checked the child's condition and found that she really wanted to come out. Lu Chen did not hesitate and instilled more spiritual power into Xue Linglong's body. Those spiritual powers quickly wrapped the child in Xue Linglong's belly. "Stand up." In the room, the midwife and maids were ready. A moment later, Xue Linglong's belly quickly deflated, and then a baby's cry echoed in the room. The next moment, the system prompt also sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining an heir, and the reward is the Black Dragon Holy Land." End of this chapter. Chapter 652, Black Dragon Holy Land. After the child in Xue Linglong's belly was born, Lu Chen immediately gave the child a name, then quickly left Xue Linglong's room and went directly to the imperial study. He originally thought that the system would no longer regard a certain force as a system reward, but he did not expect that another force would come now. He wanted to know the strength of the force rewarded by the system this time. Arriving at the imperial study room, Lu Chen immediately opened the system panel, quickly found the Black Dragon Holy Land, and opened the details page of the Black Dragon Holy Land. Black Dragon Holy Land, located in the Tianyuan world, there is one person in the Divine Transformation realm, 10 in the 10,000 Dharma realm, 30 in the Yin and Yang realm, and several disciples below the Creation realm. After seeing the information about the Black Dragon Holy Land, Lu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the rewards for giving birth to children this time would be so powerful. There are even strong men in the realm of gods. However, this force is not a force in the Tianchen world. It seems that it is not an easy task to get in touch with this force. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. The host can give an order to the Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen said without hesitation, "Let them immediately send people to search for Tianchen world and get on the line with me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. The Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land has accepted the host's order. Lu Chen thought to himself that he didn't know how long it would take for Black Dragon Holy Land to find Tianchen world and send people to this world after receiving the order. At the same time, Tianyuan world, Black Dragon Holy Land. In the forbidden area of the Holy Land, a middle-aged man in grey robes suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. "Great, the Lord is still alive. He finally contacted me." Having said this, the man immediately said to the person at the door, "Inform all the elders to go to the temple immediately. I have something important to tell them." Yes. Not long after, Yin Zhenjai, the Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land, came to the temple of the Black Dragon Holy Land. He sat on the temple and glanced at the elders in the hall. At this time, an elder asked in confusion, "Holy Lord, why did you come out of seclusion so quickly?" Did something happen? Originally, people thought that Yin Zhenjai would be in seclusion for at least 1,000 years. After all, their master had disappeared. They had sent people to search for him for so long, but there was no news at all. Almost everyone thought that he was dead. Without its master, the Black Dragon Holy Land is like a headless fly. Yin Zhenjai, the Holy Master, has nothing to do and can only practice in seclusion. As a result, Yin Zhenjai came out of seclusion after less than 10 years of seclusion. For a strong man in the spirit transformation realm, 10 years of seclusion was not considered a seclusion at all. Yin Zhenjai said at this moment, "The Lord has just contacted me through the soul secret technique." As soon as these words came out, the people in the hall instantly became excited. What? The Lord is still alive. I knew it was impossible for the Lord to die like this. Great, as long as we find the Lord, our Black Dragon Holy Land will surely rise again. Holy Lord, where is the Lord now? Let's send someone to pick him up immediately. Everyone in the Black Dragon Holy Land is very excited. As long as Lu Chen is still alive, there is still hope for their holy land. They will surely stand at the top of the Tianyuan world again and become the strongest force in the Tianyuan world. Yin Zhenjai said at this time, "The Lord told me that he is now in a place called Tianchen world. His strength has declined and he cannot leave that world. We must send someone to pick him up." However, he did not tell me the star map of Tianchen world, so we need to find it ourselves. After hearing Yin Zhenjai's words, the elders in the hall looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't know where Tianchen world was. The entire original universe is composed of countless worlds. Finding a world that they have never heard of is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. At this moment, an elder suddenly stood up and said, "I heard that Swanyu Palace has been building immortal boats for the past 100 years just to find the Tianchen world. Their goal is the same as ours, and they have been searching for 100 years. They should have some clues. Swanyu Palace has close cooperation with the Black Dragon Holy Land in order to build ferry boats. Some special spiritual stones in the Black Dragon Holy Land are very suitable for building ferry boats." In the process of cooperation, some elders of the Black Dragon Holy Land also heard about some things in Swanyu Palace, such as the escape of the saint of Swanyu Palace. After hearing what the elder said, Yin Zhenjai said, "Immediately send someone to tell the master of Swanyu Palace that I am going to visit Swanyu Palace. Since Swanyu Palace and they are looking for the same world, they can cooperate again. The two forces will search at the same time, which can also reduce some difficulties." At this time, Lu Chen didn't know that because of his order, everyone in the Black Dragon Holy Land was busy. However, Lu Chen has been busy lately, and he has no time to think about the Black Dragon Holy Land. The peace talks are about to begin. The first war between the Great Xia Dynasty and the invaders from the Mist World is about to break out. Black Dragon City. In a certain yard, Huang Minghui, the Minister of Household Affairs of Daxia, was talking flatteringly to Gu Qichen. At this time, Gu Qichen looked at Huang Minghui with a playful expression. Gu Qichen had long since disbelieved what Huang Minghui said. In his opinion, Huang Minghui was sent by the Great Xia Dynasty to sow discord. Gu Qichen asked with a smile at this time, "You said Ray Wend is a free man now, and he can go wherever he wants?" Huang Minghui quickly replied, "Yes, Immortal, Jin Yiwei released Immortal Lei a long time ago, and Immortal Lei now lives a happy life in Yanchinj." Gu Qichen laughed, and then continued, "Since he is free now, why did he not come to Black Dragon City in person, but instead sent you, a courtier of the Great Xia Dynasty, to inform us this?" Huang Minghui was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he continued, Immortal Lei is afraid that Emperor Xia will renege on his promise. As soon as he leaves Yanchinj, Emperor Xia will attack him." Gu Qichen snorted coldly, "Since Emperor Xia has already decided to negotiate peace, why would he go back on his promise? Not letting him leave Yanchinj? How ridiculous!" Seeing that Gu Qichen was angry, Huang Minghui was dumbfounded. He never thought that Gu Qichen, who was smiling before, suddenly became angry. Huang Minghui was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt that Gu Qi didn't trust him, so he said this. Huang Minghui said quickly, "Immortal, during the peace talks, Immortal Lei will definitely go to the Luoshui River with Emperor Xia, and you will be able to see him then." Gu Qichen said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether you can see him at that time. What matters is that you may have no chance to see your majesty." Hearing what Gu Qichen said, Huang Minghui was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. "Immortal, have mercy on me, what I said is true." Immortal Lei also said that as long as the villain brings the words, "I can become a spirit." A disciple of the Fox clan. The younger one also learned the Linghu sect's techniques. Hearing this, Gu Qichen asked curiously, "Oh? Do you know the skills of Linghu sect? Can you try it out?" Huang Minghui said, "Youngster is not yet a half-step master and cannot release his true energy, but it is precisely because he has practiced the skills given by Thunder Immortal that his strength has improved so quickly." Gu Qichen said, "Then show me how to practice." After hearing Gu Qichen's words, Huang Minghui no longer hesitated and immediately started practicing according to the training method Lei Wenda gave him. Seeing that Huang Minghui's method of exercising was indeed the Linghu sect's method of entraining qi, Gu Qichen's face suddenly darkened and became even more ugly. Huang Minghui asked with a smile at this time, "What do you think of the immortal? I am indeed practicing the Linghu sect's cultivation method, right?" As soon as Huang Minghui finished speaking, Gu Qichen suddenly punched out, directly punching through Huang Minghui's body. Huang Minghui spat out a mouthful of blood, widened his eyes, and looked at the scene happening in front of him in disbelief. "Immortal, you!" Before he finished speaking, Huang Minghui completely lost his breath. Gu Qichen waved his hand and threw Huang Minghui's body to the side. Then he said to himself, in order to obtain the Linghu sect's skills, Daxia did not know what kind of cruel methods he used on the Linghu sect's disciples. In Gu Qichen's view, Huang Minghui was able to practice the Linghu sect's skills for one reason. Daxia tortured the Linghu sect's disciples and forced the Linghu sect's disciples to hand over the Linghu sect's skills. This is why Huang Minghui knows the spirit drawing technique of Linghu sect. This Huang Minghui actually dared to practice in front of him. To him, this was Qi Kuo's provocation. Huang Minghui never figured it out until his death. He obviously came to seek refuge with the Linghu sect, but ended up dying at the hands of a Linghu sect disciple. At this time, Gu Qichen once again glanced at Huang Minghui's body on the ground, and then continued, "The two countries are at war. It is a pity that the Linghu sect is not a country, but a fairy sect force. A pariah in the secular world, how could he be qualified to negotiate peace with the immortal sect forces? How ridiculous!" Not only did the Linghu sect kill the envoys of Daxia, but other forces in the mist world, including the mystic immortal sect, also killed the envoys of Daxia. To them, Daxia's envoys were no more than ants, and they would just kill them if they were killed. What's more, the Daxia dynasty had no intention of peace talks at all. It sent so many envoys to sow discord. They wanted peace talks here and there. It was clear that there was a bigger conspiracy. Since Emperor Xia didn't even think about peace talks, don't blame them for killing the envoy. Half a month later, peace talks between Daxia and the Mist World have officially begun. For this peace negotiation, the disciples from all the forces who entered the Mist World were dispatched. They wanted to see what tricks the Daxia dynasty was planning to play. If Emperor Xia didn't give them a satisfactory answer by then, they would be ready to use force directly to capture Emperor Xia alive. End of chapter. Chapter 653 Immortal Boat. That end number 039, SA Ferry Boat. Along the Luoshui River. At this moment, the breeze is blowing gently, carrying the moisture of the river and the fragrance of distant flowers and plants, gently passing over people's cheeks, as if it is the gentle caress of nature. The river flows quietly, and the water surface is sparkling, like countless fine diamonds shining in the morning light. The river water is clear to the bottom. Occasionally, a few small fish can be seen shuttled in the water, causing small ripples and circles. On the bank of the river, the green grass is like a huge green carpet, dotted with wild flowers of various colors, exuding a faint fragrance. The green mountains in the distance are as dark as black, contrasting with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a harmonious picture. The air is filled with the smell of moist earth and the fragrance of flowers and plants, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Occasionally, a few butterflies dance among the flowers, adding to the vitality. However, such a peaceful scene was soon broken. Soon the water on the river began to tremble, the earth also trembled, and the butterflies by the river seemed to be frightened, flying in all directions. Not long after, groups of people appeared by the river. For a moment, the air along the Luoshui River became dull and filled with a chilling atmosphere. As time passed, more and more monks were on the banks of the Luoshui River. Soon, people saw the Linghu sect, one of the three major forces, also appearing on the banks of the Luoshui River. After seeing the appearance of the Linghu sect, the disciples of the major forces became more vigilant. In this peace negotiation, the three major forces will definitely occupy the main position. The three major forces will definitely try their best to get more land from Emperor Xia. By then, the remaining forces will only be able to pick up some leftovers from the carving up. Therefore, the disciples of the mist world outside the three major forces are already prepared for conflicts with the three major forces. Although any of them is not the opponent of the three major forces, they are still not afraid of the three major forces when they unite. Powerful. After Gu Qichen led the Linghu sect disciples to appear on the banks of the Luoshui River, he waited for a long time before Lu Chen slowly appeared on the banks of the Luoshui River with the disciples of the enchanted immortal sect. After seeing Lu Chen, Gu Qichen said mockingly, "By Lycan, for such a big thing as the peace talks, you arrived so late. You are not afraid that by the time your Mi Xian sect members arrive, the land of Daxia will be gone? Is it almost divided up?" Lu Chen said calmly, "How much land can be divided depends on strength, not who comes early and who comes late. The more powerful a force is, the more confident it is, and naturally it will not be so anxious." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Gu Qichen said angrily, "Oh, is that so? The disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect haven't arrived yet. So, the 10,000 Immortals sect is stronger than your Mystic Immortals sect?" Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he looked around, and sure enough, no disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect were found. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He originally thought that they had arrived late enough, but he did not expect that there would be forces that arrived later than them. He had already deliberately delayed his arrival and made certain arrangements outside the Luoshui River. Why were the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect slower than them? Could it be that Gai Bai Guanjiu also arranged something outside the Luoshui River? Bai Lycan smiled and said at this time, "Isn't that Gai Bai Guanjiu afraid that this peace talk is Daxia's conspiracy, so he doesn't dare to come?" Gu Qichen said, "I can't say for sure." They all knew in their hearts that Emperor Xia did not really want peace talks. Emperor Xia must have some small intentions in his heart. After all, Emperor Xia sent people to Black Dragon City to sow discord from the beginning. He was not a peaceful person at first glance. Emperor. However, all the major forces did not care whether Lu Chen was a peaceful emperor or not. In their view, as long as they came and Emperor Xia also came, Emperor Xia would not be able to use any of his machinations. All fell into the hands of these forces in their misty world. If Emperor Xia did not give a result that satisfied everyone, then Emperor Xia would not be able to leave peacefully. His final outcome is most likely to be imprisoned by some force. Gu Qichen and Lu Chen didn't think much about the anomaly of Bai Guanjiu and the disciples of Wangxian sect. They continued to wait by the Luoshui River. As a result, they waited for a long time, but still did not see the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect appear, which made Bailey Chen vaguely feel that something was wrong. At this time, Bailey Chen asked, Gu Qichen, I'm very curious, what did the envoy of Daxia say to you? Gu Qichen replied, the Daxia envoy told me that he was sent by Lei Wenda, saying that Daxia already belongs to the 10,000 Immortals sect, so we should be careful about the 10,000 Immortals sect. Hearing Gu Qichen's words, Bailey Chen frowned and his face became a little solemn. Seeing that there was something wrong with Bailey Chen's expression, Gu Qichen asked, what's wrong? Is there really something wrong with Wangxian sect? Gu Qichen also felt that something was wrong at this time, although he initially thought that the Daxia envoy was sowing discord. But the 10,000 Immortals sect has not arrived yet, which is indeed a bit abnormal. Bailey Chen said at this time, I'm afraid, we have all been deceived by the 10,000 Immortals sect. Just as Bai Lycan finished speaking, the sound of a horn suddenly came from the distance, as if the horn sounded from the sky. For a moment, everyone looked towards the sky, but the sky was cloudless and clear, with nothing in it. Then people immediately looked into the distance, only to find that there was nothing in the distance. Bailey Chen and Gu Qichen felt more and more something was wrong at this time. They really suspected that Wangxian sect was behind all this. When they first came to Tianchen world, the disciples of their two sects disappeared. Although Bai Guanjiahu's statement could indeed explain why the disciples of their two sects disappeared for no reason, they did not completely believe Bai Guanjiahu. Now that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect have not appeared so far, and coupled with the reminder given to them by the Daxia envoy, they feel more and more that this is not sowing discord, but is real. At this moment, a disciple of the Linghu sect suddenly shouted loudly, look at the sky. The next moment, all the forces along the Luoshui River were in chaos. Oh my god! There are actually flying boats in this world. What a big flying boat! How could the Great Xia Dynasty have such a big flying boat? That doesn't seem to be Fiazhu. Fiazhu can't have so many array patterns. Immortal boat. That's an immortal boat. Everyone was dumbfounded. In an inferior world, a fairy boat actually appeared. All the forces in the mist world do not have ferry boats. If they had ferry boats, they would have left this lower world long ago, and they would not be able to come and compete with other forces to snatch land from lower worlds like Tianchen world. The moment they saw the ferry boat, all the monks in the mist world had no greedy thoughts in their hearts. Now they only have deep fear in their hearts, because they know very well that a force that owns the ferry boat and can control it is very powerful. All the forces in their misty world combined may not be the opponent of the master of the ferry boat. Gu Qichen and Bailey Chen were so frightened by the ferry boat in the sky that their faces turned pale. At this moment, a huge voice came from the ferry boat. Hello friends from the mist world, I am the lord of the Tianchen world and the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. I am really sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Hearing this, there was chaos below again. This is Emperor Xia's ferry boat. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could an ordinary emperor from a lower world have an immortal boat? The person above is definitely not Emperor Xia. What should we do now? Generally, ferry boats have their own attack formations, and they are very powerful. Monks like them, who are in the Hedao stage, cannot withstand the attack of the ferry boat formations at all. For a time, all the monks along the Luoshui River had the idea of escape. At this time, Lu Chen's voice continued to ring in the air. I originally planned to have a good talk with you, but I didn't expect that some of you actually killed the envoys I sent. This is because you didn't take me or the Great Xia Dynasty in your eyes at all. This is Chi Kuo's provocation and a declaration of war. After hearing Lu Chen's words, people realized what might happen next. Bailey Chen immediately said to the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect, the situation is not right, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Chen quickly led his disciples to escape in the direction of the misty world. Seeing that all the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect had actually escaped, Gu Qichen did not hesitate at all and directly led the disciples of the Linghu sect to join the escape army. They came to Tianchen world to bully the weak and divide the land, not to die. The Great Xia Dynasty even had an immortal boat. It looked like it was no ordinary dynasty. To be precise, the Xia Emperor was certainly not an ordinary emperor. There must be some superpower behind it. They can't afford it. As monks in the world of cultivation, they know very well that some forces in the higher world like to send some of their disciples or family members to the lower world for training. If ferry boats appear in a lower world, then they will most likely encounter this situation. When they encounter this situation, they have no other choice but to run away. They are not even celestial beings, so how can they fight against the immortal boat, let alone the immortal boat? Even if they encounter the flying boat in the advanced cultivation world, they are not able to fight against it. There is no shame in running away at this time, saving your life is the most important thing. After the disciples of the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect chose to escape, other forces in the mist world quickly reacted and joined the escape. Some of the disciples from the forces were yelling while running away. It's all the fault of the three major forces for insisting on opening a space rift. This will kill us. Which kind of super powerful person is Emperor Xia? Can you save some face and gain experience to go to the higher world? What are you doing in this low-level world? Even if I die and become a lonely ghost, I will not let go of the disciples of the three major forces. End of chapter. Chapter 654 Go and help Yun Xian practice Su and Kung Fu. Seeing that the monks in the misty world had been frightened and fled in all directions, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It was exactly what he thought at the beginning. What he thought at first was that as long as he used rune weapons, the forces in the mist world would be frightened into fleeing, and it would be more difficult for them to pursue those forces. Although these intruders in the mist world were not scared away by the rune cannon, they did escape. If there were no immortal boats, it would still be difficult for them to catch up with these monks in the Hedao stage. Lu Chen then said to the Zhanlong army on the Fiheng immortal boat, "Carry out bombing immediately." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the soldiers controlled rune-patterned cannons and fired rune-patterned cannonballs at the fleeing monks. As the shells fell one after another on the banks of the Luoshui River, mushroom clouds also rose. Those monks in the Hedao stage were directly blown to pieces, leaving them completely defenseless. Seeing this scene, the monks in the mist world were scared out of their wits. When they saw the ferry boat, they had a premonition that there might be a powerful magic circle on the ferry boat. But when they really faced death, my heart was instantly filled with fear. At this moment, people all thought that those explosions were caused by the formation of the Fiheng immortal boat, but they did not know that it was actually just a runic weapon. Of course, for these Hedao stage monks in the misty world who are not even heavenly beings, there is not much difference between runic weapons and offensive formations. Both of them are things that can easily take their lives. Because of the peace talks, the monks from all the forces in the mist world gathered together, and the explosion range of rune-patterned shells was particularly wide. A single shell could kill and injure dozens or hundreds of monks. In just the blink of an eye, corpses littered the Luoshui River, and the entire river was dyed red. Seeing the rising mushroom cloud behind him, Bailey Chen knew that it would be difficult for them to escape. If they continued to escape like this, their final outcome would be the same as those monks who were killed by the bomb. After all, they are just monks in the Hedao stage, not even heavenly beings. No matter how fast they are, how can they be faster than the immortal boat? Bailey Chen then said to the disciples of the mystic immortal sect, "Get in formation." While talking, all the disciples of the mystic immortal sect stopped and immediately surrounded them. The next moment, a formation pattern appeared under the feet of the mystic immortal sect disciples. Then Bailey Chen took out all the spirit stones on his body. "Scatter all the spirit stones on the ground." The next moment, streaks of blue light burst out on the ground, and immediately after, the place where the disciples of the mystic immortal sect were was shrouded in mist. Seeing that the disciples of the mystic immortal sect had stopped using their formations, Gu Qichen said to the disciples of the Linghu sect without hesitation, "Form up. If we continue to escape, we will only die." After Gu Qichen finished speaking, the disciples of the Linghu sect stopped escaping. However, what Gu Qichen didn't know was that although Bailey Chen stopped to set up the formation, Bailey Chen was actually in a head-to-head confrontation with Lu Chen. No idea at all. He just wanted to use the mist formation of the mystic immortal sect to cause visual interference to the Fiheng immortal boat, trying to make the people on the Fiheng immortal boat lose their sense of direction, so that they could not continue to track them. Of course, whether this method is useful or not will only be known after you use it. After a while, thick fog appeared on the banks of the Luoshui River, and the situation below quickly became unclear. And these fogs are getting thicker and thicker, and the scope is getting wider and wider. Soon, the Fiheng immortal boat in the sky was also shrouded in fog. For a while, the soldiers on the Fiheng immortal boat lost their sense of direction and did not know the north, south, east, and west. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then released his spiritual power, intending to use his spiritual power to detect the location of the mystic immortal sect. However, he found that he could not sense their specific location. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that the fog not only blocked their vision, but also blocked the monk's spiritual perception. In this situation, it is not so easy to determine the direction of the immortal sect. Lu Chen thought to himself that he wouldn't really let those guys escape. At this moment, Lu Chen saw Hong Hong, who was controlling the flight of the ferry boat, and suddenly thought of something, and then said to Hong Hong, "Hong Hong, continue to track the mystical immortal sect and Linghu sect." Qi Ling Hong Hong said meticulously, "Yes, master." Immediately, Hong Hong controlled the immortal boat and flew over the heads of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect. Lu Chen didn't know if the weapon spirit had this ability, he just wanted to test it casually. And now that the fog of consumption was hazy, he was not sure whether the disciples of the mystical immortal sect and the spirit fox sect were below them, but at this moment, a huge illusion of the spirit fox appeared in the fog. Seeing the illusion of the spirit fox, Lu Chen confirmed that the ferry boat spirit could indeed track the enemy's position in the fog. If that's the case, it's easy to handle. At the same time, everyone in the mystical immortal sect changed their expressions after seeing the illusion of the huge spirit fox not far away. They built the fog formation in order to hide their traces and give them a chance to escape. As a result, the Linghu sect actually used such a conspicuous formation at this time. Emperor Xia couldn't tell them at a glance. Where is the location? Linghu sect is seeking death. However, Bailey Chen didn't have any angry expression on his face at this time. Not only was he not angry, he actually showed a smile. Then he said to his disciples, "Let's retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Chen led the disciples of the enchanted immortal sect and fled in the opposite direction. The fog formation they created would at least take some time to disappear, and it happened that during this time the Linghu sect's Linghu formation attracted Emperor Xia's attention, and they could take advantage of this time to escape. Not only would the spirit fox formation of the Linghu sect not reveal the location of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect, but it would also give the mystic immortal sect disciples enough time to escape. Naturally, Bailey Chen would not be angry. Now he only thinks that the disciples of Linghu sect are a bunch of idiots. At this moment, Lu Chen said to the dragon warrior soldiers on the ferry boat, "Destroy the intruders from Linghu sect." After receiving Lu Chen's order, the soldiers began to control the rune cannons to bombard the spirit fox illusion on the ground. It must be said that the spirit fox formation of the spirit fox gate was indeed quite powerful and blocked several attacks. Unfortunately, the explosion of the rune weapon was too powerful, and the spirit fox formation was eventually destroyed. After the Linghu formation disappeared, the disciples of the Linghu sect completely lost their ability to resist. They could only be blown up by the rune-patterned cannonballs and their bodies could not be found intact. As the fog gradually dissipated, the bloody scene along the Luoshui River appeared in people's sight again, but this time there were no disciples of the mystic immortal sect. Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He released his spiritual power again to find out the escape direction of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect. Without the fog formation, Lu Chen easily determined the location of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect this time. Lu Chen then said to Hong Hong, chase the disciples of the mystic immortal sect immediately. Hong Hong said with a cold face, yes, master. The next moment, the Fiheng immortal boat suddenly turned around and flew directly in the direction where the disciples of the enchanting immortal sect were escaping. Not long after, the Fiheng immortal boat appeared above Bailey Chen and the others. After seeing the huge shadow in the sky, the faces of the mystic immortal sect disciples instantly turned pale. Bailey Chen shouted again, "Array up!" The next moment, the disciples of the mystic immortal sect formed a formation again, but this time Lu Chen had no intention of giving them a chance. Lu Chen immediately ordered, "Attack!" As soon as the words fell, the rune-patterned cannons on the immortal boat were all aimed at the disciples of the mystic immortal sect. Immediately afterwards, countless cannonballs fell from the sky. Before Bailey Chen and the others could build the fog formation, they were blown up by the rune-patterned cannons, of being shattered to pieces. Not long after, all the intruders from the mystic immortal sect were killed, leaving only the bones on the ground. At this time, Lu Chen directly transformed and came down from the sky. He raised his hand and waved, and the spiritual stones in the pockets of the disciples of the mysterious immortal sect flew to Lu Chen's hand. At this time, Lu Chen returned to the Luoshui River and took away all the spiritual stones brought by the disciples of the major forces. However, after all, these disciples are only monks in the Hedao stage. According to the level of the cultivation world, they have not yet started. With their status, it is impossible for them to carry many spiritual stones. Lu Chen then counted the low-grade spiritual stones he had obtained. There were 500 in total, which was not too much, but it was enough to last for a while. After dealing with these intruders in the misty world, Lu Chen returned to the Fiheng immortal boat and said to Hong Hong, go to Black Dragon City. Ever since Yun Xianxian went to Black Dragon City, Lu Chen has missed her a little. Although Lu Chen no longer has the motivation to reproduce, he still misses the things he did when he was practicing with Yun Xianxian. Moreover, Lu Chen also wanted to know how Yun Xianxian was doing now. Anyway, it was not far from Black Dragon City, so he simply went over to take a look and help Yun Xianxian practice Su and Gong. The Fiheng immortal boat was very fast and appeared in the sky above Black Dragon City in the blink of an eye. Yungxian actually felt a huge force approaching Black Dragon City quickly. She originally thought that an enemy was coming and planned to she escaped from Black Dragon City, but before she could take action, the Fiheng immortal boat had already appeared above her head. When the Fiheng immortal boat lifted its invisibility and disappeared, everyone in Black Dragon City was stunned. They looked up at the huge thing in the sky and couldn't recover for a long time. Oh my god! What is that? How can there be a flying ship in this world, and it is so huge? The Immortal Palace, that must be where immortals live. Soon, the people of Black Dragon City knelt down in unison, kowtowing and worshipping the Fiheng immortal boat in the sky. Seeing the immortal boat in the sky, Yun Xiangxian's fair face became even paler, and a drop of sweat could not help but appear on her forehead. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 655 Yun Xianxian, who are you? Yun Xianxian recognized the ferry boat in the sky at a glance. Only ferry boats have so many formation patterns. In her opinion, it is impossible for a ferry boat to exist in this lower world. So where did this ferry boat come from? It was obviously from outside the Tianchen world. Thinking of the aura of Suanyu Palace disciples that she had sensed some time ago, she subconsciously thought that this was the immortal boat sent by Suanyu Palace to find her. However, Yun Xianxian quickly realized that Suanyu Palace should not be able to build such a huge and luxurious ferry boat, right? The palace owner of Swanyu Palace doesn't have such a luxurious ferry boat? Just when Yun Xianxian was confused, a familiar voice came from the immortal boat. I am the Emperor of Great Xia. I am an invader from the mist world. I kill innocent people indiscriminately and persecute my people. Now most of them have been wiped out by Great Xia. Any remnants of the mist world invaders or lackeys who colluded with the mist world invaders, surrender to the police station within 3 days, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing this voice, the people of Black Dragon City and some monks in the misty world were stunned. Aren't you talking about peace talks? Why were all those forces wiped out? Seeing the ferry boat in the sky, the monks who were still alive in the misty world soon understood everything. It turns out that all of this is Emperor Xia's conspiracy, in order to gather all the invaders from the misty world together and then deal with them together. There are indeed many monks from the mist world in Black Dragon City, but most of them are monks from small forces, or monks from some big forces who stay in Black Dragon City to watch the show. Now that their main combat power has been wiped out, these monks will naturally become useless. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a monk ran towards the security office of Black Dragon City. An emperor who owns such a luxurious ferry boat is definitely not an ordinary emperor. There is a high probability that he is a disciple of some superpower who came here to train. They knew very well that this was a stone's throw, and surrendering now and joining the Great Xia Dynasty was their only choice. Not long after, a long queue formed outside the Black Dragon City's police station. They were all monks from the misty world who came to surrender. Soon, the ferry boat in the sky became invisible again. After seeing the ferry boat disappearing, the people of Black Dragon City said in unison, "Farewell, Your Majesty." Of course, Lu Chen didn't actually leave, he just made the immortal boat invisible, and he quickly found the Beiwa building where Yung Xiangxian was located, and then transformed into Yung Xiangxian's room. At this time, Yun Xianxian was still looking at the sky. She could feel that the ferry boat had not disappeared, but was just invisible. Yun Xianxian was a little puzzled. Why was the voice on the ferry boat Lu Chen's voice? Could it be that this immortal boat belongs to the traitor? Thinking of this, Yung Xianxian Liu frowned slightly, and then threw the idea away. Judging from the luxury of this ferry boat, the power that can own this ferry boat must be a superpower that spans many worlds. Although she initially felt that there was a big force behind Lu Chen, she did not think that the force with such a ferry boat would make Lu Chen come to such a low-level world to experience. But if it wasn't Lu Chen's ferry boat, then whose ferry boat it was? Lu Chen's voice did come from the ferry boat just now. Just when Yun Xianxian was confused, Lu Chen's voice came from behind, "Master, what are you looking at?" Hearing this familiar voice, Yun Xianxian turned around suddenly and found that the traitor was lying on her soft couch, holding his head with one hand and looking at her sideways. Seeing Lu Chen appear here, Yun Xianxian had basically determined that the immortal boat had a lot to do with Lu Chen. Yun Xianxian then asked, "Is that immortal boat yours?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes." After hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, Yun Xianxian did not continue to doubt the origin of Xianzhou. She asked again, "Who are you?" For Lu Chen to be able to own such a luxurious immortal boat, his identity must not be simple. In the past, she thought that Lu Chen was at most the young master of a certain immortal cultivating family. Now it seems that Lu Chen's identity is probably not just as simple as the young master of a cultivating immortal family. Yun Xianxian was even more puzzled. The forces behind Lu Chen could produce such a luxurious ferry boat. How could they let Lu Chen come to such a low-level world to experience? Lu Chen should have a better place to go. Hearing Yun Xiangxian's question, Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, "I am your man." Yun Xianxian snorted lightly, "That's all, if you don't want to say it, forget it." At this time, Lu Chen used the system to identify Yung Xiangxian's updated information. The next moment, Yung Xiangxian's updated system information appeared in front of Lu Chen. Name, Unzensen. Identity: Lu Chen's master, Lu Chen's wife and concubine, the saint of Xuanyu Palace, the daughter of the lord of Xuanyu Palace in Tianyuan world. Thousands of years ago, a son of destiny, Lu Yanghua, the fifth son of Emperor Shenyu, appeared in Tianyuan world. After Yanghua grew up quickly, he discovered Yungxian's fairy body and wanted to take it for himself, so he asked Xuanyu Palace to let Yungxian be her cauldron. Xuanyu Palace reluctantly agreed and sealed Yungxian. This approach actually slows down the maturity of the fairy's body, but Yungxian doesn't know why the master of Xuanyu Palace does this. She thinks that Xuanyu Palace really wants to send her to Lu Yanghua to make a furnace, so escaped. In the process of escaping, Yungxian accidentally met a mysterious red sedan chair, and was eventually taken to the Tianchen world, and some memories were also sealed. Now Yungxian's memory has been fully restored. Rating: 100. Favorability: 100. Seeing Yun Xiangxian's updated information, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, the world where Yun Xianxian was originally located was actually the world where Emperor Shenwu's son was undergoing trials. So, is he trying to steal a woman from his brother? Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. Brother Wuhuang, I'm sorry, the woman you are thinking about has been eaten up by me. Lu Chen said at this time, Master, didn't you tell me before that you had a strong enemy? I'm curious, how powerful is this powerful enemy you mentioned? Yun Xianxian was slightly startled. She did not expect Lu Chen to ask such a question at this time. Yun Xianxian then asked, why are you asking these questions? Now I tell you that you are no match for that person. Lu Chen said directly, even if you don't tell me, I know who the enemy you are talking about is. Yun Xiangxian's cold expression changed slightly. She always thought that she and Lu Chen were from different worlds, so Lu Chen would not know about her. Now Lu Chen actually said that he knew who her enemy was? Soon Yun Xianxian reacted, and she said expressionlessly, then you should tell me, who are my master's enemies? Yun Xianxian still didn't believe what Lu Chen said. In her opinion, Lu Chen was being mysterious, so she planned to test Lu Chen. As soon as Yun Xianxian said the words, Lu Chen said, your enemy can be regarded as a child of destiny in the world where you were originally. His growth rate is extremely terrifying, and he has grown to your world in a very short time. There is no one who can defeat you. He has taken a fancy to your fairy body and wants you to be his cauldron. You were unwilling to be his cauldron, and then you ran away. In the process of escaping, you met a mysterious red sedan chair, and was finally brought to this world. Having said this, Lu Chen looked at Yun Xianxian, who was already sluggish, and said, Master, I wonder if what the disciple said is correct. Yun Xianxian was silent. Even if this traitor knew her identity, he actually knew that she was brought to this world by that mysterious red sedan chair. After she came to this world, she lost her memory about the red sedan. Only recently, after her strength recovered a little, did she remember that she was brought to this world by the red sedan. Even she had forgotten things, but this traitor knew. Yun Xianxian's body was filled with coldness, and the next moment, the whole room was frozen. Yun Xianxian looked at Lu Chen coldly, who on earth are you? Yun Xianxian asked this question again, but this time her tone was stronger. This traitor knew everything about her, but he kept pretending in front of her until he ate her up and wiped her clean. This was obviously premeditated. Yun Xianxian even suspected that Lu Chen was the Lu Yanghua. The more I think about Yun Xian, the more scared I feel. The coldness on my body is getting stronger and stronger. Both of them have the surname Lu, and they both grow up very quickly. Maybe Lu Chen is the reincarnation of Lu Yanghua. When she thought of this, Yun Xianxian felt a murderous intention in her heart. She could become Lu Chen's woman and could have her body played with by Lu Chen, but she couldn't tolerate Lu Chen getting her body just for her fairy body. In order to make her a furnace. This will make her feel like she has been cheated on emotionally. Seeing that Yun Xiangxian's face was cold, the cold air on his body was raging in the room, and he looked like he wanted to kill someone. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said, "Master, who do you think this disciple is?" Yun Xianxian asked directly, "You are the reincarnation of Lu Yanghua." As he spoke, the temperature in the room became even colder, and a gust of cold air went straight to Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his hand gently, and the cold air was dissipated. Lu Chen then said, "Master is really good at thinking, how could I be a scumbag like Lu Yanghua who likes to rob private women?" After hearing what Lu Chen said, Yun Xianxian said indifferently, "Even if you are not him, you are no different from him." After all, Lu Yanghua put pressure on Suanya Palace and waited for her fairy body to mature. In the end, this traitor just ate her up and wiped her clean, regardless of whether her fairy body was mature or not. It can only be said that compared to Lu Yanghua, Lu Chen is more anxious and a scumbag. Lu Chen then said, "I am indeed not Lu Yanghua, but I am Lu Yanghua's brother." Yun Xianxian said coldly, "No wonder you are so shameless, it turns out you are brothers." At this time, Yun Xianxian felt a little better, as long as Lu Chen was not Lu Yanghua's reincarnation or Lu Yanghua himself. End of chapter. Chapter 656. Do you know what I am thinking? Although Yun Xianxian felt a little better, Yun Xianxian felt very uncomfortable when she thought that Lu Chen knew her identity from the beginning, pretended not to know anything, and tricked her into sleeping with her step by step. Yun Xianxian continued to ask in a cold voice, "Since you and Lu Yanghua are brothers, then you should know how much he wants to get the fairy body, so why did you do such a thing to me?" Lu Chen said calmly, "It's true that Lu Yanghua and I are brothers, but my relationship with him is not good. Whether he wants to get the fairy body or not doesn't seem to have much to do with me. The princes of Daxia and I are also brothers. In the end, in order to compete for the throne, don't we kill each other?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, Yun Xianxian realized that this was true. Even if they were brothers, they would still have disputes over some interests. Just because Lu Yanghua wanted to get the fairy body, it didn't mean that Lu Chen, a brother, had to give it to him. Only, did Lu Chen really want the body of a fairy? Her fairy body has not matured. Although the fairy body can be dual cultivated before it matures, this directly destroys the growth of the fairy body. The fairy body in her body no longer continues to grow. This is for a person. It is a huge loss for those who want the body of a fairy to be used as a furnace. If Lu Chen wanted her to become a furnace, then he shouldn't eat her up so quickly. And from a realistic point of view, when she and Lu Chen did that kind of thing together, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to do anything like that. He had no idea of practicing, it was just to satisfy his base desires. Yun Xianxian continued to ask, "Since you know my identity, why have you been deceiving me, showing weakness in front of me, and saying that you were an ordinary person in the lower world in your previous life? Did you want to get my fairy spirit from the beginning? Your body, treat me as your cauldron." Lu Chen said calmly, "Master, have you ever seen anyone who would let the furnace trip around? And I didn't know your identity at the beginning. After I came to this world, my memory was sealed. Recently, the spiritual energy of Tianchen world has recovered, and my memory has recovered a little, so I remembered some things." Hearing Lu Chen's excuse, the cold and beautiful fairy fell silent. The situation described by Lu Chen was similar to hers. After she came to this world, her memory was sealed, and she only recovered her memory recently, so Lu Chen probably did not lie. Of course, this cannot completely rule out the possibility of Lu Chen lying. At this time, Yun Xianxian was staring at Lu Chen coldly, without speaking or making any movement. She didn't know how to face Lu Chen. Lu Chen is Lu Yanghua's brother, and Lu Yanghua is the person who brought her a lot of trouble. Although Lu Chen said that his relationship with Lu Yanghua was not good, she still felt a little estranged in her heart. Just when Yongxiangxian was distracted, Lu Chen suddenly disappeared from the bed. Yongxiangxian suddenly came back to his senses and looked around, looking for Lu Chen's figure. The next moment, a familiar touch came from behind her. Lu Chen hugged her waist directly from behind, and then laid his head on her shoulder. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but soon she discovered that the spiritual power in her body was blocked. After feeling that her spiritual power was blocked, Yongxian simply did not take any action. She knew that no matter how hard she struggled now, it would be in vain. This traitor has completely controlled her. At this time, Lu Chen blew into Yun Xiangxian's ear, and then said, "Xian Xian, don't worry, I have no interest in your fairy body. The only person I like is you." Hearing Lu Chen's confession, Yun Xiangxian's delicate body trembled slightly, but she came back to her senses instantly. "I am not the woman in your harem. Do you think your sweet words are useful to me?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I think it's still useful. If it was useless, why would Master tremble slightly after hearing my words?" Yun Xianxian said stiffly, "I am just offended by your shamelessness." Although she said so, after hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian was indeed a little happy in her heart. As long as Lu Chen was not doing it for her fairy body, but sincerely liked her as a person, even if Lu Chen just she feels happy if she likes her body. Lu Chen continued at this time, "Master, do you want to know the true identity of your disciple?" Yun Xianxian immediately said coldly, "I don't want to." Judging from the rise of Lu Yanghua, the power behind Lu Chen and Lu Yanghua must be very huge. In addition, Lu Chen has brought out such a luxurious fairy boat. Even if Lu Chen's true identity is not known, Yun Xianxian I realized how terrifying the power behind Lu Chen was. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. She would rather Lu Chen remained mysterious than feel anxious after learning his true identity. After hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen did not continue the topic. He gently pushed Yun Xiangxian's body towards the soft couch in the room. Seeing Lu Chen start to move, Yun Xiangxian knew what he wanted to do again. Yun Xiangxian snorted coldly, and then said, "I am the body of a fairy spirit. You broke my body like this in the first place. Don't you regret it at all?" Seeing that Yun Xianxian was still testing him, Lu Chen said with a smile, "There is nothing to regret. The help that the fairy body can bring to me is minimal. I have no interest in your physique at all." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian was slightly stunned. To be honest, this was the first time she saw a person who didn't care so much about the fairy body. If it were in the advanced world of immortality, once someone knew about her physique, they would definitely find ways to get her, just like Lu Yanghua. As a result, Lu Chen just liked her body here. For some reason, Yun Xianxian felt a sense of frustration in her heart at this moment. Lu Chen said that he was not interested in the fairy body and that the fairy body would not help him. Doesn't that mean that he was just a plaything to Lu Chen, an existence for him to play with? Apart from that, she was in Lu Chen. There is no value in front of Chen? She neither wanted to make a furnace nor be someone else's plaything. Just when Yun Xianxian was distracted, Lu Chen had already pushed her body to the edge of the soft couch. At this time, Lu Chen's paws had been placed on Yun Xiangxian's waist and began to gently pull her belt. Yun Xianxian did not stop him and allowed Lu Chen to do whatever he wanted. After Yun Xiangxian's coat was taken off, Lu Chen gently placed Yun Xiangxian's body on the soft couch, then slowly pressed on it, looking down at Yun Xiangxian's beautiful lavender eyes. Yun Xian's face is exquisite and her skin is as white as snow, just like a work of art like white porcelain. Lu Chen gently stroked Yun Xiangxian's jade cheek and said, "Master, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You must miss me very much, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, a blush appeared on Yun Xiangxian's cold face. She did not answer Lu Chen's question, but turned her head and looked aside. Seeing that Yun Xianxian didn't speak, Lu Chen continued to ask, "Master, how is your practice of Suan Gong?" Yun Xianxian still didn't answer. Seeing that Yun Xianxian didn't say anything, with a cold and shy look, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Since the master is unwilling to tell the disciple, then the disciple will check it himself." Var. Having said this, Lu Chen straightened Yun Xiangxian's head, then lowered his head and went down. Then, the two people's lips met. Under Lu Chen's kiss, Yun Xianxian soon became completely lost, and it didn't take long for the two of them to get into the mood. Lu Chen did not continue to seal the spiritual power in Yung Xiangxian's body at this time. After Yung Xiangxian felt that Lu Chen had released the restriction, he immediately activated the Suan Gong. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen hugged Yun Xiangxian's delicate body and stood up, letting Yun Xianxian sit on top of him. Yun Xianxian hugged Lu Chen's neck and slightly lowered his head to look at his firm eyes. "Look!" Lu Chen said suddenly and coldly, "I am the son of Emperor Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian was stunned for an instant. Her original movements also stopped instantly, and she looked at Lu Chen with a dull look on her face. Although the Tianyuan world is a remote world in the universe, they have heard of the fame of Emperor Shenyu. Yungxian did not expect that Lu Chen was actually the child of Emperor Shenyu. In this way, Lu Yanghua was also the child of Emperor Shenyu. No wonder Lu Yanghua's talent was so terrifying. In less than 100 years, he grew to be an invincible existence in the Tianyuan world. Who is Emperor Shenyu? He is a being who has conquered all major cultivation worlds. Naturally, his children cannot be ordinary people. When Yun Xianxian saw Lu Chen's luxurious ferry boat, she guessed that Lu Chen might be a prince of a certain dynasty, but she did not expect that Lu Chen was actually the prince of the Xia Dynasty. The Xia Dynasty was no ordinary dynasty, it was a huge dynasty that spanned dozens of higher cultivation worlds. Emperor Shenyu is not an ordinary emperor. Almost all emperors dare not provoke Emperor Shenyu. Seeing that Yun Xianxian didn't speak or continue to move, Lu Chen smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Yun Xianxian blushed, but still said coldly, "Do you know what I am thinking?" Lu Chen asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I am wondering if I should find a chance to escape. It would be better to leave you forever." Lu Chen asked, "Why does Master have such thoughts?" Yun Xianxian said, "You are the prince of the Xia Dynasty. For that position in the future, it will be extremely dangerous. If you are by your side, your life will most likely be in danger before the deadline." Compared to herself, Yung Xiangxian now finds that Lu Chen's situation is more dangerous. At most, she was targeted just because of her fairy body. Now that her fairy body has been destroyed, Lu Yanghua knows about this. He might not even want to use her as a furnace. But Lu Chen is different. Lu Chen is the son of Emperor Shenyu. Even if he doesn't compete for Emperor Shenyu's position, other emperors will regard him as a threat. End of chapter. Chapter 657. What's wrong, Xianer? After Yun Xianxian came to Black Dragon City, she had been thinking about a problem, that is, if she followed Lu Chen, she would bring trouble to Lu Chen sooner or later. She didn't want to cause trouble to Lu Chen, so she was ready to leave this world and leave Lu Chen. Even though she knew it was difficult for her to leave Lu Chen, she was still thinking about the separation. Her biggest purpose was naturally not to let Lu Chen get hurt. As a result, Lu Chen now told her that he was the son of the Great Emperor, and also the child of Emperor Shenyu. Now I'm afraid it's not her who's hurting Lu Chen, but Lu Chen who's hurting her. Hearing what Yun Xianxian said, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then stroked Yun Xiangxian's hair, looked into her purple eyes and asked, "Master, are you afraid that I will hurt you and leave me?" Faced with Lu Chen's question, Yun Xianxian did not answer immediately. She could no longer understand what she was thinking. If she had encountered someone or something that could make her feel dangerous in the past, she would definitely find a way to avoid it. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But now she didn't have such thoughts. She even thought about staying with Lu Chen all the time. As expected, this man had given her some kind of ecstasy soup, which made her completely fall in love with him. Seeing Yun Xiangxian's delay in answering, Lu Chen put his arms around Yun Xiangxian's back, laid her body down on the bed again, and then continued with his own affairs. After Yun Xianxian made two noises, she said, "Hey! I don't have to leave you, but, hey!" Lu Chen asked, "But what?" Yun Xianxian said, "Nothing." Lu Chen said, "Master, if you want to say anything, just say it." Yun Xianxian immediately said, "I have fallen into your hands, and you are the child of Emperor Shen Yu. I can no longer escape from in this life, your palm, and you are the child of Emperor Shen Yu. If you have anything to say, please be gentle." Lu Chen chuckled, and then said, "It turns out that master likes this kind of tone." After finishing his words, Lu Chen continued his journey of conquest. Yun Xianxian also figured it out at this time. Since Lu Chen himself had a lot of troubles and was in competition with Lu Yanghua, there was no need for him to leave Lu Chen. Regardless of whether she leaves Lu Chen or not, Lu Chen and Lu Yanghua are opposites. In this case, even if she leaves Lu Chen, Lu Yanghua will still have some conflicts with Lu Chen if it is not for her. And she really didn't want to leave this traitor. She now thought that she had been cursed by Lu Chen and was completely controlled by Lu Chen. For the next half-month, Lu Chen stayed in Black Dragon City, helping Yun Xianxian practice Su and Gong every day. With Lu Chen's help, the seal in Yun Xiangxian's original body gradually began to loosen, and her previous strength. There are also symptoms of recovery. If the two of them continue to practice like this, it is not impossible for Yun Xianxian to return to the realm of Tianyuan world. Tianyuan world. Xia Dynasty, the imperial capital. A woman in a phoenix robe stood on the attic, looking at the buildings in the distance, when a man in black robe appeared on the attic. The man in black robe knelt down and saluted and said, "Meet the queen." Queen Shenyu asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The man in black robe said, "His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince wants to use the Tianyan Stone to find the location of Tianchen world." Hearing this, Queen Shenyu frowned slightly, and then she asked coldly, "Why is he looking for Tianchen world?" The man in black robe replied, "The Fifth Prince's people didn't say anything, but my subordinates estimate that they probably know that the Ninth Prince is in Tianchen world." After hearing the answer from the man in black robe, Queen Shenyu's face became even colder, and her body seemed to exude a strong aura of chaos, and a black mist spread from Queen Shenyu's body. She seemed to understand something. Lu Chen was originally the best child among Emperor Shenyu and the biggest competitor for the throne. Now that the fifth prince was the first to finish the trial and come out of the trial world, he naturally wanted to destroy other people's trials. In Queen Shenyu's view, Lu Yanghua most likely wanted to find the Tianchen world, and then destroy Lu Chen's trials so that Lu Chen would never be able to turn over. Although Lu Yanghua can be regarded as Lu Chen's opponent or enemy, with Queen Shenyu, the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend. Only she can hurt Lu Chen, an enemy. No one is allowed to touch Lu Chen except her. Queen Shenyu immediately said to the man in black, "Tell the fifth prince's people that only your majesty can use the Tianyan stone. I have returned the Tianyan stone to your majesty." The man in black robe said, "Yes, I understand. My subordinates resign." As soon as the words fell, the body of the man in black robe turned into a black mist and disappeared on the spot. After the man in black robe left, Queen Shenyu looked at the sky in the Qianyuan world and said to herself, "Only I am qualified to do anything to him." Qianyuan world. The fiefdom of the Golden King. Training room. Lu Yanghua was practicing when a dark figure appeared in the room. Your Majesty, there is news from Queen Shenyu. Lu Yanghua didn't even open his eyes. He asked calmly, how is the situation? The shadow kneeling in front of him replied, the Queen said that the Tianyan stone has been returned to your Majesty. Hearing this, Lu Yanghua snorted coldly, I'm afraid she doesn't want anyone to hurt ninth brother. In the entire Qianyuan world, no one knows about her and ninth brother. She is already married to my father, but she is thinking about another man in her heart. If my father knows that she still has a ninth brother in her heart, I don't know what my father will think. Forget it, since she is unwilling to help, then we will send people to find Tianchen world ourselves. Although Xuanyu Palace is a big force in Tianyuan world, compared with Xia Dynasty, Xuanyu Palace is insignificant. For such a small force, even if the entire Xuanyu Palace people are sent out to search for Tianchen world, they can find the probability of Tianchen world is also very low. But Lu Yanghua, the son of the great emperor, is different. He can use tens of millions of times the resources of Xuanyu Palace. Although it may take a lot of time, it is still much faster than letting Xuanyu Palace search. Just when Lu Yanghua was planning to send people to search for Tianchen world, another black figure appeared in the room. Your Majesty, good news, Tianchen world has been found. Hearing this, Lu Yanghua was stunned for a moment. He was still preparing to send people to search for Tianchen world, but then someone told him that Tianchen world had been found. So fast? Lu Yanghua immediately opened his eyes, looked at the two men in front of him, and then asked, who found it? He hasn't sent anyone to search for it yet, and Queen Shenyu has also rejected his request. So who found Tianchen world? It can't be Xuanyu Palace, right? Just when Lu Yanghua was thinking this, the subordinate who came in just now replied, it's Xuanyu Palace. Our spies got the news. The master of Xuanyu Palace has received the news from the disciples of Xuanyu Palace. They already know about Tianchen, the specific location of the world, but Xuanyu Palace did not report this matter immediately. When Lu Yanghua left Tianyuan world, in order to avoid such a thing happening, he was afraid that Xuanyu Palace would hide Yongxian, so he left a lot of spies in Xuanyu Palace. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Lu Yanghua sneered, it seems that I have been away from Tianyuan world for too long, and Xuanyu Palace dared to hide such important information. Immediately send someone to Xuanyu Palace and ask the palace owner of Xuanyu Palace to hand over the star map position of Tianchen world. The two people in front of Lu Yanghua immediately said in unison, yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared on the spot, and Lu Yanghua was the only one left in the entire training room again. At this time, the corners of Lu Yanghua's mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile to himself, Ninth brother, ninth brother. Since it is training, naturally the more difficult it is, the better you can train a person. Brother Huang will make it a little more difficult for you. You shouldn't blame Brother Huang. Lu Yanghua believed that their father would not interfere. According to his father's character, as long as he did not directly attack Lu Chen, his father would not care if his subordinates destroyed Lu Chen. Instead, my father would think Lu Chen was useless. Moreover, his father had already given up on Lu Chen. Even if Lu Chen died, his father would probably not have any reaction. A useless prince will die when he dies. After being entangled with Yun Xianxian for more than half a month, Yun Xianxian finally remembered what happened at Xuanyu Palace. Lu Chen, the traitor, had made her so confused that she almost forgot all the important things. Black Dragon City, inside Beiwa Tower. Lu Chen originally planned to continue, but Yun Xianxian suddenly raised his slender hand to support Lu Chen's chest. Seeing Yun Xianxian stop him from continuing, Lu Chen asked in confusion, what's wrong? Xianer. Hearing Lu Chen's name, Yun Xianxian's face became even more rosy, and she said, there is something I forgot to tell you. Lu Chen asked, what's the matter? Yun Xianxian replied, not long ago, I sensed the spiritual power released by the disciples of Swanyu Palace. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. So, the disciples of Swanyu Palace have found Tianchen world. Yun Xianxian said, they have probably arrived in the mist world, but they have immortal boats. The restrictions in the mist world should not be able to withstand the immortal boats. They have not entered the Tianchen world for so long. There is a high probability that they encountered something. But the news that I am in Tianchen world has probably been passed back to Swanyu Palace by them. I am afraid that it won't be long before Swanyu Palace will send people to Tianchen world to catch me. As Yongxiangxian spoke, she gently stroked Lu Chen's chest with her slender fingers. After this period of time, Yongxiangxian has lost her original coldness. Although her temperament is still cold, her treatment of Lu Chen's attitude has changed a lot, and now she looks like a little woman. Please use your fingers to read and share this website to Facebook so that we can continue to operate. Chapter 658 Don't Keep Talking. After hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then raised his hand to hold Yun Xiangxian's jade hand, looked into her purple eyes and said, Master, don't worry, no matter who it is, no one can take Yun Xianxian from my side. Take it away. Seeing Lu Chen's serious look, Yun Xiangxian's heart trembled slightly, and her body also felt a little. After feeling Yun Xiangxian's physical condition, Lu Chen knew that his words had touched Yun Xiangxian's heart. Yun Xiangxian's face was rosy, and she said coldly with a hint of shyness, with your current strength, I'm afraid you still can't compete with Swanyu Palace. Lu Chen said with a smile, if I am really no match for them then, I will take you and my wives and leave this world together on a ferry boat. We go to more remote worlds, and I don't believe they can still find us. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian thought for a moment and felt that Lu Chen was right. If they really found this place, with Lu Chen's immortal boat here, they would be able to escape from this world. And outside Huoyun Palace. At this moment, Ji Yuanzhou seemed to have thought of something. It was Huoyun Palace who took the lead in letting the three major forces release the space crack for everyone to use. The three major forces wouldn't hold grudges because of this, so they wanted to take revenge on Huoyun Palace, right? That's probably it. Lu Chen is the child of Emperor Shen Yu. After he completes his experience in this world, he should be able to go back. There is no need to become the emperor to go back, right? Yun Xianxian then thought of what happened to Lu Chen in this world. Lu Chen gently stroked Yun Xiangxian's jade neck and said, this involves some secrets of the Xia Dynasty. However, although your three major forces are very strong, it is not that easy to destroy my Fire Cloud Palace. Unless Lu Yanghua also sends someone. At this time, Lu Chen stared into Yun Xiangxian's eyes and asked lovingly, Xianer, no matter what happens in the future, you will never leave me, right? However, Yun Xianxian still said coldly, looking at your future behavior, if you treat me as a furnace, I will still find a way to escape from you. Of course, she had made up her mind to follow this traitor. This traitor had eaten her up and wiped her clean. Now even if he drives her away, she will not leave. Zhang Hongyi said, this is natural. Today our three major forces gathered together to eradicate the cancer of Huoyun Palace from the misty world. Lu Chen had no resistance at all to Yun Xianxian, a cold fairy. He didn't know if he was affected by the Tianyan stone, but now he felt it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as he didn't reproduce, he should then the luck and blood power will not be taken away. At this time, many flying boats had appeared outside, and the entire Fire Cloud Palace was surrounded. A world of mist. Thinking of this, Ji Yuanzhou said, three of you, we are all members of the mist world. The space rifts should be shared. If you destroy the Huoyun Palace today because of the space rifts, you will not be afraid of all the forces in the mist world. Unite and besiege your three major forces. Lu Chen said coquettishly, okay, I won't talk anymore. Han Yuankai said with a smile, our three major forces gathered together to seek justice. Hearing this, Yun Xianxian was startled. Did he go back only after he became the emperor? Why do you have to become an emperor before going back? Of course, there is a certain difference between dual cultivation and furnace cauldron. Furnace cauldron is only beneficial to one side, while dual cultivation can improve the strength of both parties. Yun Xiangxian's words about not treating her as a furnace are just being tough. She wants to show her value to him, so if Lu Chen is not willing to practice dual cultivation with her, she will take the initiative to dual cultivation. Seeing this scene, Han Yuankai said to Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi, Sect Master Ji, Master Zhang, the rest is up to us. I hope you two can do your best. The fire dragon formation in Huoyun Palace is not an ordinary formation. The next moment, a huge fire dragon flew into the sky from the formation of Fire Cloud Palace and headed straight for the three of them. After Lu Chen becomes the Great Emperor, he will most likely go back just to snatch that position directly from Emperor Shenyu. Yun Xianxian said coldly, sometimes the more you know, the more dangerous it is. But having said that, Emperor Shenyu is not Emperor Xia, and he cannot be overthrown as easily as Emperor Xia. It is much more dangerous for her to follow Lu Chen now than she imagined. Hearing Han Yuankai's words, Ji Yuanzhou laughed angrily. Ji Yuanzhou's face turned dark. The three major forces came to Huoyun Palace to seek justice? Are you kidding? When did Fire Cloud Palace bring any big trouble to the three major forces? Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian threw away all his inner thoughts and concentrated on practicing with Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen leaned over slightly and began to continue doing his own thing. Yun Xianxian bit his silver teeth lightly, trying not to make a sound. Lu Chen said, Master, I am a little curious about that red sedan chair, can you tell me about the red sedan chair? Lu Chen said, I will not go back until I become the Great Emperor. Seeing that people from the three major forces, and even the leaders of the three major forces, were here, Ji Yuanzhou looked a little unhappy. Yun Xianxian sighed slightly in his heart, that's all, there is no harm anyway, just treat this as normal practice. Seeing that Ji Hongwen was ready to break the formation, Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi did not waste any more time and immediately began to prepare. In a world that doesn't even have spiritual energy, cultivation is a big problem. What is there to experience? When Lu Chen was distracted, his body began to act erratically. Yun Xianxian quickly said, Ni disciple, do you want to kill my master? Lu Chen came back to his senses, smiled and said to Yun Xianxian, Master, it seems that our fate is destined by God. Maybe God brought you to me on purpose just to make you my woman. Lu Chen thought to himself that this red sedan must have something to do with the system. Otherwise, how could this red sedan appear in the worlds of Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingkaiu? The three of them were all in different worlds, and the results were all different. I met this red sedan chair. Lu Chen said, well, yes. At this time, Yongzian felt that she was crazy. She had never had sex with men before. No matter how handsome or outstanding the male monks were, she never paid attention to them. She only focused on practicing. Liu Yanghua and Lu Chen were brothers. The world that Liu Yanghua trained in was a high-level world of immortality. However, Lu Chen was sent to this world where there was no spiritual energy to train. Secretly hiding a demon cultivator? What a big hat! Sect leader Han, if you want to destroy Huoyun Palace, just say so. No need to pretend to be so noble. Lu Chen heard Mu Yongzi and Lu Qingkaiu say that they both came to this world because of a mysterious red sedan chair, and it turned out that Yongzian also came to this world because of that red sedan chair. At this time, the interior of Huoyun Palace was already busy. At this time, the master of Huoyun Palace, Ji Yuanzhou, came out of his training room. His body burst out with a force that dispersed all the surrounding fog. This is no longer called experience, it is more like torture. Suddenly, a person who can use spiritual power at will cannot use spiritual power, and has to live for so many years. This is no different from torture. The three major forces in the mist world have gathered in Huoyun Palace. Lu Chen asked, "You're not curious?" Now that she fell into the hands of this rebellious disciple, she had fallen. She actually did that kind of thing for 10 days and a half in a row. I just thought it should be a magic weapon, so I followed it, and was directly transported to this world. Lu Chen was now very curious, what exactly was this red sedan chair, and why did it bring them to this world? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian opened her mouth and gasped slightly, I don't know much about that red sedan chair either. Etc. Yun Xianxian then said, then you'd better stop talking. After all, Lu Chen was also the son of the great emperor. Even if the disciples of Xuanyu Palace found this place, they would not dare to mess around with Lu Chen around. Yun Xianxian gritted her teeth and said, you, don't keep talking. Sect Master Han, Sect Master Ji, and Sect Master Zhang, I wonder why you three came to Huoyun Palace. Hearing Yungxiangxian's answer, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Although Yungxiangxian said so, Yungxiangxian had been encouraging him to practice these days. If he didn't want to use the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu, Yungxiangxian would take the initiative. Running the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu helped him improve his strength. Seeing Lu Chen's tender eyes, the iceberg in Yun Xiangxian's heart completely melted. She knew that she had been completely conquered by this traitor, both physically and mentally. Han Yuankai said, of course what I mean by justice is not this. After the words fell, Lu Chen kissed Yun Xiangxian's red lips again. Yun Xianxian asked curiously, as the son of the great emperor, why do you come to such a low-level world to experience? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuanzhou shouted, Fire Dragon Formation, rise! Hearing this, Ji Yuanzhou was stunned for a moment, but he obviously didn't believe what Han Yuankai said. Han Yuankai continued, according to the information we received, Huoyun Palace secretly hides demon cultivators and practices demonic skills. There are a large number of demonic cultivating skills. Lu Chen wants to walk the same path he took in this world again. I'm afraid the relationship between Lu Chen and Emperor Shenyu is like the relationship between Lu Chen and Emperor Xia. At this time, Yun Xianxian looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, did you come to this world to experience? Ji Hongwen did not respond. He raised his hand and waved, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather in front of him. Speaking of this, Yun Xianxian suddenly thought of something, so he continued to ask, when do you plan to return to Jianyuan world? The next moment, the entire fire cloud palace was shrouded in a fiery red cover. Seeing this scene, the three of them stopped wasting time and took action together. Burning heaven and breaking the earth palm. The earth is shattered and the universe is shattered. Cloud-piercing sword. Chapter 659 Yun Qingshu. A huge palm print fell from the sky, and next to the palm print there was the illusion of a giant sword, and on the ground, there was a yellow earth dragon heading straight for the fire dragon formation of Huoyun Palace. After Han Yuankai and the three of them took action at the same time, the fire dragon in the sky was instantly repulsed, and the illusion began to gradually dissipate, and the formation barrier that enveloped the fire cloud palace became looming. However, at this moment, Ji Yuanzhou shouted loudly, the bloodthirsty formation, rise! The next moment, the formation covering the fire cloud palace turned scarlet, giving people a very bad feeling. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. The aura released by this formation is very evil. At first glance, it is not a formation used by upright monks. The people from the three major forces were a little shocked. They said that Huoyun Palace was a demon cultivator, and they just wanted to use this excuse to attack Huoyun Palace. No one thought that Huayun Palace actually had something to do with demon cultivators. In an attic, a woman was looking into the distance. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, and her black hair shone silvery white in the moonlight. Her eyes were deep and bright, like autumn water. Some disciples were accidentally touched by those bloody skulls, and the next moment they turned into a pool of blood, and the blood was quickly sucked away by something. However, the three of them took action at the same time, but none of them had any impact on Ge Yuanzhou's bloodthirsty formation. It was obvious that Ge Yuanzhou's strength had surpassed the three of them. At this time, even the disciples of Huayun Palace were stunned when they saw the formations that appeared in front of them. Isn't their Huayun Palace an upright force? How come their palace master can still use the formations of demon cultivators? For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color, the surrounding area turned green, and people's faces glowed with green light, which looked very scary. But under the current circumstances, he could only find a way to get rid of Ge Yuanzhou. At this time, both Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen had a sense of crisis in their hearts. Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen instantly understood what Han Yuankai meant, and then they came behind Han Yuankai, and then transferred their spiritual power to Han Yuankai. As Han Yuankai spoke, he gathered all his spiritual power again and stabbed out with a sword. Seeing that Ge Yuanzhou's strength was rising rapidly and the aura on his body was getting more and more terrifying, Han Yuankai quickly said, "Guys, we can't wait any longer. If this demon absorbs enough blood essence, all of us are no match for him then." As more and more forces join the three major forces, the mist world gradually forms a tripartite situation, and the cooperation between the three major forces is gradually coming to an end. The sword breaks the sky. Just before the disciples of Huayun Palace could react, their bodies gradually turned into blood mist. Seeing each of their fellow disciples disappear from their eyes, the disciples of Huayun Palace reacted instantly. Their palace masters. This formation is maintained by absorbing the blood essence of other people in Fire Cloud Palace. In the end, he was killed by Han Yuankai with a sword. The disciples of the three major forces quickly braced themselves to deal with the bloody skulls. Ge Yuanzhou, the strongest palace master, is dead, and the other people in Huayun Palace have naturally lost their ability to resist. In addition, the previous sacrifices made by Ge Yuanzhou's Huayun Palace disciples have impacted the three views of the Huayun Palace disciples. When the disciples of the three major forces rushed into Huayun Palace, the remaining people in Huayun Palace had no intention of resisting, and Huayun Palace was quickly destroyed. After everything was over, Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen behind Han Yuankai looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, a green river appeared in the sky, and the rushing liquid of the river came straight towards Han Yuankai and the others. Hearing this, Yun Qingshu's face changed slightly, becoming colder and indifferent, and her body also exuded a thick chill. Both of them saw shock in each other's eyes. Although they both knew that Han Yuankai was very strong and had reached the 8th level of Yin and Yang realm, they did not expect that Han Yuankai was already so strong. Yun Qingshu then said to the monk in front of him, "Immediately send someone to investigate how many of the elders have been promoted in the past 1,000 years. Now that Huayun Palace has been destroyed, we should prepare for what's next." Seeing that the disciples of the three major forces had rushed into the Fire Cloud Palace, Han Yuankai turned around and said to Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen with a smile, "Thank you both for your help. If it weren't for you two, I might not be able to use this sword." Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen said in unison, "That's what sect leader Han said." Seeing this scene, Han Yuankai's face darkened. He originally thought that Huayun Palace was the best solution, but he didn't expect that Huayun Palace would now become the most troublesome force. This is a demonic cultivator. When he gets ruthless, he won't even spare his own people. Then the monk Yujian left the attic. Ji Hongwen also smiled and said, "Headmaster Zhang said that with the sword used by sect master Han just now, it is true that we can destroy that devil without us." In order to deal with the three major forces, some medium forces quickly signed up to join forces. However, before the three major forces could take action, the allies who signed up with them killed them and then went to join the three major forces. The monk said, "Palace Master, Lu Yanghua already knows that we have received news from our disciples about the location of Tianchen World. He asked us to hand over the star map of Tianchen World immediately, otherwise we will bear the consequences." Zhang Hongyi came back to his senses and said quickly, There, Sect Master Han is very powerful. Even without the two of us, Sect Master Han can defeat that devil by himself, right, Sect Master Ji?" The woman's voice was cold and penetrating, as if it was transmitted directly into the person's brain. Now the three major forces do not need to send out soldiers. They only need to send people to talk to certain forces, and those forces will take the initiative to come to seek refuge. Therefore, the next focus of the three major forces is to win over many forces and transform themselves into be stronger. Even if Han Yuankai relied on the strength of the two of them just now, it stands to reason that he would not be able to eliminate Ji Yuanzhou so easily. Judging from the aura emanating from Ji Yuanzhou's body, Ji Yuanzhou's previous strength was almost the same as that of Wanfa Realm, and he had the strength to break through the world wall. The woman held a jade flute in her hand. Her fingers were slender and long, as if they were carved from white jade. After an unknown amount of time, a monk came from a distance with a sword. When the monk saw the woman, he immediately saluted and said, "Greetings to the palace master." "Swanyu Palace." Han Yuankai said, "Okay, you two, please stop flattering me. I know best what my strength is." The woman nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Although the three of them said nothing more, they quickly used up all the resources in Huoyun Palace. The next moment, countless bloody skulls flew out from the blood cloud in the sky. Everything is happening. While speaking, Ji Yuanzhou gathered his spiritual power and pushed out with one palm. Han Yuankai threw the flying sword at this time and used his energy to control the sword. Then Han Yuankai said to Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen, "Head Zhang, Sect Master Ji, help me destroy the devil." Before Ji Yuanzhou could dodge, the giant sword passed directly through Ji Yuanzhou's body, and Ji Yuanzhou instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Ji Yuanzhou's face turned pale, and he said loudly, "No. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Sen Luo Hell." Ji Yuanzhou laughed and said, "Just a few of you in the Yin-Yang realm want to destroy Huoyun Palace. It's just a fool's errand." Seeing that his Sen Luo Hell was broken so easily, Ji Yuanzhou couldn't believe it. He had just come to his senses and was about to continue to fight back, but the giant sword easily broke through the bloodthirsty formation, and then went straight to it. "Come to him." Seeing this scene, Ji Yuanzhou sneered and said, "It's ridiculous that just the three of you want to defeat me." The next moment, the spiritual power in Han Yuankai's body became extremely abundant. Han Yuankai immediately started to use his skills, and the flying sword in the sky suddenly became extremely huge. The huge sword headed straight for the Green River. When the giant sword came into contact with the Green River was instantly washed away, and then the giant sword stabbed Ji Yuanzhou's bloodthirsty formation. After destroying Huoyun Palace, the three major forces successively destroyed some forces that had a better relationship with Huoyun Palace. As these forces were destroyed, other forces in the mist world gradually realized that something was wrong. Ji Yuanzhou then used his spiritual power again. The woman has fair skin, a graceful figure and graceful curves. Under the moonlight, her body seems to exude a holy light, like a fairy descending from the mortal world. Ji Yuanzhou laughed loudly at this time and said, "If you dare to attack me, you will all become my blood food today." Zhang Hongyi and Ji Hongwen didn't watch either, they also took action. After seeing the tragic situation in front of them, the disciples of Huoyun Palace were frightened and ran away, but they were now in Ji Yuanzhou's bloodthirsty formation, and there was no way to escape. Han Yuankai was not frightened by this scene. He snorted coldly, then raised his hand and waved. In this situation, they have only two choices: either to join the three major forces or to be destroyed. Yes, Palace Master. As a result, the three major forces have become competitors, and new confrontations in the foggy world have arisen again. Tianyuan World. She was wearing a white fairy robe, the hem of which fluttered gently in the breeze. The fairy robe was embroidered with exquisite patterns, and every flower was lifelike, as if real flowers had been sewn onto the dress. There was a blue ribbon tied around her waist. The ribbon fluttered in the wind, as graceful as flowing water. Han Yuankai's sword probably reached the level of Wanfa realm. Yun Qingshu looked at the moonlight in the sky and said coldly, "So what if the emperor's son offends me? I will kill myself and destroy the Xia dynasty." As soon as Yun Qingshu finished speaking, a strange feeling suddenly came to her heart. She felt as if her body was being watched by someone. The cold air on Yun Qingshu's body suddenly erupted, and her face became extremely gloomy. Who is it? Who dares to take away Xiener's body? End of this chapter. Chapter 660. Why did Master ask you to come to us? After Lu Chen spent a period of farming life with Yungxian in Black Dragon City, he took Yungxian back to Yanqing. Yun Xianxian didn't want to go back with Lu Chen. She thought that being in Black Dragon City was the same as being in Yan City. They were both in the same world anyway. If Lu Chen wanted to practice with her, Xianzhou could get away from Yan City in the blink of an eye. The city arrived at Black Dragon City. Of course, the main reason why she didn't want to go back was that Lu Chen's women were all in Yanqing. She didn't like sharing a husband with other women. At least she didn't want to see Lu Chen doing that kind of thing with other women. Yun Xianxian also knew in her heart that she alone was no match for Lu Chen, but she still had a strong possessive desire for Lu Chen in her heart. But in the end, under Lu Chen's bombardment, Yun Xianxian still couldn't resist Lu Chen and chose to go back to Yanqing with him. For Lu Chen, a rebellious disciple, Yungxian now has no choice but to follow him. After Lu Chen returned to Yanqing, he became the treasurer and left almost all government affairs to Zhuchang Guang. He practiced every day and helped Chu Yukan give birth to a child. The Jin Yiwei soldier said, "Wait a moment, they are already on their way." Seeing that it was a Jinyi guard soldier, Li Qingguo asked curiously, "What's wrong with you Jinyi guards?" For these female disciples, even if they die, she will not feel sorry for them at all. At the same time, Li Qingguo continued, "Tell me, why did Master ask you to come to us?" As soon as the girls finished changing their words, a man's voice came from outside the courtyard, "Qingguo, Yunwan, what news has your master brought to you?" Seeing them kneeling down, Li Qingguo smiled lightly, and then said, "You are very smart." Lu Chen actually wanted to know the specific reason why the system wanted his wives and concubines to give birth to children in the world. Although the system said that it would help him reproduce more children, he always felt that the real reason was not this. Not long after, some Jin Yiwei soldiers came to Li Qingguo and the others with a few women wearing coarse cloth. After Lu Chen finished his instructions, he continued to focus on Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan was lying on the soft couch, her eyes were misty. She looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Chener, this world and cultivators, is there any difference in the small world? Such a huge immortal boat also proves the extraordinary status of Emperor Xia. They are not fools. Instead of staying in the mystical immortal sect and worrying all day long, it is better to join the Great Xia Dynasty, and their senior sister is the noble concubine of Emperor Xia. It's the best opportunity." Hearing this, Lu Chen stopped moving and said curiously, "The great elder of the mystic immortal sect. If it were before, the two of them might still need to worry. Now they are married to men, and Lu Chen is their biggest supporter now." Just as Li Qingguo finished speaking, a female soldier wearing a royal uniform entered the courtyard and said, "Greetings to Concubine Wu, Concubine Li." Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "Let Qin Yushan take those spies to see Concubine Wu and Concubine Li. We will see what they say. I will go there later." When several women saw Li Qingguan and Wu Yunhuan, they were immediately overjoyed. They thought they were going to die in prison, but they didn't expect that they would still be able to see Wu Yunhuan and Li Qingguo. With Wu Yunhuan and Li Qingguo here, they would be saved. The woman who just spoke quickly said, "Senior Sister Wu, we are all disciples of Yunhai Peak. We have met before." Although Su Hanyan didn't like killing people as much as Han Yuankai, she could still be cruel for the sake of her direct disciples. After hearing Wu Yunhuan's speculation, Li Qingguo snorted and said, "I can't say for sure. Maybe that man knew that there were people sent by our master, but he didn't trust us, so he simply sent our master away. All the people sent by your majesty were also killed." Li Qingguo said at this time, "From today on, you will be our maids." Could it be that something happened in the misty world? Hearing Wu Yunhuan's question, the girls were stunned for a moment. After a while, a woman said, "Senior Sister Wu, when we first arrived in Tianzhen world, we heard that Daxia wiped out all the monks in the mist world, and we are still arresting the monks in the mist world, so we have no choice but to dress up like this." Hearing this, Li Qingqing and Wu Yunhuan were stunned. They did not expect that their master would let them hide. Li Qingguo waved her hand, and the two letters flew into her and Wu Yunhuan's hands. Then they opened the letters Su Hanyan had written to them and read them carefully. Li Qingguo said, "Almost 3 batches of disciples have entered the mystic immortal sect, and master hasn't sent anyone to come to us yet. Something is wrong." Li Qingguo said calmly, "What kind of resentment? This is the kind of person he is. It's not like he can't do this kind of thing." Yanqing. At this time, the girls hurriedly said, "I have met Senior Sister Wu and Senior Sister Li." Wu Yunhuan said, "I see, then why are you dressed like this?" After coming to this world, they heard a lot about the Great Xia Dynasty, about Emperor Xia, and they also heard about the ferry boat. Although those women were all beautiful, their clothes were patched and patched, just like poor people. After hearing this, the girls immediately thanked and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister." Hearing this, Li Qingqing and Wu Yunhuan were stunned at the same time. They were saying just now that their master had not sent anyone to look for them, but immediately the Jinyi Guard soldiers said that spies from the mystic immortal sect were looking for them. Su Hanyan said in the letter that if these women insisted on going back, they would be eliminated directly, because then no one would know about Wu Yunhuan and Li Qingguo. Royal Palace. The disciples sent by their master to come to the misty world must have come with the disciples of the mystic immortal sect. The people sent by their master were mixed with the mystic immortal sect, and they were naturally enemies in Lu Chen's eyes. After hearing this, the women not only did not leave, but knelt down directly, "Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Wu, we want to follow you." Lu Chen wiped out so many disciples of the mystic immortal sect, maybe among them were people sent by their master. Wu Yunhuan gently shook the child in her arms and said, "Could it be that your majesty accidentally killed the disciple sent by master?" The maid continued, "According to the accounts of those spies, the great elder of the mystic immortal sect is the master of concubine Wu and concubine Li." After the voice fell, Lu Chen walked in from the door. Wu Yunhuan reminded us at this time, "Qingguo and I are both His Majesty's concubines. In the palace, don't call us senior sister." Li Qingguo glanced at the few women present, and then said to them, "Master said that he would accept you as his disciples, and I will not embarrass you. If you want to go back immediately." They chose to stay, which actually saved their own lives. He was very curious about what kind of rewards he could get from the system after the subworld in Chu Yukin's body matured. The Jin Yiwei soldiers replied, "Back to concubine Li, Jin Yiwei has captured some spies from the mystic immortal sect in the past few days. According to the spies, they are disciples sent by your 2 masters. His Majesty asked his subordinates to send those spies to bring it to you." The girls immediately changed their words and said, "Thank you, concubine Wu, concubine Li." Wu Yunhuan and Li Qingguo were sitting in the pavilion, drinking afternoon tea. Wu Yunwan was coaxing the child in her arms while chatting with Li Qingguo about the misty world. Yes. After they saw the contents of the letter, they felt nothing at all. Li Qingguo said calmly, "You have outstanding looks and outstanding temperament. At first glance, you are not a woman from a poor family. You are easily suspicious if you are dressed in such shabby clothes." Lu Chen said, "I don't know either. I won't know the specific situation until you mature the child world." After reading the contents of the letter, they realized what was going on. It turned out that Han Yuankai wanted to treat the two of them as a furnace. No wonder their master asked them to hide. Hearing this, the girls felt extremely ashamed. One woman said, "Senior sister Li is right, we didn't think carefully." Hearing Li Qingguo's words, Wu Yunwan smiled and said, "Qingguo, why are you so angry with His Majesty these days? Is it because he didn't come to see you after he came back? The creatures born through the subworld have no blood relationship with him, so can they still be regarded as his heirs? It's useless to think about it now. Only when the first subworld matures will we know the specific situation." Thinking of this, Lu Chen leaned down, kissed Chu Yukin's red lips, and concentrated on doing things. Wu Yunwan looked at these women and then said, "You look familiar." After Li Qingguo finished speaking, a woman took out 2 letters. "Master asked us to give these 2 letters to the 2 senior sisters, and reminded the 2 senior sisters to find a place to hide quickly and never come out again in the future." Not only had they heard about it, they also saw Lu Chen's ferry boat when Lu Chen came back last time. Li Qingguo said immediately, "Where are those people now? Bring them here." Lu Chen was exercising in Chu Yukin's room when a maid's voice came, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin said that he had captured several spies from the mystic sect. The spies said that they were sent by the great elder of the mystic sect to find Wu Concubine Li and Concubine Li's people." Li Qingguo chuckled and said, "I thought your Majesty didn't want to know at all." Li Qingguo knew that Lu Chen couldn't worry about them. In her opinion, Lu Chen must have suspected that their master was sending them a message, asking them to cooperate with the mystic sect and control the entire Tianchen world. Hearing this, Lu Chen transformed and came behind Li Qingguo, hugged her soft waist, and said with a smile, "I am still very relieved about the 2 ladies. If there is any important news, I believe you will definitely tell me." End of chapter. Chapter 661. Since she is your master, she is also me. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingguo chuckled, and then directly handed the letter in his hand to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen did not accept the letter. He smiled and said, I still believe you. This is a letter from your master, how can I read it?" Li Qingguo turned her head slightly and gave Lu Chen a meaningful look. "You are becoming more and more hypocritical. You obviously want to read it in your heart. If you don't want to know the content of the letter, you won't come." Speaking of this, Li Qingguo directly told Lu Chen the contents of the letter. "Master told us in the letter that the master of the mystical immortal sect wanted to treat me and Zhenwan as a furnace, and she was afraid that the restrictions in the mist world would disappear. Later, the master of the mystic immortal sect will take action against us and ask us to find a place to hide and not show up again for the rest of our lives." Hearing Li Qingguo's words, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Wu Yunwan and Li Qingguo were also disciples of the mystic immortal sect, and they were also direct disciples of an elder. The sect leader actually planned to use them as furnaces. Tripod? The master of mystic immortal sect is probably not a demon cultivator. At this time, Lu Chen's claws were roaming around Li Qingguo's body, and while he was messing around, he said, "Someone is thinking about my wife, so I will have to meet the master of the immortal sect." The disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect immediately took out a letter and handed it to Lu Chen. "Your Majesty, this is the letter from the sect master to you." Li Qingguo said, "They are my master's people. I plan to keep them as maids. What do you think, Your Majesty? In 5 years, it is entirely possible for him to break through to the 10,000th Dharma realm. Several female disciples of the mystic immortal sect immediately stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Qingqing's room. It should not only be because they are beautiful, they must have something special, such as some special physique, so that the master of the mystical immortal sect would have thoughts about them, right? Lu Chen then took a look at Wu Yunhuan and Li Qingguo and found that their updated information was almost the same as before, and the system did not say that they had any special physiques. The restrictions in the misty world will not disappear for several years. He now has enough time to develop rune weapons, and he also has enough time to improve his strength. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunhuan said, "Then I will first thank Your Majesty on behalf of Master." After Lu Chen thought for a while, he said to Qin Yushan and the disciples of the Linghu sect, "Go and do your work. It's not Bai Qingqing's fault. Bai Qingqing has been trained to be an emotionless tool since she was a child. Even after she became Lu Chen's woman, in addition to feeling shy when doing that kind of thing with Lu Chen, she was also very shy. Show less other expressions." Seeing Bai Qingqing's expression, Lu Chen burst out laughing again. Bai Qingqing was just as good as ever. In Wu Yunhuan's view, although their two masters also had their own opinions, Su Hanyan was already tired of the mystic sect's evil deeds when they were in the misty world. "Your Majesty, thank you." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the female disciples of the mystic immortal sect were immediately trembling with fear, and they quickly put their heads down. Lu Chen asked, "Can I ask in advance what the reward for the childbearing world is?" However, the premise of all conspiracies and machinations is that its own strength is insufficient, and there is no way to directly defeat the enemy. As long as the Xia dynasty has the strength to overturn the enemy, Xia will not need to use those methods. Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, I am happy." After they left, Wu Yunhuan, who was holding her child, asked, "Your Majesty, after the restrictions in the mist world disappear, I wonder if we can write a letter to our master first and try to win over her." Of course, generally speaking, the more forces there are, the more beneficial it is to Tianchen world and the Xia dynasty, because the more forces there are, the more interest disputes there are. At that time, the Xia dynasty can take advantage of the conflicts between the various forces. To sow discord. Seeing that the system was unwilling to say anything, Lu Chen didn't bother to ask. 2 years wasn't too long, so just wait. Wu Yunhuan said, "Your Majesty, go and get busy." After the restrictions in the mist world disappear, as long as the mystic immortal sect and Linghu sect are solved, those forces that are attached to these two forces will naturally surrender, and there will be a lot less trouble by then. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, several female disciples said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty, Concubine Li, Concubine Wu. There is no big problem in staying in the palace. If Su Hanyan can be dragged to Tianchen world and to the side of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Great Xia Dynasty will not only lose a powerful enemy, but also increase its combat power." Time flies, and for the next time, Lu Chen practices in the harem with his wives and concubines every day. Lu Chen doesn't know if there will be any harm in using this practice method in the long run, but for now, this dual practice method can help him quickly improve your cultivation. A few months later. After hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said to Li Qingqing and Wu Yunhuan, "You two ladies, I still have something to do, so I won't continue to accompany you." Moreover, their master's appearance is indeed very beautiful, and her whole body exudes fairy aura. If Lu Chen sees her, she might become Lu Chen's woman in the end. Everyone said in unison, "My subordinates resign." Immediately, Qin Yushan and the others left the imperial study. Lu Chen came to sit in the imperial study and asked the system, "When will the child world in Chu Yukin's belly be able to mature?" Then Lu Chen said, "Okay, please step back first." When they thought that Lu Chen's own master had been eaten up and wiped clean by Lu Chen, they wondered if Lu Chen also had thoughts about their master. The system replied, according to the current gestation speed, it will mature in less than 2 years. Li Qingguo said, I can't say for sure. She has long been dissatisfied with the practices of the mystic immortal sect. It's just that she has been in the world of mist and has nowhere to go. Although Su Hanyan is not as strong as Han Yuankai, there is still no problem in holding Han Yuankai back. But having said that, is there anything special about Wu Yunwan and Li Qingguo? Why is the master of the mystic immortal sect so interested in these two instead of choosing someone else to make the furnace? Lu Chen didn't say anything more, and then he transformed and went directly to the Imperial Study Room. When Lu Chen arrived at the Imperial Study Room, Qin Yushan and several disciples from the 10,000 Immortals sect were already waiting. After seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear, everyone hurriedly saluted. Having said this, Lu Chen's eyes fell on the female disciples of the mystic immortal sect kneeling on the ground. Qingguo, what are you going to do with them? Seeing what Ji Hongwen wrote in the letter, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. The 3 major forces had completed the carving up of the misty world, which seemed good. Lu Chen smiled and said, why thank you? You are my wife. Since she is your master, she is also my master. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, will your master allow you to come here? After the words fell, Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, held Bai Qingqing's hand, and said with a smile, Xiao Bai, you are going to be a mother soon, are you happy? Since there is no special physique, the master of the mystic immortal sect is thinking about what the two of them are doing. Is it possible that the sect leader of the mystic immortal sect is also a lustful person? Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this. At this moment, a figure appeared silently beside the bed. The midwives and maids waiting in the room quickly knelt down and saluted, greetings to your majesty, long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Lu Chen said, even if she can't stand the mystic immortal sect, she probably won't betray the mystic immortal sect so easily. The mystic immortal sect is currently the most powerful force in the mist world. For her, staying in the mystic immortal sect is the most important thing for her. The benefits are much greater than leaving the immortal sect. The system replied, host, please wait patiently. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, okay. Lu Chen said yet and said, get up. Now the forces in the mist world have surrendered to the 3 major forces, and now the 3 major forces have formed a new confrontation. Lu Chen did not answer immediately. He glanced at the loyalty of these people. The loyalty of these women was very high, with the lowest being 80. Lu Chen raised his other hand and gently touched Bai Qingqing's jade face. At this time, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but raise her jade hand, hold Lu Chen's big hand that touched her cheek, and then looked at Lu Chen with her eyes. Chen's eyes. Lu Chen took the letter from the disciple of Wangxian sect, opened the letter inside, and read it carefully. Just when Lu Chen was about to say something more, another female Jinyi guardsman came to the door of the courtyard, Your Majesty. There is new news. It's from the mist world. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of the Jin Yiwei soldiers, several female disciples of the mystic immortal sect temporarily left the courtyard. Lu Chen said calmly, excuse me, how is the situation in the misty world? Bai Qingqing lay quietly on the bed, waiting for the birth of her child. She had never thought in the past that she, the shadow guard who had been trained since childhood and the tool of Emperor Xia, would one day have a husband and give birth to her own man. Heirs. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan and Li Qingguo trembled in their hearts. They always felt that Lu Chen's words were strange. Greetings to your majesty, long live your majesty. Wu Yunwan was about to say something when Lu Chen continued, but you can try it first. Let her have the idea of leaving the immortal sect first. After she sees my immortal boat, she may take the initiative to switch sides on the battlefield. Lu Chen is now at the 3rd level of the creation realm. According to his current strength improvement rate, he will be able to break through to the yin and yang realm in less than a year. Although Li Qingguo had no intention of taking their lives, the palace was Lu Chen's palace after all, and she still couldn't make the decision. Hearing Bai Qingqing's thanks, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. At this moment, the corners of Bai Qingqing's mouth slightly raised, her eyes closed slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Bai Qingqing's smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel very comfortable. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he saw Bai Qingqing, an ice beauty, smile like this. Just when Lu Chen was about to say something, Bai Qingqing suddenly frowned. Lu Chen reacted instantly and immediately injected life force into Bai Qingqing. End of chapter. Chapter 662 Lu Qingqiu's main body Lu Qingyun. As the baby's cry echoed in the room, the last child Lu Chen gave birth to as a result of the system reward was finally born. Wingdings, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond. After the system is upgraded, he and his wives only need to give birth to a child world, and he does not need to give birth to children for rewards. Of course, if one of his wives wants a child, he can also consider it, but the system says that giving birth to a child requires taking away the power of luck and blood. Although he can't feel these two things now, he still has some feelings in his heart. Fear. Lu Chen held the baby in his arms and looked at it carefully. He still couldn't figure out why the system said that giving birth to a baby would take away the power of luck and blood. The baby looked quite ordinary. Is the bloodline of Emperor Shenwu so special? If Emperor Shenwu gave birth to so many children, wouldn't it mean that his luck and bloodline power were also taken away from him? Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, the system prompt sounded. The host's guess is correct. Emperor Shenwu was indeed separated from his destiny and bloodline because of his offspring. The reason why he reproduced his offspring was because his end was approaching and he needed a new body to evade the laws of the universe. After hearing what the system said, Lu Chen asked in his heart, it stands to reason that I was killed by Emperor Shenwu in my previous life. I have been reincarnated. Why do I still have the same bloodline as Emperor Shenwu? The system replied, because the host's soul was imprisoned in the soul bead by Emperor Shenwu, and the soul bead contains Emperor Shenwu's blood essence. The body of the host was conceived by Emperor Shenwu's blood essence. Lu Chen continued to ask, when my mother gave birth to me, she probably used the blood and essence of my father in this life, right? Then what role did my father play? The system replied, the Xia Emperor's essence and blood only helped you shape your physical body, but the essence and blood of the Great Emperor is still flowing in your body. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen suddenly felt that his father was really miserable in this life, just like an honest man in modern times. Lu Chen continued to ask, then if one day I am strong enough to give up this body, will I be able to have children without being affected by the bloodline of Emperor Shenwu? The system replied, only when the host breaks through the Great Emperor realm can he completely get rid of the influence of the bloodline of the Shenwu Emperor. After getting a positive reply from the system, Lu Chen felt relieved. Although he may not want to have children now, many of his wives and concubines still have no children. What if one day they want children and he wants to have children? Affected by the bloodline of Emperor Shenwu, they were unable to have children, which would be a chill to their hearts. As long as he can get rid of the influence of the bloodline of Emperor Shenwu. Just when Lu Chen was distracted, Bai Qingqing's voice came, Your Majesty, can you give the child a name? Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said with a smile, let's call him Lu Xinhui from now on. Xinhui represents new brilliance and new glory, and means the brilliance brought by a new beginning. This is the last child created under the drive of the system, and there will be a new beginning from now on. Lu Chen believes that one day he will figure out who is behind the system, and he will also get rid of the control of the system. Lu Chen glanced at his right side at this time. The system prompt box showed that the reward had been distributed, and then Lu Chen put the child in Bai Qingqing's arms. After Bai Qingqing took the child, a smile appeared on her face again. It was the loving smile that a mother would show when looking at her child. Lu Chen said to Bai Qingqing at this time, "Xiao Bai, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. You can use the rejuvenation hand to help Hui or strengthen her body." Bai Qingqing said, "I know, Your Majesty, go and get busy." Lu Chen then transformed and left the place and came to the Imperial Study Room. After entering the Imperial Study Room, Lu Chen opened the system interface. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heir, and 1,000 sets of Holy Glory armor will be rewarded." Seeing this reward, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Battle armor? Not a force? Not knowing what the Holy Glory armor was for, Lu Chen continued to click on Holy Glory armor, wanting to see the specific functions of the Holy Glory armor. Holy Glory armor, Xian level armor. Wearing this armor, your strength can be improved by up to 1 level and can resist most attacks. After seeing the effect of the Holy Glory armor, Lu Chen thought to himself, if these 1,000 sets of Holy Glory armor were given to monks in the celestial realm, wouldn't it mean that he had 1,000 strong ones in the creation realm? I didn't expect that this last child would bring me such a good reward. Of course, he does not have 1,000 celestial realm subordinates now. Only after the restriction of the mist world disappears and the celestial realm disciples of the 10,000 immortals sect enter the Tianchen world can his 1,000 sets of Shengui armor be able to exert their greatest effect. The world of falling sun. Union sect. On the top of the mountain, a woman dressed in white looked at the attic in the distance. The woman's appearance is as beautiful as a painting, and her temperament is cold and aloof, just like a snow lotus on an iceberg. At this time, the woman's body suddenly trembled. A strange feeling came to her heart, and a blush instantly appeared on the woman's cold face, and then her face was filled with an angry look. "How dare you tarnish the innocence of my second life? I will cut you into pieces." Then the woman used the tracking technique to try to find the specific location of the second body. However, at this time, the connection between her and the second body was severed again. Lu Qingyun frowned slightly. She found it hard to understand what force cut off the connection between her and her second body. She was already a semi-saint now. As long as her clone did not leave this universe, she should be able to sense it no matter what world it was in. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingyun immediately sent a message to everyone in Union Sect, "All elders, end your retreat, put down the tasks at hand, and go to Qingyun Hall immediately. I have an important task to announce." After sending the message, Lu Qingyun said coldly, "No matter who it is, if they dare to imprison my second body and use it as a furnace, I will kill them." Although she did not determine the location of her second body, through the brief perception just now, she knew that her second body was in a world called Tianchen World. If you don't know the specific coordinates, send someone to find it. As long as it is in this universe, you will definitely find it. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, she will find Tianchen World and find the villain who imprisoned her second body as a furnace. In her opinion, the reason why she lost contact with her secondary body must be that the villain who imprisoned the secondary body was afraid that her main body would find her, so he used some secret technique to cut off her connection with the secondary body. But it didn't matter. She already knew that her secondary body was in Tianchen World. As long as she found Tianchen World, she would go to Tianchen World in person and deal with the villain in person. Since the other party was afraid that her main body would find him, it proved that the person's strength was not particularly strong. 2 years later, in Fenjiun Palace, Lu Chen was teasing his children. Suddenly, the sky outside changed color, and the originally clear sky suddenly became dark. At this time, a maid rushed to Fenjiun Palace. "Your Majesty, it's not good, concubine Chu." Before the maid finished speaking, Lu Chen disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in Chu Yukin's bedroom. In the past 2 years, Lu Chen has always been concerned about Chu Yukin's situation. The system said that nurturing a sub-world is different from nurturing a child. It may take more time to nurture a sub-world. Lu Chen has been looking forward to the sub-world in Chu Yukin's body to mature earlier. He really wants to see what the system sub-world is and what he can get from the sub-world. As soon as the maid said that Chu Yukin had something wrong, Lu Chen felt that the sub-world was about to mature, so the first world came to Chu Yukin's bedroom to check on Chu Yukin's situation. At this time, Chu Yukin was lying on the bed, her face was pale, and Lu Chen hurried to the bedside, and then infused her with life force. After a while, Chu Yukin felt better. After Chu Yukin recovered, she said weakly, "Chener, thank you." Lu Chen asked directly, "Aunt Chu, how do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Chu Yukin replied, "I don't know where I feel uncomfortable, but I just felt like my soul was stripped away." Hearing this, Lu Chen hurriedly said to the system, "System, what's going on? Didn't you say that nurturing a small world in the body has no effect on my wife and concubine? Then why does she feel this way?" The system prompt sounded immediately. "Congratulations to the host and his wife and concubine for nurturing the first sub-world, and reward the sacred artifact space-time mirror." Seeing that the reward obtained this time was not from a certain force, Lu Chen immediately clicked on the introduction of the space-time mirror without saying a word to check what the space-time mirror does. Space-time mirror, a sacred artifact that can communicate with any world and communicate face-to-face with people in other worlds. When the user's strength reaches the realm of all laws, he can descend to other worlds through the space-time mirror consciousness. Seeing the function of the space-time mirror, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. With the space-time mirror, wouldn't he be able to directly contact the Black Dragon Holy Land? At that time, he would be able to make some arrangements in advance. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately took out the space-time mirror and said to the system, "System, can I contact the people of the Black Dragon Holy Land through the space-time mirror?" The system replied, "The host only needs to infuse spiritual power into the space-time mirror, and then he will understand how to use the space-time mirror." Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly infused his spiritual power into the space-time mirror. The next moment, the space-time mirror emitted a purple light, then left Lu Chen's hand and floated into the air. Immediately afterwards, the space-time mirror shot a purple light through Lu Chen's forehead and into Lu Chen's brain. Lu Chen instantly understood how to control the space-time mirror. As long as he thought about it, the space-time mirror could automatically search all the worlds in this universe and find the people he wanted to contact. No wonder it is a holy weapon, this function is too powerful. End of this chapter. Chapter 663 Chen and number 039, you should and number 039, use that in front of me. Seeing the space-time mirror floating in the sky, Lu Chen couldn't wait to use the holy weapon to contact the men in the Black Dragon Holy Land. Then Lu Chen kept instilling spiritual power into the space-time mirror. Although the space-time mirror was very powerful, it was still a bit difficult for Lu Chen to use now. After all, it is a sacred weapon and requires a lot of spiritual power. Lu Chen was almost sucked dry by the space-time mirror. Fortunately, when the spiritual power in Lu Chen's body was about to be exhausted, the space-time mirror finally found the Tianyuan world and projected the scene of the Black Dragon Holy Land. At this moment, Black Dragon Holy Land. In the Holy Lord's Hall, Yin Zhenjai was listening to a report from an elder. Yin Zhenjai fell into deep thought when he heard the elder said that Lu Yanghua also sent people to Suanya Palace and asked the owner of Suanya Palace to hand over the star map coordinates of Tianchen world. He didn't know the relationship between Lu Yanghua and Lu Chen, but he always felt that Lu Yanghua was not just for a fairy body. Lu Yanghua grew very fast when he was in Tianyuan world. In less than 100 years, he became the most powerful existence in Tianyuan world. The Black Dragon Holy Land is different from other forces in the Tianyuan world. They have some understanding of the world outside the Tianyuan world. Although they do not know the specific identity of Lu Yanghua, they can also guess that Lu Yanghua is probably from a certain dynasty. Yin Zhenjai knew very well that their master also came from a certain dynasty, and his surname was Lu. Lu Yanghua and their master were probably related. If such a powerful being like Lu Yanghua knew the location of Tianchen world, would he bring any trouble to Lu Chen? While Yin Zhenjai was meditating, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. This feeling made him feel very familiar, but he still became wary for the first time. Who? The next moment, a figure appeared in the main hall. The figure was a little blurry, but Yin Zhenjai still recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Yin Zhenjai was overjoyed. After he came to his senses, he suddenly knelt down on the ground, and the elders and others in the hall also knelt down. Congratulations on the return of the Lord. Lu Chen said calmly, "Get up." After everyone stood up, Yin Zhenjai said excitedly, "Lord, you are finally back. We have been looking for you for more than 1,000 years." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. In his opinion, the Black Dragon Holy Land was a force rewarded to him by the system. He did not know that the Black Dragon Holy Land had any special relationship with him. Lu Chen coughed and then said, "I am now the Emperor of Tianchen world. I am talking to you through a special magic weapon. Time is tight, so I won't talk nonsense. You must find the location of Tianchen world as soon as possible and send people to Tianchen world." Yin Zhenjai immediately said, "Lord, we already have news about Tianchen world. The disciples of Xuanyu Palace have discovered Tianchen world. As long as Xuanyu Palace is willing to hand over the star map coordinates of Tianchen world, we will soon be able to send people to Tianchen world." Hearing Yin Zhenjai talking about Xuanyu Palace, Lu Chen immediately thought of Yongxiangxian. It seemed that Xuanyu Palace had indeed sent people to Tianchen world to look for Yongxiangxian, but maybe they encountered something that made Xuanyu Palace people have not entered the Tianchen world. But now that the people of Xuanyu Palace have discovered Tianchen world, it won't be long before Tianchen world will face Xuanyu Palace. I don't know how strong the first batch of Xuanyu Palace disciples who came to Tianchen world are. If they are too strong, I am afraid that he will really have to take his wives and concubines to escape from Tianchen world on an immortal boat." Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Let's find out immediately to see how long it takes for people from Xuanyu Palace to reach Tianchen world, and what the strength of the first batch of Xuanyu Palace disciples who discovered Tianchen world is like." Yin Zhenjai saluted and said, "Yes, Lord." Lu Chen thought for a while and asked, "Do you know anything about Lu Yanghua's movements?" Hearing this question, Yin Zhenjai was startled. They had just been speculating on whether Lu Yanghua had any relationship with their master, and they were a little worried that Lu Yanghua would bring trouble to their master. Now that their master has taken the initiative to ask about this person, it means that their master and this Lu Yanghua do have some relationship, but it is not necessarily a friend or an enemy. Yin Zhenjai immediately said, "Back to the Lord, we do have some news about Lu Yanghua recently." After Lu Yanghua learned that Xuanyu Palace knew the coordinates of Tianchen world, he forced Xuanyu Palace to hand over the star map coordinates of Tianchen world. Hearing Yin Zhenjai's words, Lu Chen frowned. He was not sure that Lu Yanghua was going for Yongxiangxian. Or is it that Lu Yanghua already knows that he is also in Tianchen world, so he wants to send someone to cause trouble for him? In short, this was not good news for him. Seeing that Lu Chen did not speak and frowned, Yin Zhenjai knew that Lu Yanghua and Lu Chen had a hostile relationship. Yin Zhenjai immediately said, "Lord, we must find a way to hold Lu Yanghua back and prevent him from." Before Yin Zhenjai finished speaking, Lu Chen interrupted and said, "No, Lu Yanghua is the son of the great emperor and has a lot of power in his hands. The Black Dragon Holy Land still focuses on preserving strength. Don't fight with Lu Yanghua unless it is absolutely necessary. Produce conflict. The Black Dragon Holy Land was a force given to Lu Chen by the system. Lu Chen did not want the Black Dragon Holy Land to be destroyed by Lu Yanghua, the son of the Great Emperor, before he even used it. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Yin Zhenjai immediately said, "Yes, I understand." Lu Chen continued, "By the way, is Lu Yanghua still in Tianyuan world now?" Yin Zhenjai replied, "Lu Yanghua left Tianyuan world after he broke through to the divine realm, but he created a Xinyu dynasty in Tianyuan world. Now all the forces in Tianyuan world are managed by Xinyu dynasty." Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed that Lu Yanghua had returned to the Tianyuan world and the Xinyu dynasty. This was not good news. Lu Yanghua, a son of the Great Emperor, has returned to the Xinyu dynasty, which means that he can mobilize more resources. If Lu Yanghua really wants to cause trouble for him, he can send some more powerful forces at will. Come on, he can't even resist it. No, we can't sit back and wait for death. Now we still need to let Yin Zhenjai seize the time to send people to Tianchen world. Lu Chen said, "You think of a way to send people to Tianchen world before Lu Yanghua's people arrive at Tianchen world?" Yin Zhenjai said, "Yes, Lord." Lu Chen continued, "In addition, I have established a dynasty, so you should not call me Lord from now on." Yin Zhenjai instantly understood what Lu Chen meant and immediately changed his words and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." In Yin Zhenjai's view, someone as powerful as their lord must not just want to create a secular dynasty. The purpose of their lord's creation of a dynasty is most likely to create a dynasty. As the space in this universe becomes more and more crowded, if you want to create a dynasty, you have to face the siege of other dynasties. This is very important for any emerging dynasty. It is a huge challenge for everyone, so the emerging dynasty cannot call itself a dynasty from the beginning, unless they want to destroy themselves. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure began to flicker, and the spiritual power in Lu Chen's body was almost exhausted. Lu Chen quickly said, "My spiritual power is about to be exhausted, so today I will do this." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the projection of Lu Chen's body disappeared on the spot. Seeing the empty hall again, Yin Zhenjai and several elders looked at me and I looked at you. After coming back to his senses, Yin Zhenjai immediately said, "No, we can't wait any longer. I have to personally go to Xuanyu Palace to find the coordinates of the main Tianchen world of Xuanyu Palace. If they continue to wait like this, people from the Lu Yanghua faction may arrive at Tianchen world before them. This is very dangerous for their master, and they must quickly send people over to protect their master." Thinking of this, Yin Zhenjai walked directly outside the main hall. Originally, he had asked someone to hand him a greeting card and wanted to meet the master of Xuanyu Palace. As a result, the palace master of Xuanyu Palace never responded, neither refusing nor agreeing. Chu Yukin was lying on the bed, looking at what Lu Chen had just said in front of the mirror. She was stunned. After all, she is also the reincarnation of Queen Chenyu. She possesses most of Queen Chenyu's memories, so she can naturally see the extraordinary nature of that mirror. It's just that she can't figure it out. This kind of mirror should not appear in the world of trials, and Queen Chenyu has withheld some of Lu Chen's training resources. Even if Lu Chen's training resources include this mirror, her master my body would never allow this mirror to appear in this world. A mirror that can communicate with other worlds. Such a spiritual weapon must have transcended the heavenly realm. Where did Lu Chen get such a magic weapon? After Lu Chen came to his senses, he put away the space-time mirror. He said to Chu Yukin with a smile on his face, "Aunt Chu, it was my fault. I ignored you just now." Hearing this, Chu Yukin sighed slightly, and then said, "Chener, you shouldn't use that mirror in front of me. Although my main body has cut off all connections with me and cut off the cause and effect, she can still fuse with my body. If one day I fall into her hands and she forcibly merges with me, she will be able to know all my memories, and she will naturally know that you have such a thing in your hands." Lu Chen said with a smile, if she wants to merge with you, she has to come in front of you, right? But if she wants to leave the Xia Dynasty now, it may not be that easy. Chu Yukan said, she can also send people to take me back. Lu Chen said, if she really wants to take you back, she can't cut off the cause and effect. In her opinion, your reincarnation has no value. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan did not continue the topic. Lu Chen held Chu Yukan's wrist and asked with concern, Aunt Chu, how are you feeling now? End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 664. What exactly is there in Tianchen world? Hearing Lu Chen's concern, Chu Yukan immediately felt her body and found that she felt much more relaxed and no longer had the feeling of her soul being separated from her body. At this time, Lu Chen asked the system again in his mind, System, what happened just now? Why is Chu Yukan feeling unwell? He had been attracted by the space-time mirror before and almost forgot about it. The system did not answer him as to what caused Chu Yukan's discomfort. The system replied, Chu Yukan has given birth to a sub-world. She is now the world master of her sub-world. Her soul can enter her sub-world at any time. Chu Yukan's soul just left her body unconsciously. Entered the sub-world. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. At this time, Chu Yukan said to Lu Chen with a smile, Chener, I'm fine. Although she didn't know what was going on, Chu Yukan felt that she was fine, and her strength seemed to have improved again, and she had now reached the 5th level of heaven. In a world like Tianchen world, where the concentration of spiritual energy is so low, being able to practice to the 5th level of heavenly man in 2 years is considered very fast. Lu Chen asked, Aunt Chu, don't you feel any special changes in your body? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukan felt her physical condition again, and then said, there seems to be some changes. I feel like my consciousness can enter a special space. Just as Chu Yukan finished speaking, Chu Yukan was stunned. She found that she could indeed perceive a strange world. How is this going? She saw that the world was deserted, but there were some plants sprouting on the ground, which seemed to be alive. Seeing that Chu Yukan was stunned, Lu Chen asked the system, since it is the subworld that I and my wife and concubines gave birth to, my consciousness should also be able to enter that subworld, right? The system replied, of course. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen closed his eyes and tried to feel the subworld inside Chu Yukan's body. Soon, like Chu Yukan, his consciousness entered the subworld and saw green plants sprouting up on the barren land. Unexpectedly, life was born as soon as the subworld was conceived. But now there are only plants, and we don't know when animals will be born. At this moment, the two people's consciousness seemed to materialize, and both sides could see each other's bodies. Seeing that Lu Chen had also entered her own sub-world, Chu Yukan was slightly startled, and suddenly her face felt a little hot. According to her memory, the small world inside the monk's body is a relatively private place. It seems that only her own consciousness can enter without her permission. Why did Lu Chen suddenly come in? Lu Chen's sudden appearance gave Chu Yukan a strange feeling. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yukan's embodied consciousness and said with a smile, Chener, this is the world we have nurtured together. In the future, we will nurture more lives together and strive to make this world a better place. Full of life. Hearing this, Chu Yukan's face became hotter and she became even more shy. Seeing the beautiful woman's face turn red. With a shy look on his face, Lu Chen wished he could attack her consciousness now and have a battle in this subworld they created together. However, Lu Chen still didn't do this. Since he was sure that the subworld would not cause any harm to his wives and concubines, there was no need for him to continue to stay there. Then Lu Chen had a thought, and his spiritual consciousness came out of Chu Yukan's subworld. Tianyuan world. Xuanyu Palace. Yun Qingshu, who was wearing white clothes, was sitting in the main hall of the palace. At this time, some elders were discussing something. Palace Master, Yun Xianxian is just a disciple. Let's give her coordinates to Lu Yanghua. There is no need to sacrifice the entire Suanya Palace for one disciple. Yes, Palace Master, Lu Yanghua is in the limelight now, and he has many powerful people in the God transformation realm under his command. There is no way that our Suanya Palace can be Lu Yanghua's opponent. Palace Master, please think twice. Although Yungxiangxian is your direct disciple, if the disciples of Suanya Palace know that you sacrificed the entire Suanya Palace for your direct disciple, they will definitely be chilled. Listening to what the elders present said, Yun Qingshu's face was indifferent, without a trace of expression, fluctuation or anger. She had long expected that these elders would say this. Indeed, in the eyes of these elders, Yungxiangxian was just a disciple she picked up from childhood. She had no blood relationship with her, so there was nothing wrong with sacrificing Yungxiangxian. Only Yun Qingshu herself knew exactly what Yun Xianxian meant to her. Although Yun Xianxian does not have her blood in her body, Yun Xianxian is actually the reincarnation of a fragment of her soul, which can also be said to be her second body. How could she let her second body be used as a furnace for others? Of course, now that Yun Xianxian has been broken by a villain, what she has to do now is to go to Tianchen world, personally deal with the villain, and get her second body back. Seeing that Yun Qingshu had not spoken for a long time, the elders in the hall began to become anxious. In their opinion, if Yun Qingshu wanted to protect Yun Xianxian to the death and did not hand over Yungxiangxian, Lu Yanghua would definitely lead his troops. Attack Suanya Palace and destroy Suanya Palace. They don't want to lose their lives because of a disciple. At this time, Yun Qingshu said coldly, "Tell Lu Yanghua that he does not need to send people to find Tianchen world. I will personally go to Tianchen world to bring back Yungxian immortal." Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, the elders present were stunned for a moment. They soon realized that they thought their palace master had enlightened and planned to personally capture Yungxiangxian and then present it to Lu Yanghua. Yun Xianxian apologized. If this is the case, then the crisis in Suanya Palace will naturally be resolved. Just when the elders were thinking this, a disciple entered the hall. "Palace Master, the Holy Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land wants to see you. He has already arrived outside the mountain gate in a flying boat." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was startled, and Yun Qingshu was also slightly stunned. She did receive an invitation from the Holy Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land some time ago, but she ignored it. The Black Dragon Holy Land is also a big force in Tianyuan world and has cooperative relations with all major forces. The elders of the Black Dragon Holy Land also often come to Suanya Palace. But they are all business dealings. When Suanya Palace made the immortal boat, the Black Dragon Holy Land helped a lot. Yun Qingshu believed that when the Holy Master of the Black Dragon Holy Land came to him, it was most likely not something important, but a daily visit. So she simply ignored it. As the most powerful force in the Tianyuan world besides the Xia Dynasty founded by Lu Yanghua, many leaders of the forces wanted to come to Suanya Palace every year. Yun Qingshu didn't pay attention to everyone, even the Holy Master of the Black Dragon Holy Land. If she didn't explain the purpose of her visit in the invitation, she would not give him face. But before she even replied to her invitation, the Holy Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land took the initiative to come to Suanya Palace. This was obviously something. If it was a daily visit, the Holy Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land would not be so direct. After Yun Qingshu thought for a while, he glanced at the elders in the hall, and then said, "Since a guest has arrived, let's discuss this matter here. First, we will greet our guests and see if the Black Dragon Holy Land comes to visit this time. What is it for?" Having said this, Yun Xianxian slowly stood up and walked towards the outside of the main hall. The Black Dragon Holy Land was a big force after all, so forget it if you didn't come. Now that you are here, she, as the palace master, should personally greet you. Then Yun Qingshu led the elders of Suanya Palace to greet Yin Zhenjai outside the hall. After Yin Zhenjai glanced at Yun Qingshu and the others on the flying boat, he said directly, "Palace Master Yun, I am so sorry for my sudden visit without anyone notifying me." Yun Qingshu asked directly, "I wonder why Holy Lord Yin came to Suanya Palace today?" Yin Zhenjai said with a smile, "Of course there are important things, but this is not the place to talk. I, as a guest, come to Suanya Palace as a guest. Palace Master Yun will not even let me enter the mountain gate, right?" Yun Qingshu immediately waved his hand, and the next moment, the formation barrier of Suanya Palace disappeared, and Yin Zhenjai jumped directly from the flying boat. Yun Qingshu said calmly, "Holy Lord Yin, please." Yin Zhenjai also said politely, "You also invite me." Then everyone in Suanya Palace and some elders brought by Yin Zhenjai entered the Palace Master's Hall again. After Yin Zhenjai sat down, Yun Qingshu asked again, "I heard that Holy Master Yin never liked to appear in front of outsiders and was obsessed with seclusion and practice. Why did he suddenly want to come to Suanya Palace as a guest today?" Yin Zhenjai said, "Suanya Palace and the Black Dragon Holy Land often have contacts and cooperation. The relationship between our two major forces is considered harmonious. I don't blame you for mincing words. I will speak frankly. I heard that Suanya Palace has been looking for a world called Tianchen World, and your Suanya Palace disciples have discovered the location of this world. It just so happens that Black Dragon Holy Land is also looking for this world. I wonder if Palace Master Yun is willing to give us a copy of the star map position of Tianchen World. If Palace Master Yun is willing to give us a copy of the coordinates of Tianchen, if Suanya Palace needs help in the future, you can contact us Black Dragon Holy Place." Hearing Yin Zhenjai's words, everyone present in Suanya Palace was stunned for a moment. Why is it that besides Lu Yanghua who is interested in Tianchen World, now even the Black Dragon Holy Land, a force that has always been low-key, is also interested? What exactly exists in Tianchen World? Yun Qingshu looked at Yin Zhenjai with a cold face and asked, "Holy Lord Yin, I am a little curious. What is there in Tianchen World that is worth betraying such a big favor?" End of chapter. Chapter 665 Yun Qingshu's intention. Yin Zhenjai had already expected that Yun Qingshu and the others would definitely ask this question. After all, the world that the Black Dragon Holy Land was interested in might contain some precious treasures or something. The more the Black Dragon Holy Land values Tianchen World, the less likely it will be for Suanya Palace to hand over the coordinates of Tianchen World. Yin Zhenjai immediately said with a smile, "I am not afraid of your jokes. I had a romantic relationship with a fairy in my early years. After she left me, she gave birth to a son. I used some special methods to confirm that the dog was in the world of Tianchen, so I want to take him back in person." Hearing Yin Zhenjai's words, the elders of Suanya Palace suddenly looked at him with strange eyes. They always thought that Yin Zhenjai was a cultivator who focused all his attention on cultivation and had given up all love, but they did not expect that Yin Zhenjai was a cultivator who had given up all love. Zhang Ye actually had a romantic past. However, it is not necessarily true whether what Yin Zhenjai said is true. It is also possible that there is some treasure in Tianchen World. Yin Zhenjai said this deliberately to avoid the suspicion of people in Suanya Palace. Yun Qingshu was silent for a moment and then said, "I can give the coordinates of Tianchen World to the Black Dragon Holy Land." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The elders of Suanya Palace did not understand why Yun Qingshu would give the coordinates to others so easily. She had refused to give the coordinates to Lu Yanghua before, but the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land, as soon as she arrived, she gave Yin Zhenjai the coordinates of Tianchen World. Yin Zhenjai and the others also did not expect Yun Qingshu to agree so readily. They thought Yun Qingshu would bargain with them at first, but as soon as they opened their mouth, Yun Qingshu agreed. Yin Zhenjai agreed so quickly that he felt that all the words he had prepared were in vain. After Yin Zhenjai came to his senses, he smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Palace Master Yun. I wonder what conditions Palace Master Yun has." Yun Qingshu said calmly, the relationship between Black Dragon Holy Land and Swanyu Palace has always been relatively good. Such a trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Yun Qingshu just wanted to know what the Black Dragon Holy Land was doing in the Tianchen world. She naturally didn't believe what Yin Zhenjai said just now about having an heir in the Tianchen world. Since Black Dragon Holy Land refuses to tell the truth, even if he exposes Yin Zhenjai and continues to ask questions, Yin Zhenjai will most likely not tell her the real reason why Black Dragon Holy Land went to Tianchen world, so asking is in vain. Anyway, she will go to Tianchen world by then. Since Yin Zhenjai is also going, when Yin Zhenjai arrives at Black Dragon Holy Land, they will naturally know the purpose of Black Dragon Holy Land going to Tianchen world. If there is really any treasure in Tianchen world that can tempt her, she can snatch it. Only by casting a long line can you catch big fish. After hearing what Yun Qingshu said, Yin Zhenjai said with a smile, "How can this be done? Swanyu Palace has done me such a great favor. I should be grateful to Swanyu Palace. If you have any conditions, Palace Master Yun, just tell me." Yun Qingshu directly took out a scroll and threw it towards Yin Zhenjai. When the scroll flew in front of Yin Zhenjai, Yun Qingshu said, "Holy Lord Yin, Swanyu Palace was able to find Tianchen world thanks to the help of Black Dragon Holy Land to help Swanyu Palace create it. Without those immortal boats, Swanyu Palace would not have been able to find Tianchen world in such a short period of time. We'll just treat it as even." Yin Zhenjai took the scroll and opened it. In an instant, a starry sky pattern appeared in the room, and everyone in the hall seemed to be in the universe. After Yin Zhenjai glanced at the coordinates of Tianchen world, he put the scroll away, and then thanked him again and said, "Thank you Palace Master Yun. If there is a need for the Black Dragon Holy Land in the future, Palace Master Yun can send someone to the Black Dragon Holy Land at any time to inform you. My true self." Having said this, Yin Zhenjai stood up and said, "I will not disturb Palace Master Yun anymore." Seeing that Yin Zhenjai was so anxious, Yun Qingshu asked calmly, "Holy Lord Yin, aren't you afraid that the star map coordinates I gave you are fake?" Yin Zhenjai smiled and replied, "It's just the coordinates of a lower world. Palace Master Yun, you don't value it so much. Okay, I will leave first. When I get the dog back, I will bring him to the door to say thank you." Having said this, Yin Zhenjai turned around and left the hall with the elders of the Black Dragon Holy Land. After everyone in the Black Dragon Holy Land left, the elders in the hall spoke one after another. "Palace Master, why did you directly give the map of Tianchen world to the Black Dragon Holy Land?" "Palace Master, Black Dragon Holy Land wants the location of Tianchen world so much, it must be because there are some treasures in Tianchen world." "Palace Master, if you directly tell Black Dragon Holy Land the location of Tianchen world, wouldn't it be equivalent to handing over the treasure to others?" "Yes, Palace Master, if there is nothing important in Tianchen world, it is impossible for Black Dragon Holy Land to be interested in Tianchen world." Hearing what the elders said, the cold air on Yun Qingshu's body exploded instantly, and for a while, the entire hall was frozen. The next moment, the entire hall fell silent, and the elders of Swanyu Palace did not dare to speak anymore. Everyone looked at Yun Qingshu with worried faces. Yun Qingshu said at this time, "If there is really any treasure in Tianchen world, do you think Yin Zhenjai will tell Swanyu Palace about this? Even if there is any treasure in Tianchen world, it is most likely hidden deeply. Even if Swanyu Palace sends people to search for it, they may not be able to find it. In that case, why not let the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land lead the way and let them help find the possible treasure?" Hearing what Yun Qingshu said, the elders in the hall instantly realized that their palace master was planning to fish for a big fish. For a moment, the elders felt extremely ashamed. They didn't think of this, and thought that Yun Qingshu really gave away the coordinates of Tianchen world for nothing. Yun Qingshu then continued, "That's it for today. Tianchen world is relatively far from Tianyuan world. You all go down and prepare." Although the news of their disciples was transmitted back to Tianyuan world as soon as possible, judging from the star map sent back by their disciples, it would take at least several decades to reach Tianquan world. Therefore, those who want to go to Tianquan's world will need to spend the next few decades on the ferry boat, and they really need to be more prepared. Before they became the great emperor, space still limited them, but for people like them who had thousands or even tens of thousands of years, a few decades was nothing at all. Some people close their eyes in seclusion for 100 years. After they get on the ferry boat, they only need to retreat in the room. When they open their eyes again, they may have arrived in the world of Tianquan. After hearing Yun Qingshu's words, the elders didn't think much. They immediately stood up, saluted Yun Qingshu, and then left the hall. Looking at the backs of the elders leaving, Yun Qingshu's face became even colder, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this time, a woman appeared next to Yun Qingshu. She handed over a scroll and said, "Palace Master, these are all elders who are related to the Xia Dynasty." Yun Qingshu took the scroll and glanced at it, then said coldly, "When I return to Tianyuan world, it will be the day for you to sacrifice the flag." Yun Qingshu initially planned to find the people who betrayed the Black Dragon Holy Land or the spies planted by Lu Yanghua, and then directly eliminated them all to scare the monkeys. But after a second thought, she decided to forget it, because she had to go to Tianquan world in person. This trip would take decades, or even more than 100 years, before she could come back. If all the spies placed by Lu Yanghua in Suanya Palace were eliminated in advance, it would probably anger Lu Yanghua and make Lu Yanghua feel that she had no intention of handing over Yun Xianxian at all. Once she leaves like this, Lu Yanghua will probably take action directly against the other people in Suanya Palace and destroy Suanya Palace. In order to stabilize Lu Yanghua, it was best to pretend not to see it and let those people continue to live. Anyway, it will only take more than 100 years at most. She could still afford to wait for this little time. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu put away the scroll in his hand. 1 month later. Tianyuan world, the fiefdom of the Golden King. Lu Yanghua was practicing when suddenly, a figure appeared in his practice room. Lu Yanghua still had his eyes closed, and he asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The subordinate replied, "Your Majesty, Suanya Palace did not hand over the coordinates of Tianquan world. Instead, it gave the coordinates of Tianquan world to Black Dragon Holy Land." Hearing this, Lu Yanghua was stunned for a moment. His eyes slowly opened and he looked at his men kneeling in front of him. Lu Yanghua asked in confusion, "Why did Suanya Palace hand over the coordinates of Tianquan world to Black Dragon Holy Land?" The subordinates replied, "According to the information we received, the Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land found Yun Qingshu and said that he had a child in Tianquan world, and he wanted to go to Tianquan world to bring his child back." After hearing his subordinate's answer, Lu Yanghua fell into deep thought. The child of the Lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land? Ran to Tianquan world? Of course, it's not impossible, but isn't it all a bit too coincidental? But having said that, this Black Dragon Holy Land does not seem to be particularly powerful, and it is a very low-key force. When he was training in Tianyuan world, the only force with which he had no interaction was the Black Dragon Holy Land, and the Black Dragon Holy Land had never had any friction with him. Lu Yanghua would never pay too much attention to such a completely non-threatening force. Lu Yanghua said lightly, "Maybe there is some treasure in Tianquan world, or maybe he really has a child in Tianquan world." Lu Yanghua continued to ask, "It has been confirmed that Yun Qingshu is not willing to hand over the coordinates of Tianquan world, right?" Lu Yanghua thought in his heart that since Suanya Palace was unwilling to cooperate, it was time for him to return to Tianyuan world. He believed that as long as he returned to Tianyuan world, Yun Qingshu would take the initiative to send up the coordinates of Tianquan world. At this time, Lu Yanghua's men said, "According to what our spies have learned, Yun Qingshu plans to go to Tianquan world in person, capture Yun Xianxian, and then hand it over to you personally. End of chapter. Chapter 666 Linghu sect and 10,000 Immortals sect form an alliance. Hearing his subordinate's answer, Lu Yanghua laughed, and then said, "That woman is still somewhat self-aware. He just thought that Yun Qingshu thought that he had left Tianyuan world and could no longer control Tianyuan world, so he refused to hand over the coordinates of Tianchen world. Since Yun Qingshu plans to go to Tianchen world to capture Yungziangxian in person, there is no problem. But he wants to know the coordinates of Tianchen world, not just to capture Yun Xianxian from Tianchen world. He also plans to send people to Tianchen world to increase the intensity of the trial for his ninth brother and give him a good training." Ninth brother. Of course, since Yun Qingshu is going to Tianchen world in person, it will be okay even if Yun Qingshu doesn't hand over the coordinates of Tianchen world. The people around Yun Qingshu will transmit their location back in real time. At that time, they can send people to quietly follow Yun Qingshu and his ferry boat to Tianchen world. Thinking of this, Lu Yanghua raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said to himself, "Ninth brother, I hope you will be satisfied with the surprise that the emperor has prepared for you." A world of mist. Linghu Gate, the meeting hall. There are many new faces in the hall. In the past, Linghu sect did not have so many strong people in the creation realm, but now the number of strong people in the creation realm has doubled. Zhang Hongyi glanced at the people in the hall and was about to say something when an elder stood up and said, "Master, now that the mist world has been divided among our three major forces, it's time for us to consider our next move." Immediately afterwards, another elder also chimed in and said, "Yes, sect leader, judging from the current situation, sooner or later we will have a conflict with the 10,000 Immortals sect or the mysterious Immortals sect. In this case, we should make preparations in advance." Prepare. Later, several elders suggested that the Linghu sect should take action. They talked about it, but no one suggested what they should do next or how to do it. They just felt that the current situation was very dangerous. After all, the Linghu sect was at the bottom and could be captured by the mysterious Immortal sect and 10,000 Immortals at any time. Zhong teamed up to destroy them. When the three major forces united before, wasn't it a powerful alliance that wiped out all the small fish and shrimps? Now the Linghu sect is also a small fish and shrimp in front of the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Mystic Immortal sect. They will probably cooperate again and divide the Linghu sect. After hearing what the elders said, Zhang Hongyi said with an indifferent expression, "Since you have also noticed that the Linghu sect is in a very dangerous situation, then you guys should come up with a good way and just open your mouths one by one to take action. I haven't seen you come up with a good idea." When Zhang Hongyi said these words, the elders in the hall fell silent instantly, and none of them spoke anymore, because they really had no good solution. At this time, an inner sect deacon hurriedly entered the hall and said to Zhang Hongyi, "Master, there is a letter from the master of the Mystic Immortal sect." Then the inner door deacon handed over the letter in his hand. When Zhang Hongyi heard this, he frowned slightly, but he still waved his hand, and the letter in the deacon's hand instantly flew to Zhang Hongyi's hand. Zhang Hongyi opened the letter and glanced at the contents. At this time, an elder asked urgently, "Master, I wonder what Han Yuankai said in the letter." Zhang Hongyi snorted coldly and said, "What else can be said? He just wants me to go to the Mystic Immortal sect to discuss the alliance against the 10,000 Immortals sect." Hearing this, the elders in the hall instantly became happy. If they join forces with the Mystic Immortal sect, then they will not be afraid of being annihilated by the two sects. An elder said, "Master, this is good news. If we can join forces with the Mystic Immortal sect, then our previous worries will be over." Before the elder finished speaking, Zhang Hongyi interrupted and said, "This is not good news. How do you know that Han Yuankai had no other intention in inviting me to the Mystic Immortal sect? If this is a trap, if I go to the mysterious Immortal sect, I'm afraid I will never come back. Furthermore, even if the Linghu sect joins forces with the mystic immortal sect to destroy the 10,000 immortals sect, there is a high probability that the mystic immortal sect will still take action against the Linghu sect, and by that time, without the restraint of the 10,000 immortals sect, the Linghu sect the Fox clan will be destroyed more easily by the mystic immortal sect. Zhang Hongyi was not a fool. He knew very well the ambitions of the mystic immortal sect, and he also knew how ambitious Han Yuankai was. Although he did plan to join forces with the mystic immortal sect to fight against the 10,000 immortals sect at the beginning, but after the power structure of the mist world was reorganized, he gradually realized that something was wrong. He didn't want to be used by Han Yuankai. Hearing Zhang Hongyi's words, the elders in the hall fell silent again. Indeed, no one can say for sure whether the 10,000 immortals sect and the mystic immortals sect have secretly formed an alliance at this time. If their heads really went to the mystic immortals sect to discuss an alliance with Han Yuankai at this time, they might be successful. Caught their trap. Although the two sects, Mystic Immortal Sect and Mystic Immortal Sect, are powerful after their alliance, the current Linghu sect is considered to have a certain strength, especially the mountain gate formation of Linghu sect. Even if the Mystic Immortal Sect and Mystic Immortal Sect unite, it may not be possible able to break through. However, if Zhang Hongyi, the leader, is eliminated, the Linghu sect will be defeated. There is only one strong man in the Yin-Yang realm, Zhang Hongyi, in the Linghu sect. The remaining strong men in the 9th level of the creation realm are leaders of other forces. After they joined the Linghu sect, they did not completely return to their hearts. Without Zhang Hongyi, a strong man in the Yin and Yang realm, suppressing the monks at the 9th level of the creation realm, they will inevitably think about fighting for power and profit, and they will not obey anyone. Even if there is a large mountain gate formation, when the two sects attack, the entire Linghu sect will also be destroyed. There is no way to pull it all together. There is another situation, that is, Han Yuankai personally wants to annex Linghu sect. If Zhang Hongyi went to the realm of the Mystic Immortal Sect and wanted to keep him with the Mystic Immortal Sect's strength, there would be no problem at all. After he is eliminated as the leader, Han Yuankai will personally go to Linghu sect to persuade the disciples of Linghu sect to surrender. When the leader is already dead, there is a high probability that the disciples of Linghu sect will surrender to the mysterious Immortal Sect. In this way, it would be very easy for the Mystic Immortal Sect to destroy the Linghu sect. Therefore, no matter what the situation is, Zhang Hongyi cannot go to the Mystic Immortal Sect, let alone help the Mystic Immortal Sect deal with the 10,000 Immortals Sect. At this moment, the entire hall was extremely dull, and the sound of people breathing could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, an elder asked, "Master, what should we do next?" Zhang Hongyi is the backbone of the entire Linghu sect. Now we can only count on Zhang Hongyi to come up with a good solution. Zhang Hongyi's brows widened at this time, as if he had thought of something. "I have thought of a way." Just when everyone wanted to ask what the solution was, Zhang Hongyi continued, "You will know in a while." A few days later, 10,000 Immortals Sect. In the main hall, Ji Hongwen was holding a letter and carefully reading the words inside. After reading the contents of the letter, Ji Hongwen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then he said to himself, "It seems that Han Yuankai's plan will fail. Zhang Hongyi is not too stupid." The letter in Ji Hongwen's hand at this time was Zhang Hongyi's personal letter. In the letter, Zhang Hongyi explained that the mystic sect had roped in the Linghu sect and wanted to destroy the 10,000 Immortals sect. The reason why Zhang Hongyi did this was to tell the 10,000 Immortals sect that their Linghu sect could definitely agree to join forces with the Mystic Immortals sect to destroy the 10,000 Immortals sect, but they did not do so. They had done their best. If the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Mystic Immortals sect unite to deal with the Linghu sect in the future, it will be unethical. At the same time, Zhang Hongyi is also reminding Ji Hongwen that Han Yuankai is a very ambitious person, and the Mystic Immortals sect's ultimate goal must be to destroy all the forces in the Mist World. If all the forces in the Mist World are wiped out, after the restrictions in the mist world disappear, there will be only one sect in the entire Tianquan world, the Mystic Immortal Sect, and then the Tianquan world will belong to the Mystic Immortal Sect. Although Tianquan world is an inferior world, any sect that owns a world will eventually develop and grow, and the Mystic Immortal Sect must be aiming to become a superpower. Zhang Hongyi specifically reminded Ji Hongwen in the letter that they had already seen Han Yuankai's strength. If either the Wangxian sect or the Linghu sect faced the Mystic Immortal Sect alone, there is a high probability that they would not be able to match the Mystic Immortal Sect. Therefore, the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect should unite to fight against the Mystic Immortal Sect. Of course, it is just a confrontation, not necessarily to destroy the Mystic Immortal Sect. Through Zhang Hongyi's letter, Ji Hongwen also saw that Zhang Hongyi wanted to keep the Linghu sect existing alone and act as a buffer force between the two major sects. Whoever is stronger, then the Linghu sect will fall to the weaker force and maintain the stability of the Misty world. When we enter the Tianquan world in the future, I am afraid that the Linghu sect will also adopt this balancing method. Doing so can indeed maintain a balance among the three major forces. Although the Mystic Immortal Sect is strong, it does not have the absolute strength to destroy the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Linghu sect at the same time. After Han Yuankai saw that the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect were getting closer, he naturally did not dare to take action easily. Ji Hongwen had no reason to refuse Zhang Hongyi's proposal. He only needed to keep delaying it until the restrictions in the Mist world disappeared and the 10,000 Immortals sect entered the Tianquan world to join their master. Ji Hongwen then wrote a letter to Zhang Hongyi, agreeing to form an alliance with the Linghu sect. Of course, their alliance was only a superficial alliance, and they did not intend to send troops together to attack anyone. In fact, it was just for the Mystic sect to see. The alliance between the two major forces is like a warning to the Mystic Immortal Sect and Han Yuankai. The combined strength of the two major forces has surpassed the Mystic Immortal Sect. The Mystic Immortal Sect should not act rashly or have some inappropriate thoughts. Soon, the news of the alliance between Linghu sect and 10,000 Immortals sect spread throughout the Misty world. After hearing that the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect formed an alliance, Han Yuankai did not have any emotional fluctuations. He seemed to have already guessed that the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Linghu sect would form an alliance. Chapter 667 Let them live a few more years. A World of Mist. Mysterious Immortal Sect. On the misty mountaintop, there is a silent bamboo forest, and a bamboo house is located in the bamboo forest. At this moment, people outside the bamboo house were reporting on the alliance between the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect. After listening to the elders' report, Han Yuankai, who was meditating, opened his eyes. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the alliance between the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect. At this time, the elder outside the door asked, "Sect Master, do you think we need to do anything next?" Hearing this question, Han Yuankai said calmly, "No need. When the restrictions in the mist world disappear and I have completed my magical power, even if the two major forces form an alliance, they will not be the opponent of the mysterious immortal sect. Just let them live a few more years." Hearing Han Yuankai's words, the elders outside the bamboo house instantly became excited. A great achievement? So, their sect master is about to break through to the 10,000 Dharma realm? Once their sect leader breaks through to the 10,000 Dharma realm, the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Linghu sect can be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. The gap between the 10,000 Dharma realm and the Yin-Yang realm is huge, and 10 Yin-Yang realms may not necessarily be the opponent of a strong 10,000 Dharma realm. What's more, the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Linghu sect together don't even have 10 strong men in the Yin and Yang realm, and they are even less likely to be the opponents of the mystic Immortal sect. At this time, Han Yuankai thought that the disciples he sent should have found Su Hanyan's two direct disciples. He only needed to wait for the restrictions in the mist world to disappear, and then he would immediately enter the Tianquan world, and then use the two women as the cauldron to practice the divine power of seizing heaven. Once he can control the way of heaven in the Tianquan world, or integrate his consciousness into the Tianquan world, it will be very easy for him to break through the realm of 10,000 laws. Generally speaking, each world has its own way of heaven. If you want to control the way of heaven, it is difficult to achieve it without the strength of the ruins realm. However, the Tianquan world is an incomplete world, and there is no need to cultivate to the ruins realm. He only needs to use the women of Tianquan world as a medium, and then confuse the way of heaven in Tianquan world, and take the opportunity to control the entire Tianquan world. This is the so-called divine power of seizing heaven. Of course, the woman he regarded as a furnace would most likely die because she could not withstand the powerful power of heaven. This was why he wanted Su Hanyan's 2 direct disciples. First of all, the 2 of them are locals of Tianquan world. Only locals of Tianquan world can use the media to confuse the way of heaven in Tianquan world. Secondly, the 2 of them have practiced the techniques of the mystic immortal sect, plus they have certain talents. After they return to Tianquan world, their strength will definitely improve faster than those in Tianquan world. Now they have probably entered the Hedao stage. Although the Hedao stage is not yet a true monk, the Hedao stage is still stronger than the ordinary people in the Tianquan world. They can also hold on for a while he practices the divine power of seizing the sky. Therefore, he had to get these 2 direct disciples of Su Hanyan. Even if Su Hanyan fell out with him, he would still regard those 2 female disciples as a furnace. Time flies, and a few years have passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Dynasty, Yancheng. Fenjiun Palace. Lu Chen lay on Mu Zixuan's jade legs and stared at Mu Zixuan's beautiful face. Nowadays, Mu Zixuan has matured and has a more feminine charm. After these years of training, Mu Zixuan has now reached the realm of a master. However, she does not have any actual combat as a master. The only thing that can be called actual combat is using Suan Kung Fu against Lu Chen in bed. At this time, Lu Chen raised his hand, gently touched Mu Zixuan's jade legs, and said with a smile, "Madam, why didn't you wear the new stockings produced by the Garment Bureau today?" In the past few years, the Xia dynasty has developed rapidly and has established a certain industrial foundation. Although agriculture is still the main industry, there are already many upper-level industrial products. Also because of the development of industry, Lu Chen's wives and concubines have more and more styles of clothes. Every time there are new clothes, Lu Chen has to let his wives wear them. Most modern clothes have been reproduced in this world, such as JK/OL, pleated skirts, stockings and so on. Compared with modern people, those clothes worn by ancient people were more flavorful, because for them, those clothes were more shameful. Every time Lu Chen's wives and concubines wore them, they felt extremely ashamed. Seeing his woman's shy look, Lu Chen became extremely manic. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan's cheeks turned slightly red, and then she said, "If your majesty wants to see it, I'll put it on right now." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "No, I'll lie down for a while." After the words fell, Lu Chen closed his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying the pleasant time now. After a while, Lu Chen said, "By the way, how are Fenger and the others studying lately?" Several of Lu Chen's children have reached the age of reading and literacy. Lu Chen usually leaves all educational issues to Mu Zixuan and arranges specific courses for them. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Mu Zixuan replied, "They all study hard, and their scores in the latest test are very good, but they don't seem to be interested in poetry and poetry." Mu Zixuan's thoughts are still relatively traditional. After all, she is originally from this era. In her eyes, poetry and songs are very important. Children in the palace should focus on poetry and songs instead of learning some strange things. Weird knowledge. Although those things are indeed very useful to this world, Lu Chen's children are princes and princesses after all, and they must be distinguished from ordinary people. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Oh? Are they not interested in poetry?" Then what are they interested in? Mu Zixuan replied, take Feng Er for example. He especially likes to read some folk Chinese novels. I have long discovered that there are many Chinese novels piled under his bed, but I did not expose him. Compared to Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan, as a mother, is still more strict. In her opinion, Lu Chongfeng is also a prince after all. How can someone who wants to be emperor in the future focus on story novels? What can be learned from the novel? It's just a waste of time. Of course, even though she thought so, she never directly broke through Lu Chongfeng, and she always pretended not to know that Lu Chongfeng was reading novels. She even left the pile of novels under his bed untouched. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen burst out laughing. Then he opened his eyes and looked into Mu Zixuan's eyes and said, it's normal for children to have their own interests and hobbies. They can't do it all day long. When it comes to studying, you still need to relax appropriately. As long as he doesn't delay his studies, let him watch if he wants to. Seeing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan had no choice but to say, I understand. Lu Chen continued, as for other children, each child's personality is different, and the things they are suitable for are also different. They should be allowed to decide what they should do in the future. Now is the time to cultivate their interests and hobbies. We cannot allow all of them to focus on political struggle. There is only one emperor. Only if they focus on the things they are truly interested in, they will not always worry about that position when they grow up. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Indeed, the traditional education of the Daxia royal family was to train all the princes in the direction of becoming the crown prince. In the end, all the princes were focused on competing for the throne and had no intention of doing other things. As long as they have a strong interest in other things since childhood, they will be less likely to desire power when they grow up. Although it is not possible to completely eliminate their desire for power, at least they still have something they want to do in their hearts. I won't feel that I have no other choice but to be the emperor. Now that Daxia's industrial foundation has been established, industrialization has begun. With the development of Daxia, various professions will appear in Daxia in the future. If his princes and princesses can find things they are interested in and focus on those industries when they grow up, there may be far fewer cases of brothers fighting each other in the future. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something at this time, so he continued, by the way, the children should have started practicing, right? Mu Zixuan replied, well, they are already practicing. Sister Chu has been teaching them the skills recently. Chu Yukin possesses most of the memories of Queen Shen Yu. She knows many exercises suitable for children to practice, so she took the initiative to serve as the teacher of the Imperial Palace Masters training classes. Hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Lu Chen said, just start practicing. They are my bloodline and have good talents. If they practice since childhood, they should be able to break through to the heavenly realm without reaching adulthood. In the context of the spiritual recovery of Tianchen world, Lu Chen is more concerned about the cultivation status of his children. They may have poor academic performance, but they absolutely cannot stop practicing. This is a world where the weak can prey on the strong. In addition, if the Great Xia Dynasty wants to expand in the future, it will inevitably become martial. As his descendant, he cannot be a completely ordinary person. No matter what, he must have some ability to protect himself. Of course, there is a difference between Lu Chen and other emperors. If his children really do not have the talent for cultivation, or have some defects that prevent them from cultivating, he will not dislike them. After all, they are all his own cubs, and he cannot yet be as cold-blooded and ruthless as the late emperor. Just when Lu Chen was about to close his eyes and continue to enjoy this peaceful moment, the voice of a female guard sounded outside, Your Majesty, the latest information from Black Dragon City is that the restriction of the foggy world is about to dissipate. After hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said to Mu Zixuan, Madam, I'll come back in the evening. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, go and get busy." Lu Chen didn't say anything more, he just transformed and appeared in the imperial study room in an instant. End of chapter. Chapter 668 Lu Chen's Trump Card. When Lu Chen appeared in the imperial study, several commanders of the Jin Yiwei were already waiting in the imperial study, and Zhuge Chongguang and a group of heavenly beings had also arrived in the imperial study. Lian Yongxiangxian was also in the imperial study at the moment. Her perception was very strong. Even if the First World did not receive the telegram from Jin Yiwei, she could sense that the restriction in the Mist World was about to dissipate, so she came to the imperial study immediately. In the study, I wanted to see how Lu Chen planned to deal with the invasion of the forces in the foggy world. After seeing Lu Chen appear, everyone immediately saluted, "Greetings to your Majesty, long live your Majesty." Lu Chen glanced at everyone and said, "No courtesy." Then Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan at the door of the imperial study, "Qin Iking, immediately notify the military officials and arrive at the Yizheng Hall within half an hour to convene a military meeting." Qin Yushan cupped his hands and said, "Yes, your Majesty." After Qin Yushan left, Lu Chen finally said, "All of you, dear friends, should already know that the restrictions in the misty world are about to disappear." After hearing this, Zhuge Chongguang said directly, "Your Majesty, with the current combat effectiveness of Daxia's army, I am afraid that it is still unable to resist the forces in the foggy world, but your Majesty must have already had a way to deal with this crisis." Seeing Lu Chen's unhurried look, one could guess that he must have been well prepared. Lu Chen said at this time, "I do have a countermeasure. You will know it when the 10,000 Immortals sect enters the Tianchen world." Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but wonder, could it be that His Majesty placed all their hopes on the power of the 10,000 Immortals sect? According to the information they received, although the 10,000 Immortals sect does have some strength, it is only the second largest force in the Mist world, and there is a big gap with the mysterious Immortals sect, the first force in the Mist world. In addition, there are also a Spirit Fox sect exists. The key is that the forces in the Misty world have been integrated. The Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect are even more powerful than before. If they just rely on the 10,000 Immortals sect alone, they may not be enough to fight against the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect. Although they were unsure, everyone still believed in their Majesty. Along the way, their Majesty never did anything that they were not sure of. Since he thinks there is no problem, there must be no problem. Anyway, the restrictions in the Mist world will disappear in just a few days, and soon they will know what their Majesty's trump card is. In less than half an hour, the generals and officials from the Yancheng military headquarters came to the council hall, and the military meeting officially began. Seeing Lu Chen again, the military officials immediately guessed what had happened. Lu Chen had not held a military meeting of this scale for a long time, and as an emperor, he was almost like a handoff shopkeeper, and all government affairs were left to Zhuge Chongguang. Now that the emperor has taken over military affairs again, it means there must be something wrong with the Mist world. After sitting on the dragon chair, Lu Chen glanced at the officials below, and then asked, "The restrictions in the Mist world are about to dissipate, Daxia the dynasty will face challenges again." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the military officials thought that, as they thought, the restrictions in the foggy world were indeed about to dissipate. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Li Yu, who was responsible for manufacturing rune weapons. "Li Iking, how many rune cannons are there currently?" Li Yu stood up, cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, there are a total of 100,000 rune pattern firearms, a total of 10,000 rune pattern mortars, a total of 1,000 rune pattern cannons, and the number of various rune pattern bullets. That adds up to 8 million rounds, and the total number of mortar and artillery shells is 100,000. After hearing Li Yu's report, the military officials, especially the generals, felt more confident. However, Lu Chen said at this time, "It's not enough, it's far from enough." Lu Chen continued, let the arsenal continue to increase production. Li Yu immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen looked at Xian Yuan Chen again. "General Xian Yuan, I wonder how the training of your new recruits is going. The War Dragon army has expanded from only a few thousand people at the beginning to 60,000 people now. Among them, the division of 20,000 people was only formed in the past year, and Xian Yuan Chen is responsible for training these new soldiers." Xian Yuan Chen stood up and said, "Your Majesty, they have all mastered the use of runic weapons. Even though there is no difference between rune weapons and ordinary weapons, in order to maximize the power of rune weapons, certain methods are still needed, such as instilling spiritual power into the rune weapons. Now that Tianchen world has revived its spiritual energy, it is more abundant than before. Even 9th level warriors can feel the existence of spiritual energy. They also have the ability to use spiritual energy, but it takes some time to practice. Only those soldiers who can imbue the rune weapons with spiritual power can fully unleash the strength of the Dragon War Army." After hearing Xian Yuan Chen's answer, Lu Chen said, "Very good, let's talk about the deployment of the army. I have already ordered people to evacuate the people of Black Dragon City. At that time, Black Dragon City will be used as the focus of defense to prevent the invaders from the Mist World from entering the Great Xia Dynasty." In addition, Lu Chen then made arrangements for the deployment of the army against the Dragon Army. After the military meeting, the entire military headquarters became busy. After the military meeting ended and all the military officials left, Yun Xian, who had been sitting in the hall without speaking, finally asked, "Do you really have any trump cards? Or do you plan to rely on those runic weapons to deal with it?" A monk from the Mist World. Although Lu Chen's rune weapons are indeed somewhat powerful, and Yun Xian himself has used rune weapons personally and recognized the power of rune weapons, most of the users of rune weapons are 9th level warriors, and only some are masters. Grand Master. They were not able to fully exert the power of the rune weapons, and Yongxian did not think that the War Dragon army could fight against the forces in the Misty World. Moreover, Daxia's current runic weapons are fine against heavenly beings, but if they are used against strong people in the realm of creation and yin and yang, it will be difficult to be effective. Lu Chen did not answer directly, but took out a set of Shengui armor from his system space. Then he handed the Shengui armor to Yun Xian, who took the Shengui battle armor out of curiosity. Lu Chen continued, "Master, try it on and see how it works." After hearing this, Yun Xian did not hesitate to inject spiritual power into the Shengui armor. The next moment, the Shengui armor turned into a ray of light and surrounded Yongxian's body. Soon, Yongxian's whole body was covered with light. Wearing a shining golden battle armor. Feeling that the armor was frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and instilling that spiritual energy into his body, Yongxian was slightly stunned. This armor could actually help the user absorb spiritual energy? And she can feel that after putting on this armor, her strength has been rapidly improved. Her current real realm is the realm of creation, and the moment she puts on the armor, she has a strength close to the yin and yang realm. A battle armor that can quickly elevate a person's level to a greater level is indeed a good treasure. Only. Yun Xian then said, "Who do you plan to give this armor to? Although the thing is good, there is only one piece. If Lu Chen uses it himself, Lu Chen will only have the strength of the yin and yang realm at most. And the yin-yang realm piled up with battle armor is probably not as powerful as the yin-yang realm in the foggy world. It is still difficult to fight against the forces in the foggy world just relying on this battle armor." Just when Yun Xian was thinking this, Lu Chen said, "Master, this armor is given to you." Hearing this, Yongxian was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Lu Chen would actually give her such a precious thing. Yongxian said quickly, "This armor is too precious. It is of great use to you. As a teacher, you can't do it. Want?" Having said this, Yun Xianxian was ready to take off his armor and return it to Lu Chen. But at this moment, Lu Chen waved his hand, and hundreds of such armors instantly floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Yun Xianxian was stunned. She originally thought that such treasures were very precious and rare, but with a wave of his hand, the traitor actually took out so many identical armors. Soon Yun Xianxian came to his senses. If someone else had brought out so many battle armors, it would be a bit difficult to explain, but Lu Chen was different. He was the son of the emperor, and he even owned such a luxurious ferry boat. It is not unusual to take out hundreds of such precious armors. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said to Yun Xianxian, "Master, if I tell you that I have 1,000 sets of this kind of armor, do you think the forces in the mist world are still my opponents?" Yun Xianxian was startled. 1,000 sets? She thought that Lu Chen only had more than 100 sets and so many battle armors, and since the 10,000 Immortals sect was Lu Chen's force, how could those forces in the mist world fight against Lu Chen? After the restrictions in the mist world disappear, the monks of the 10,000 Immortals sect enter the Tianchen world. Lu Chen only needs to give these armors to those monks in the heavenly realm, and then he can have an army composed of monks with the strength of the creation realm, and 10,000 immortals. The power of those strong men in the creation realm and yin-yang realm of the sect will once again rise to a great level. The overall strength of the 10,000 immortals sect can suddenly surpass all the forces in the mist world. How can the mysterious immortals sect and Linghu sect fight against the Great Xia Dynasty? It turns out that this is Lu Chen's trump card. Lu Chen continued, "Master, just keep this armor." Yun Xianxian thought for a while and did not continue to shirk it. Since Lu Chen had so many Shengui armors, it would be okay to lose one. "Since you already have a way to deal with it, I won't say anything more. I will go back to practice first." "Okay, Master, go and get busy." Immediately, Yun Xianxian left the Yizheng Hall directly. After Yun Xianxian left, Lu Chen took out the space-time mirror and directly contacted Ji Hongwen of the 10,000 Immortals sect. End of chapter. Chapter 669. The three major forces in the foggy world gather together. Misty world. Wangxian sect. Ji Hongwen and other elders of Wangxian sect stood on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. The fog in the misty world has dissipated a lot. The visibility of the whole misty world was less than 3 meters. Now that the fog has dissipated, people can see 10 meters away. The fog is about to dissipate, which also means that the restrictions of the misty world are about to disappear. Ji Hongwen doesn't know whether the Great Xia Dynasty is ready. In the past, he wanted the restrictions of the misty world to disappear, so that they could see their master in advance. However, in the past few years, Lu Chen used the time-space mirror to communicate with him directly and told him some of the situation in the Tianchen world. This made Ji Hongwen realize that the strength of the Tianchen world is not enough to confront the forces of the misty world. If the restrictions of the misty world disappear too quickly, the Great Xia Dynasty will definitely not be able to resist the invasion of the Linghu sect and the Mixian sect. At this time, an elder said, "The restrictions of the misty world are about to disappear, and I don't know how your Majesty's strength has recovered. If you can't defend it, it's better to give some land to the other two sects. When your Majesty's strength recovers, we will take those lands back again." Hearing this elder's words, all the elders, including Ji Hongwen, felt that this was the best. As long as their master's strength recovered, the Mixian sect and the Linghu sect could be destroyed in a snap, so there was no need to confront them head-on now. However, I don't know what their master thinks, and their master may not be able to swallow this breath. The strong have the self-esteem of the strong. Some strong people would rather die than give up their self-esteem. Just when Ji Hongwen was worried, suddenly, they felt that the space around them seemed to fluctuate. Just when everyone thought that the space was about to collapse, a projection suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Lu Chen, Ji Hongwen hurriedly led the elders to salute, "Greetings to His Majesty, long live His Majesty." Lu Chen said lightly, "No need to salute." Ji Hongwen then asked, "Your Majesty, the restrictions of the Misty World are about to disappear. Now the people of the Spirit Fox sect and the Mixian sect are ready to enter the Tianchen world." Lu Chen said lightly, "I already know. I came to you mainly to tell you that I have prepared 1,000 sets of spiritual armor. When you put on the armor, your strength will be improved by a large realm. When the restrictions of the Misty World disappear, you will immediately go to Yanchenge. At that time, I will distribute those spiritual armors to the cultivators of the Wangxian sect." Hearing this, Ji Hongwen and the elders were stunned. Spiritual armor? What kind of spiritual armor can improve the strength of a cultivator by a large realm? They naturally know about spiritual weapons that improve strength. There are many spiritual weapons in the world of cultivation that can improve strength, but spiritual weapons that can improve a person's strength by a large realm are rare. And what their Majesty said was 1,000 sets of spiritual armor. Not 10 sets, not 100 sets, but 1,000 sets. With 1,000 sets of this kind of spiritual armor, the Mixian sect and the Linghu sect combined cannot be the opponent of the Wangxian sect. Where did their Majesty get so many sets of spiritual armor? Could it be that they heard it wrong? Ji Hongwen said with certainty at this time, "Your Majesty, are you talking about upgrading to a higher realm?" Lu Chen said, "Yes, after the Tianren realm wears this set of armor, the strength can be upgraded to the creation realm, and after the creation realm wears it, the strength can be upgraded to the yin-yang realm, and so on." As soon as these words came out, Ji Hongwen and the elders present were stunned. They actually said a higher realm. Then when Ji Hongwen and the elder put on this set of armor, wouldn't their strength reach the Wanfa realm? How can the Mixian sect and the Linghu sect fight them at that time? And their Wangxian sect also has 10 elders in the creation realm. If they wear armor, their strength can be upgraded to the yin-yang realm. The Linghu sect and the Mixian sect only have 3 yin-yang realms in total. By then, Ji Hongwen and the Great Elder will not have to take action. The 10 elders will be able to destroy the Linghu sect and the Mixian sect. After coming to their senses, Ji Hongwen and the others were completely relieved. At this time, Lu Chen continued, "Okay, let's do this for now." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Chen's projection disappeared on the spot. The restrictions of the Misty World will disappear soon. At this time, Lu Chen must conserve his strength and cannot consume too much spiritual power. After Lu Chen's projection disappeared, the elder immediately said to Ji Hongwen, "Master, since His Majesty has prepared the spiritual armor, we must hurry up and prepare. When the restrictions of the Misty World disappear, we will immediately go to the Tianchen world." Ji Hongwen then took out a talisman, input spiritual power, and said, "The restrictions of the Misty World will disappear soon. All disciples of the Wangxian sect who are out for training should return to the Wangxian sect as soon as possible. Disciples who are still in retreat should also end their retreat and prepare to go to the Tianchen world." Ji Hongwen's voice instantly spread throughout the Wangxian sect. After hearing Ji Hongwen's order, the disciples of the Wangxian sect were extremely excited. They could finally leave this place with unstable space. Soon, the disciples of the Wangxian sect prepared the flying boat. As soon as the restrictions of the Misty World disappeared, they immediately took the flying boat to enter the Tianchen world. Like the Wangxian sect, the Mixian sect and the Linghu sect were also prepared, and the 3 major forces gathered again at the original restriction crack. When the restriction disappears, it must begin to disappear from that crack. As long as they guard that crack, once the restriction begins to dissipate, they will be able to enter the Tianchen world as quickly as possible. Whoever enters Tianchen world first means that the more land may be snatched. Now the 3 major forces have formed a check and balance, and within a certain period of time, no one dares to attack the other force with all their strength. As long as they can occupy the land, whoever occupies it will get it. If one party wants to occupy the land that has been occupied by other forces, it will inevitably cause a siege by the other 2 forces. Since there is no way to grab it later, we can only occupy as much land as possible when entering Tianchen world. At this moment, the place where the restricted gap is located is already filled with dozens of spaceships, large and small. Han Yuankai stood on the bow of the flying boat, looked at Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi in the distance, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Ji, Master Zhang, long time no see." Ever since their three major forces completed the carving up of the Misty World, they have never seen each other again until today. Ji Hongwen also said with a smile, "It's indeed been a long time since we last met. Sect Master Han has been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached now." Han Yuankai replied calmly, "I have only been in seclusion for a few years. How much improvement can I make in my cultivation? It is still the same as in previous years, still in the yin and yang realm." Sect Master Ji asked me this question. Could it be that Sect Master Ji has broken through to the realm of 10,000 Dharma? Ji Hongwen said, "Sect Master Han is joking, it is so easy to break through to the 10,000 Dharma realm." At this time, Han Yuankai looked at Zhang Hongyi again and continued, "Master Zhang, I heard last night that your Linghu sect seems to have gained another strong man in the yin and yang realm. Congratulations!" Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi's face darkened instantly. He was not happy because of Han Yuankai's congratulations. The news that there is an additional yin-yang monk in Linghu sect is a top secret in Linghu sect. Only a few core elders know about it, but Han Yuankai said it directly today. This shows that someone in Linghu sect has betrayed. Who is it? Seeing that Zhang Hongyi's expression was not good looking, Ji Hongwen smiled faintly. If he had heard before that the Linghu sect had an additional yin-yang realm powerhouse, he might have felt a little uncomfortable. After all, they were all competitors. But things are different now. Let alone a yin-yang realm powerhouse, even if the two sects have 5 more yin-yang realm monks, they, the 10,000 Immortals sect, will not be afraid. As long as the restrictions in the Mist World disappear, their 10,000 Immortals sect will immediately have 10 more monks with yin-yang realm strength. Although the yin-yang realm that relies on spiritual armor to enhance its strength is not as powerful as the real yin-yang realm, it cannot handle the large number. Even if the 10 yin-yang realms only possess the strength of the first level of the yin-yang realm, they still have the strength to trap the 10,000 Dharma realm using formations, let alone the yin-yang realm monks. At this time, Zhang Hongyi said, "Sect leader Han, the restrictions in the Mist World are about to disappear. In order to avoid conflicts when our disciples enter the Tianchen world, how about we make an agreement in advance?" Han Yuankai asked, "Oh? What agreement?" Zhang Hongyi said, "Taking the city as a point, whoever captures the city first will own the land around the city." Han Yuankai said, "There is no problem with this. I wonder what sect leader Ji thinks of this proposal." Although Zhang Hongyi said that the city is the starting point, he did not say that the land around the city belongs to them. When they enter the Tianchen world, even if other forces occupy a certain city, if it is a particularly important place, Mi Xian Zone can also seize surrounding land. After hearing the conversation between the two, Ji Hongwen said, "Why hurt the harmony? We don't know what the situation is in Tianchen world yet. Why don't we wait until we enter Tianchen world and understand the situation in Tianchen world, then sit down and calmly divide the spheres of influence?" Hearing this, Han Yuankai smiled and said, "What sect leader Ji said makes sense. Anyway, we are the only 3 major forces left in the Mist World now. This is what we agreed on at the beginning. When they took action against other forces in the Mist World, they agreed to carve up the Tianchen world. Of course, they all had their own agendas at that time, but in the end, as their 3 major forces gradually grew stronger, a new balance was formed. Xiaozhiju in their hearts there is no way to achieve it. Since the 3 major forces are still there, let's sit together and divide their spheres of influence according to the previous agreement." At this time, Zhang Hongyi said, "I have also thought about dividing the land of Tianchen world calmly, but the spiritual energy of Tianchen world has just recovered, and the concentration of spiritual energy in each place is different. It is difficult for me to believe that we can completely divide it by then. A fair and just division of spheres of influence. In this case, it's better to each rely on his own ability. End of chapter. Chapter 670. The world of Tianquan is at best composed of some cultivators in the Hedao stage. It is difficult to reach a consensus by sitting together to divide the spheres of influence, and it is even less beneficial to the weaker party. Although Linghu sect now has one more Yin-Yang realm monk, and the number of Yin-Yang realm strongmen is already the same as that of Mystic Immortal sect and 10,000 Immortals sect, compared to these two sects, Linghu sect's overall strength is still not as good as theirs. After entering Tianquan world, once they sit down to divide their sphere of influence, the two sects are likely to unite and make the Linghu sect's sphere of influence very small, and allocate some areas with insufficient spiritual energy to them. Instead of sitting down to divide the sphere of influence, it is better to occupy it yourself. In this way, you may occupy more land and have more spiritual energy. Although the overall strength is not as good as the other two sects, there are many disciples of Linghu sect. It is not too difficult for them to occupy more cities first. Seeing that Zhang Hongyi was unwilling to sit down and divide the power, Han Yuankai said at this time, "Master Zhang, now there are only 3 of our families left in the mist world. Now our two sects have decided to divide the spheres of influence harmoniously. Only your Linghu sect does not agree. Isn't this a little inappropriate?" Hearing Han Yuankai's words, Zhang Hongyi frowned. He naturally heard that Han Yuankai was threatening him. The meaning of Han Yuankai's words was that if the Linghu sect did not agree, then the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Mystic Immortal sect would be destroyed. "I won't play with Linghu Gate anymore." The two sects united and directly divided the Tianquan world into 2. Han Yuankai continued at this time. "Master Zhang, I know what you are worried about. How about this? After entering Tianquan world, we each sent disciples to inquire about the situation in Tianquan world. When dividing the spheres of influence, try to ensure that each force has enough spiritual energy. The place." Although Han Yuankai said so, Zhang Hongyi did not believe that the Mystic Immortal sect, as the strongest force in the mist world, would be willing to divide the sphere of influence with them equally. Although Zhang Hongyi is unwilling in his heart, there seems to be no good way now. After all, both the Mystic Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect have agreed to use this method to divide their spheres of influence. Even if they send disciples to seize the land of Tianquan world, the two sects they will also join forces to make Linghuman spit out the land they occupied. Now I can only follow these two sects. Just when Zhang Hongyi was about to say something, Ji Hongwen said, "Master Zhang, if the disciples of our respective sects are allowed to occupy the land of Tianquan world, if there is friction between the disciples and the 3 major forces conflict, then our respective sects don't know how many disciples will die. Do you want to see the disciples of your Linghu sect suffer losses?" Zhang Hongyi immediately said, "Okay, I agree." Seeing that Zhang Hongyi agreed, Han Yuankai smiled and said, "Okay, then it's decided." Just as Han Yuankai finished speaking, the fog in the mist world began to dissipate quickly, as if the fog had been sucked away by Tianquan world. Everyone present watched this scene quietly. The mist was absorbed by Tianquan world, which meant that the restriction was about to disappear, and they would be able to enter Tianquan world immediately. After a while, the space in the mist world began to turbulence. From time to time, a vortex appeared in the space where they were, sucking in the disciples of the 3 major forces. The space in the mist world became more unstable at this moment. After the turmoil ended, a new continent appeared in front of everyone, and they could already see the cities of Tianquan world directly with their naked eyes. In an instant, the monks in the mist world were all excited. "Great! The restriction is finally gone. In the future, we no longer have to worry about being involved in space turbulence. Let's go in quickly." Immediately afterwards, the flying boats of the 3 major forces flew to Tianquan world at the same time. However, at this moment, the flying boat suddenly seemed to be imprisoned by some force and was unable to fly forward. Obviously they had already seen the city of Tianzhen World, but they could not fly directly there. For a moment, a basin of cold water was poured on people's heads. However, at this moment, someone didn't know who shouted, "Look, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect have passed by." The disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect were particularly anxious because they were going to Yancheng to receive Lu Chen's armor. After discovering that the flying boat could not move forward, they got off the flying boat directly and physically went to the Tianzhen world. As a result, their physical bodies really passed away. Seeing that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect had passed by in the flesh, the disciples of other forces immediately jumped off the flying boat and went directly to Tianzhen world. However, at this moment, an elder from the creation realm of the 10,000 Immortals sect suddenly hit something and was unable to go to the Tianzhen world. The elder suddenly looked confused. All the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect went to Tianzhen world, why couldn't he do it? Then the elder raised his hand and touched the front, and found that there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking his way. He immediately reported, "Sect Master, the restriction does not seem to have completely disappeared." Hearing this, Ji Hongwen, Han Yuankai, and Zhang Hongyi hurriedly came to the elder. Then they also tried to go to Tianzhen world, but they were also bounced back by an invisible wall. They had no way to pass, but the disciples of their respective forces in the heavenly realm passed easily. It was obvious that this restriction restricted the entry of powerful people above heavenly realm. Han Yuankai then said to Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi, "Sect Master Ji, Head Zhang, this restriction is about to dissipate, why don't we join forces to break the restriction directly?" Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi said in unison, "Okay." Seeing that the fog in the foggy world has dissipated, and they can see the land and city of Tianzhen world, but they can't get through, how can they be willing to do so? Anyway, this restriction is about to dissipate. If several yin and yang realms attack at the same time, there is probably still a chance to directly break this restriction. Immediately afterwards, the yin and yang realm experts from the three major forces took action at the same time, attacking the restriction in front of them, trying to destroy the restriction. As a result, as soon as they moved the restriction, the entire misty world began to violently turbulence, and more space cracks and space whirlpools appeared out of thin air. Han Yuankai reacted instantly and said immediately, "No, everyone, stop." Several yin-yang realm monks also understood what was going on, and they quickly stopped. When they stopped attacking, the misty world returned to calm as expected, and the space whirlpools and space cracks gradually disappeared. Han Yuankai said, "It seems that this restriction is bound to the space of the foggy world. As long as we attack this restriction, the foggy world may collapse. It's not that they don't have the strength to destroy this restriction, but that this world is too fragile. In addition, the restriction is bound to the mist world, and the mist world cannot bear the simultaneous attack of several of their yin-yang realm powerhouses. If they insist on destroying this restriction, the space of the entire misty world may collapse, and all of them will be involved in the space turbulence." Ji Hongwen released his spiritual power at this time, sensed the restriction in front of him, and then said, "Even if we don't take the initiative to destroy this restriction will disappear soon. Just wait." Zhang Hongyi sighed and said, "This is what we have to do now." Originally, they thought they would be able to enter the Tianzhen world right away, but in the end, only monks in the heavenly realm could enter. Han Yuankai said at this time, "It's okay, let the disciples of our three major forces find out the situation in Tianzhen world in advance. When the restriction disappears, it will be the time for our three major forces to divide their spheres of influence." The elders of the three major forces sighed helplessly, and now they have no choice but to do this. Just keep waiting and see how this ban goes. Within a month, this ban will disappear on its own. For monks like them, a month is still affordable. Half a day later, mystical immortal sect disciple Gao Minghui led his disciples outside Black Dragon City. On their way to Black Dragon City, they had already asked people in this world about the Great Xia Dynasty. Although Lu Chen had already asked the people of Daxia to evacuate the area where the original Black Dragon Kingdom was located, most of the people were still unwilling to leave. Of course, those who were unwilling to leave were not the original citizens of the Black Dragon Kingdom. They had all moved to the area later. People from the Black Dragon Kingdom. A large part of the reason why those people chose to stay was that they were not optimistic about the Daxia dynasty. In their view, the Daxia dynasty was bound to fail. So they stayed to serve as guides for the invaders in the misty world. At this time, Gao Minghui was standing outside the Black Dragon City, quietly looking at the Black Dragon City not far away. At this time, a disciple said, "Senior brother Gao, at most there are only some monks in the Hedao stage in Tianchen world, there is no need for us to be afraid." Var. Through the news from the leading parties in Tianchen world, they have basically understood the situation in Tianchen world. The Emperor of Daxia in the Tianchen world seems to have some strength. All the major factions in the Mist world were wiped out by the Daxia dynasty before, and the Emperor of Daxia seems to have a flying boat. When Gao Minghui heard that a secular dynasty had a flying boat, he was indeed shocked. The flying boat proved that they had a lot of spiritual stones. Although the disciples of the mystic immortal sect were also shocked by the news, they still did not take the Daxia dynasty to heart. In their opinion, since the Great Xia Dynasty destroyed the Hedao stage disciples they sent to Tianchen world at the beginning, they should avenge those Hedao stage disciples and go directly to the capital of Great Xia to kill the Emperor of Great Xia. Of course, this is just what most disciples of the mystic immortal sect think, and some people have different views. Gao Minghui, the chief disciple of the mystic immortal sect who led the team into Tianchen world this time, felt that something was wrong. He always felt that the Great Xia dynasty was not as simple as they imagined. If an ordinary secular dynasty heard that a disciple of the immortal sect was coming, wouldn't the first thing they should do immediately send someone to negotiate and release a friendly message? Not only did the Great Xia dynasty not do this, but they killed all the disciples sent by the major forces in the foggy world. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 671 Mortals are Mortals. Seeing that Gao Minghui had not dared to move forward, some disciples of the mystic immortal sect became a little impatient. Although Gao Minghui was the chief disciple leading the team this time, there were also factions within the mystic immortal sect, and many disciples were dissatisfied with Gao Minghui. At this time, another disciple spoke up and said, "Senior brother Gao, if you are afraid, then let's go help you explore the path first." These words obviously had a hint of ridicule, but after hearing these words, Gao Minghui was not angry. He looked at the gate of Black Dragon City and said lightly, "The major forces in the Mist world have sent thousands of Hedao. The disciples of the Hedao period entered the Tianchen world, but the Daxia dynasty wiped them out so easily. I don't think the Daxia dynasty only has monks from the Hedao period." At this time, another disciple of the mystic immortal sect said, "Of course it's not just monks who have the Taoist stage. Didn't those untouchables say that there are also immortals who can fly in the Great Xia dynasty? The immortals they call are most likely to be heavenly beings. People. But so what, the spiritual energy of Tianchen world has just recovered. Even if heavenly beings are born, how many heavenly beings will there be? Why should we be afraid of the secular dynasty of Daxia dynasty?" From the perspective of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect present, there were 200 to 300 disciples entering the Tianchen world this time, and they were all in the heavenly realm. A secular dynasty can only survive with 3 or 5 celestial beings, and the mystic immortal sect has nearly 300 celestial beings entering the Tianchen world this time. Are they still afraid of these few celestial beings in a secular dynasty? Not to mention heavenly beings, even if there were monks in the creation realm in the Great Xia dynasty, they could not be their opponents. Seeing that none of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect seemed to take the Great Xia dynasty seriously, Gao Minghui looked very unhappy. He always believed that the Daxia dynasty was not that simple. A secular dynasty that dared to confront the immortal sect had some strength. But then again, even if they know that the Xia dynasty may have some strength, they, as the mystic immortal sect who came in to investigate the situation in Tianchen world, must take the initiative to eliminate possible threats. Gao Minghui then said, since the junior brothers can't wait any longer, let's enter Black Dragon City. However, everyone should try to be careful. The Xia dynasty has evacuated the people nearby in advance, which may leave some traps in Black Dragon City. Well, as soon as Gao Minghui finished speaking, several disciples of the mystic immortal sect flew directly towards the gate of Black Dragon City. As they flew, they said, Senior brother Gao, let's explore the way for you first, and you just stay where you are and wait. Come on. Soon, the disciples arrived at the city gate. Just as their bodies were about to fly over the city tower, they suddenly discovered that there were many soldiers on top of the city tower. However, those disciples not only did not feel scared, but burst out laughing. It seems that senior brother Gao is right, there is indeed a trap. Ha ha ha, what kind of trap is this? Some Lian Hidayaki are not mortals, but they dare to ambush us. Ridiculous. As they were talking, several people were preparing to attack the Xia soldiers on the city tower. However, at this moment, several bang sounds were heard. Several disciples of the immortal sect who were still flying with their swords suddenly seemed to be under attack. Like a heavy blow, they fell from the sky one by one. Seeing this scene, Gao Minghui immediately became vigilant and immediately shouted, there is an ambush. Everyone, be careful. Gao Minghui frowned. As he thought, the Xia dynasty really had an ambush here. He was very curious now, what kind of magic weapon did the people of the Great Xia Dynasty use, which could actually destroy a heavenly being in an instant. The other party has the strength to seriously injure and even kill heavenly beings. Under such circumstances, they can no longer treat the Xia dynasty as an ordinary secular dynasty. As soon as Gao Minghui's reminder sounded, the disciples of the mystic immortal sect were not afraid, but they became excited. One disciple shouted loudly, if you dare to hurt our disciples of the mystic immortal sect, let's all take action together and destroy those untouchables. As they spoke, the disciples of mystic immortal sect rushed towards Black Dragon City one by one, completely ignoring Gao Minghui's reminder. Gao Minghui, the chief disciple, had no prestige at all. When the disciples of mystic immortal sect flew towards Black Dragon City, the sound of horns sounded in the sky above Black Dragon City, and the next moment, countless rune-patterned cannonballs flew towards those heavenly beings. After some heavenly beings saw the cannonballs, they continued to mock and said, mortals are just mortals, and they actually attacked us with iron balls. I'm afraid they think that we, like mortals, will be smashed to death by iron balls. Just when the disciples of the mystic immortal sect laughed at the soldiers of the Great Xia Dynasty for throwing some iron balls, suddenly, a deafening sound came. Then, a mushroom cloud rose among the crowd, and the mystic immortal sect around the explosion exploded. The disciples were all injured and killed one by one. The physical strength of the heavenly man is indeed high enough. If a monk in the Hedao stage is directly hit by a runic cannonball, his body may be broken into several pieces. Even if some of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect were hit by the bomb, at best, he would only have a broken arm and a lame leg. Of course, if one rune-patterned cannonball can't kill them, just add a few more. Then shells all over the sky fell from the sky, and mushroom clouds directly covered all the areas of the mystic immortal sect disciples. Seeing that their fellow disciples were all injured by the bombs, the mystic immortal sect disciples were finally frightened. Gao Minghui quickly shouted, retreat! Retreat immediately! Why did the Great Xia Dynasty possess such powerful weapons? It was indeed not an ordinary secular dynasty. They had to think long-term and report this matter to the sect as soon as possible. After hearing what Gao Minghui said, the disciples of the mystic immortal sect stopped confronting him. They were all frightened and quickly ran away towards the misty world with their swords. On their way back to the mist world, Gao Minghui and other disciples of the mystic immortal sect encountered disciples of the Linghu sect who were heading to Black Dragon City. Seeing the miserable appearance of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect, the disciples of the Linghu sect were stunned. They were a little curious as to who could actually beat each and every one of the disciples of the mystic immortal sect like a lost dog. The leading disciple of the Linghu sect immediately came to Gao Minghui and blocked Gao Minghui's way. "Gao Minghui, why are you back? What happened in front?" Liang Qiren couldn't help but think that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect were the first to enter the Tianquan world. Could it be that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect set up an ambush in front and attacked the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect, which caused the disciples of the Mystic Immortal sect to be in such a mess? Gao Minghui glanced at Liang Qiren. Originally, he didn't plan to tell Liang Qiren about the Great Xia Dynasty and let the Linghu sect be beaten like them. But after thinking about it, Gao Minghui still said, "Liang Qiren, the Great Xia Dynasty is very powerful. We are no match for them. I advise your Linghu sect to retreat quickly and report the situation in Tianquan world to your master." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Minghui bypassed Liang Qiren and continued to retreat towards the misty world. Seeing the flustered expressions of the disciples of the enchanted immortal sect, the disciples of the Linghu sect stood there in confusion. Isn't it just a secular dynasty? Is it so scary? As the largest force in the mist world, the mystic immortal sect is actually afraid of the Great Xia Dynasty, a secular dynasty in the lower world? At this time, a disciple came to Liang Qiren and said, "Senior brother Liang, what should we do now?" Liang Qiren did not answer immediately and fell into deep thought. At this time, another disciple said, "I think those guys from the mystical immortal sect are just cheating and pretending. They definitely don't want us to go deeper into the Tianquan world." That's right, the largest force in the misty world was so scared that it was run away by a mortal dynasty from a lower world. It's so funny. Senior brother Liang, let's go to Black Dragon City quickly. Black Dragon City is the city closest to the foggy world, and the spiritual energy here is the strongest. As long as we occupy Black Dragon City, the leader will be able to use this as a reason when dividing the sphere of influence in the future. Liang Qiren thought about it and felt that it made sense. He also felt that the disciples of the mystic immortal sect should not be frightened like that by the Great Xia Dynasty. Then Liang Qiren said, "Keep going." After he finished speaking, Liang Qiren led the disciples of Linghu sect to Black Dragon City. As a result, after arriving at Black Dragon City, they found hundreds of corpses of heavenly beings outside the city gate. Judging from their clothes, they were from the mysterious immortal sect disciple. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Linghu sect were stunned. They thought Gao Minghui was deceiving them before, but they didn't expect that there was actually a being in Black Dragon City who could kill heavenly beings. Seeing the huge pits all over the ground, the disciples of the Linghu sect felt chills running down their spines. After Liang Qiren came to his senses, he quickly said, "The situation is not right, retreat immediately." As soon as Liang Qiren finished speaking, rune-patterned cannonballs emitting blue light patterns flew over their heads. Immediately afterwards, mushroom clouds exploded in the crowd. Similar to the previous situation of the immortal sect, the disciples of Linghu sect were killed or injured one after another. When the disciples of Linghu sect saw this, they were so frightened that they fled outside the Black Dragon City and towards the misty world. At this time, Liang Qiren also understood why Gao Minghui said that just now instead of directly concealing the danger in Black Dragon City. Gao Minghui said that deliberately to provoke them and make them think that all this was the mysterious immortal sect. You're fooling them. If Gao Minghui had not said clearly that there was danger in Black Dragon City, they would have felt that there might be some danger ahead. Even the disciples of the mystic immortal sect were scared away. The disciples of the mystic immortal sect had not told them about the danger. They must have wanted to see it. Then they also suffered. Liang Qiren gritted his teeth. After he wanted to understand what all this was about, he said coldly, "Gao Minghui, what a deep scheming." At this time, a disciple asked, "Senior brother Liang, what should we do now?" Now Black Dragon City is occupied by the Xia Dynasty, and the Xia Dynasty still has weapons that can kill heavenly beings. If they want to penetrate into the Xia Dynasty, they may have to risk their lives. Liang Qiren thought for a while and then said, "Go back to the Mist World first, tell the master all this, and wait for the master to make a decision." End of chapter. Chapter 672. It seems that there is someone behind him. Although the restriction in the misty world has not completely dissipated, the three major forces still stand in front of the restriction, waiting for the restriction to completely disappear. Just as the three major forces were waiting for the restriction to disappear, Gao Minghui ran back with the first batch of Mystician sect disciples who entered the Tianchen world, and each of them seemed to be seriously injured. Seeing that it was a disciple from his sect running back, Han Yuankai's face darkened instantly, and he immediately flew in front of Gao Minghui and the others. "Gao Minghui, what's going on? Why are you back?" After seeing the disciples of the mystic immortal sect returning, Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi also came to them curiously, wanting to hear what was going on. Of course, Ji Hongwen, who was on the side of the Great Xia Dynasty at this time, had basically guessed what was going on. After hearing Han Yuankai's question, Gao Minghui quickly knelt down and said, "Sect Master, this disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. When my disciple and his junior brothers arrived at a city in Tianchen world, they were ambushed by the Xia Dynasty. The Xia Dynasty used a mysterious magical weapon to kill more than 100 of our junior brothers." Hearing this, Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi were stunned at the same time. Ji Hongwen thought of something at this time and asked quickly, "What about our disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Have you seen them?" Gao Minghui replied, "Sect Master Ji, when we arrived at Black Dragon City, there was no trace of the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. I'm afraid they have all." Gao Minghui did not continue. Ji Hongwen frowned at this time, his face was very ugly, and he looked particularly uncomfortable. Zhang Hongyi immediately said, "Junior, when you came back, did you see any of our Linghu sect's disciples?" Gao Minghui said, "I saw it. I told them that there was danger ahead and told them not to go there. But they didn't believe it and insisted on going to Black Dragon City. Now they probably fought with the soldiers of the Great Xia Dynasty. As for the result, Junior, I don't know." At this moment, Han Yuankai, Zhang Hongyi, and Ji Hongwen fell into silence. Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi obviously did not expect that there would be forces capable of defeating so many heavenly beings in an inferior world. Fortunately, the current restrictions have allowed monks in the heaven and human realm to pass in both directions. If it is still the same as before, they can only enter the Tianchen world and cannot come out, that is until the restrictions in the mist world dissipate. They didn't know that there was such a powerful force in Tianchen world. Han Yuankai said with a dark face at this time, "So, those Hedao stage disciples that our major forces sent into Tianchen world at the beginning were also killed by those forces in Tianchen world?" Gao Minghui replied, "According to what we have inquired about from the untouchables in Tianchen world, this is indeed the case. There is a Great Xia Dynasty in the Tianchen world. The Great Xia Dynasty defeated all the secular dynasties in just a few years and unified the entire Tianchen world. It is said that the Xia Emperor has the strength of heavenly beings and also owns a huge ship. Flying boat." Han Yuankai fell silent again. Originally they thought it was just a low-level world, but after the restrictions disappeared, they would be able to directly carve up the entire Tianchen world and divide their spheres of influence. Now it seems that they thought too simply. At this time, Ji Hongwen snorted coldly and said, "If you dare to kill my disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, no matter how powerful the so-called Great Xia Dynasty is, I will destroy it. It's just a low-level world. No matter how powerful they are, they can only give birth to monks in the realm of creation." Hearing what Ji Hongwen said, the expressions on the faces of Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi relaxed instantly. Indeed, the laws of the Tianchen world are incomplete. Before the spiritual energy is revived, it will be difficult for even heavenly beings to be born. At most, 1 or 2 creation realm monks will be born. The Xia dynasty was just a secular dynasty, so there was nothing to fear. At this time, Han Yuankai said to Gao Minghui, "Gao Minghui, tell me all the news about the Xia dynasty that you have learned after entering Tianchen world." Gao Minghui immediately said, "Yes, sect master. The current emperor of the Xia dynasty is only in his 20s. Immediately, Gao Minghui told Han Yuankai and others the information they had learned from the people who led the way in Tianchen world. After hearing Gao Minghui finish telling Lu Chen's life story, Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi showed thoughtful expressions on their faces. Han Yuankai said at this time, a useless prince from a lower world had no possibility of becoming an emperor. However, after going to the fiefdom, he grew up in such a short period of time. It seems that there is someone behind him. Zhang Hongyi said, "Didn't the people of the Xia dynasty say that there were immortals in the Xia dynasty? It seems that monks from other worlds entered the Tianchen world. Maybe Emperor Xia was able to survive in such a short period of time with the help of monks from other worlds." Time rises. Hearing Zhang Hongyi's words, Han Yuankai immediately thought of Su Hanyan. The restriction in the mist world briefly disappeared for a while, and Su Hanyan also briefly entered the Tianchen world. Since Su Hanyan has entered the Tianchen world, other monks may also have entered the Tianchen world at that time. Therefore, it is not surprising that Emperor Xia has monks helping him behind his back. However, this also shows that Emperor Xia is just a puppet emperor, and the monk behind Emperor Xia is actually the one who really controls the entire Great Xia Dynasty. Thinking of this, neither Han Yuankai nor Zhang Hongyi took Lu Chen and the Xia Dynasty seriously. In their opinion, as long as the restrictions are further removed and the monks of the creation realm can enter the Tianchen world, they can easily overthrow the entire Xia Dynasty. Just wait. At the same time, above Black Dragon City, on the Fiheng ferry boat, Lu Chen looked towards the direction of the foggy world. Now the fog in the foggy world has completely dissipated, and the situation in the foggy world can be seen directly from Tianchen world. The mist world is not as desolate as imagined. There are forests everywhere in the mist world, and the environment looks very good. But occasionally there will be some space cracks or space whirlpools, and those space cracks can be seen in Tianchen world. Lu Chen said to himself, "It seems that the mist world is indeed quite dangerous. It is no wonder that the forces in the mist world are trying their best to enter the Tianchen world. The space in the foggy world is unstable, and the distortion of space can be seen with the naked eye. If you live in the foggy world all year round, you might get caught in the turbulence of space and be torn to pieces one day while sleeping. Compared with the mist world, although the spiritual energy in the Tianchen world is thin, it is very safe." Just when Lu Chen was in a daze looking at the misty world, Bai Qingqing came to Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect are here." Although Bai Qingqing now has a child, she still follows Lu Chen. She goes wherever Lu Chen goes, and her child is left in the care of Chu Yukan. Of course, Lu Chen was in Yancheng most of the time, so Bai Qingqing could see her child almost every day. There is no barrier between Bai Qingqing and her children. Growing up in the palace, a place full of love, Lu Chen's children are very sensible and don't mess around. Lu Chen took a look at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was wearing a golden holy armor. The armor tightly wrapped her body, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Xiao Bai, this Shengui armor suits you quite well. I'm a little moved after seeing it." Hearing this, a blush appeared on Bai Qingqing's fair face. "Your Majesty. If your Majesty is in need, I will serve you later." Bai Qingqing calls herself slave when she is outside. Only when she returns to her bedroom does she call herself concubine. Lu Chen smiled slightly and stopped flirting with Bai Qingqing. "Let's go see the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked toward the middle of the Fiheng immortal boat. Now, after the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect flew to the Fiheng immortal boat, they were all stunned by the magnificence of the Fiheng immortal boat. It was the first time for them to see such a large ferry boat. All the disciples were a little curious about their majesty. They wanted to know who their majesty was who could own such a huge immortal boat. Not long after, a young man appeared in front of everyone. After seeing Lu Chen, the disciples of Wangxian sect who had seen Lu Chen quickly saluted. Everyone bowed when they saw that disciple, and other disciples followed suit. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect are here to see your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Lu Chen said calmly, everyone, get up. After finishing his words, Lu Chen looked at the chief disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect who was leading the team this time and asked, how many disciples of the heavenly realm have entered the 10,000 Immortals sect this time? Wei Tianhua, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, immediately replied, Your Majesty, there are 300 heavenly beings in total. The sect leader said that if too many people are sent in, it will arouse the suspicion of the Linghu sect and the mysterious immortal sect. Lu Chen said, 300 people are enough. I wonder what the expressions of the people from the mystical immortal sect and Linghu sect will be like when they see 300 creation realm monks after the restriction is completely gone. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect looked confused. 300 creation realm monks? Where are the 300 creation realm monks from? For the sake of confidentiality, Ji Hongwen did not tell the disciples who entered Tianchen world that they were about to obtain the Shengui armor, but only told them to go directly to Yanqing to find Emperor Xia. But they didn't expect that they would meet Emperor Xia just after arriving in Black Dragon City, and they wouldn't even have to go to Yanqing. At this time, Lu Chen waved his hand, and 300 sets of glittering golden battle armor appeared in front of all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect present. Lu Chen said, this set of spiritual armor is called the Shengui armor. After wearing it, it can resist the attacks of yin-yang realm experts to a certain extent, and it can directly increase your strength to be equivalent to that of creation realm monks. As soon as these words came out, all the disciples of Wangxian sect present were stunned. Can it withstand the attacks of strong men in the yin and yang realm, and can it also improve their strength to the creation realm? This armor is probably at least an earth-level spirit armor. Who is their majesty? He can produce 300 sets of earth-level spirit armor at will. End of chapter. Chapter 673. As long as you dare to betray Suanya Palace, you are destined to be. After being shocked for a moment, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect immediately put on the armor suspended in front of them. In this way, Lu Chen had a holy army of 300 people. With these 300 people, the Zhanlong army is not afraid of sneak attacks by the heavenly monks from the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect. The biggest problem of the War Dragon army is that the strength of the soldiers is not very good. Although they can use rune weapons, if someone from the heavenly realm or the creation realm makes a sneak attack, once they get close to the War Dragon army, they may be killed. Go through the entire legion. Therefore, there must be strong people in the War Dragon army. This is not only to protect the soldiers of the War Dragon army, but also to protect the runic weapons. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind, and now we are waiting for the restrictions in the foggy world to completely disappear. After arranging the work for the 300 people of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Lu Chen returned to the Xianzhou Palace and started today's practice. At the same time, within the universe, an immortal boat is heading towards Tianchen world at the fastest speed. The universe is full of stars and broken world fragments. Fortunately, the ferry boat's barrier is hard enough and can easily knock away those broken world fragments. A man in robes was standing on the bow of the ferry boat, quietly looking at the universe ahead. At this time, another man came to the man in purple robe and said, "Brother, we still have a few years to reach Tianchen world. You can go into seclusion and practice first. I will just watch. Yu Liangqi said calmly, no need, the spiritual energy in the immortal boat is insufficient, and even if you practice in seclusion, you won't be able to achieve anything. I'd better keep an eye on it. If anything happens to the immortal boat, I can deal with it in time. There are many dangers for ferry boats traveling through space, not only because of the fragments of the broken world, but also because they may encounter some space turbulence or space creatures. With their current strength, they naturally have no ability to deal with space creatures, so after they encounter space creatures, they must find a way to control the ferry boat to escape as soon as possible. They finally found the location of Tianchen World, and Yu Liangqi didn't want anything unexpected to happen. After hearing what Yu Liangqi said, the disciple who had spoken just now did not continue to persuade him. At this moment, a golden light flew quickly from behind the immortal boat to the immortal boat, and then, the formation on the immortal boat emitted golden light. Seeing this scene, the Swanya Palace disciples on the immortal boat hurriedly came to Class A of the immortal boat. At this time, Yun Qingshu's projection appeared on Class A. Yu Liangqi, after you arrive at Tianchen World, you don't need to return immediately. If you capture Immortal Queen Yungxian, immediately send people to investigate Tianchen World to see if there are any treasures in Tianchen World. I have personally gone to Tianchen World. Hearing Yun Qingshu's message, the disciples of Swanya Palace were stunned. Their palace chief went to Tianchen World in person? What good things are there in Tianchen World that actually attract their palace master? The disciples of Swanya Palace became even more excited when they thought that there might be treasures in Tianchen World besides Yun Xian. If they could arrive at Tianchen World early, they might be able to obtain 1 or 2 treasures. Generally, where there are valuable treasures, there is a high probability that there will not be only 1 treasure, but there will definitely be many more treasures. They dare not snatch the important treasures from the palace master, but they can still keep the less valuable treasures as their own. Thinking of this, the disciples of Swanya Palace tried to make the immortal boat faster. Unfortunately, their immortal boat was already at its maximum speed and could not continue to speed up. At the same time, in another cosmic space, there are more than 20 immortal boats heading towards Tianchen World in a human shape. At this moment, on the largest ferry boat, Yun Qingshu, dressed in white, sat on the palace master's seat in the ferry boat hall, looking at the elders who came with her. Yun Qingshu's face was as frosty as ice, and his body was exuding an icy chill. The elders below did not dare to say a word. Although Yun Qingshu hadn't spoken yet, the elders had basically guessed that Yun Qingshu must have been angry because of something. After a long while, Yun Qingshu finally said, I intercepted a divine message a few days ago. Hearing this, the elders in the hall were startled. Call. Passed to whom? At this time, sending a message to others is probably a tip-off, right? Soon the elders understood what was going on. It seemed that someone among them had told others their whereabouts. This other person was most likely Lu Yanghua. At this moment, among the elders, several elders were communicating with each other with their eyes. They were all Lu Yanghua's people and the traders who delivered the news, but at this time they were not nervous at all. In their opinion, even if Yun Qingshu knew that they were the ones who delivered the news, he would not dare to touch them directly. After all, they were Lu Yanghua's people. If Lu Yanghua knew that Yun Qingshu had touched his people, Yun Qing would wait until after Shu returns. Lu Yanghua will definitely raise an army to investigate. Moreover, the people who moved Lu Yanghua at this time would make Lu Yanghua feel that Yun Qingshu had no intention of handing over Yun Xian at all. Maybe Lu Yanghua would be so angry that he would directly take people to Tianyuan World to hand over Xian. The Moon Palace was destroyed. Swanya Palace was Yun Qingshu's hard work, and Yun Qingshu did not dare to take the risk. Just when those elders were thinking this, Yun Qingshu suddenly took out a scroll and said, when I left Tianyuan World, I already knew that these elders secretly had dealings with the Xia Dynasty. It's just that I remember that they are first-time offenders, so I want to give them a chance and hope that they can turn back. It's a pity that they didn't understand my kindness and kept sending Lu Yanghua the location of the ferry boat. After Yun Qingshu finished speaking, the scroll in front of Yun Qingshu opened, and then the scene of several elders delivering messages was projected in the air. Seeing the figures in the air, the elders in the hall immediately turned their attention to those elders. Elder Zhan. I didn't expect you to betray Suanyu Palace. Elder Zhan, why are you doing this? Elder Su, it's in vain that I often gave you pills before. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Elder Wang, you are actually a traitor too. You disappoint me so much. Hearing the scoldings of the elders in the main hall, the elders not only showed no anger, but also smiled. At this time, Zhan Dongxiu said, Palace Master, you originally planned to hand over the immortal Yungxian to Mr. Lu. What's wrong with us revealing the location of the immortal boat to him? By doing this, we can reassure Mr. Lu. This shows that you really intend to hand over Yun Xianxian to him. If you are not even willing to disclose your whereabouts, who knows if you are planning to find immortal Queen Unzan and hide her? After Zhan Dongxiu finished speaking, an elder stood up and accused him, shameless. Betrayal is betrayal, and you say it so grandly. You told others about the palace master's whereabouts without the palace master's permission. I think you just want to lure Lu Yanghua and the others to the Tianchen world, and then rob the treasures that may exist in the Tianchen world. Zhan Dongxiu said calmly, I have never had this idea. At this time, there was still no trace of fear on the faces of Zhan Dongxiu and others. Seeing their looks, Yun Qingshu said coldly, do you think that if you climbed up the big tree like Lu Yanghua, don't you dare to attack you? Hearing this, Zhan Dongxiu smiled and said, Palace Master, you are worrying too much. I have never had such an idea. It's just that I have to report the location of the ferry boat to Mr. Lu every once in a while. If something happens to me and the others, and Mr. Lu loses your whereabouts, I'm afraid he will think that you have no intention of handing it over at all. Immortal Yungxian sent people to attack Suanyu Palace. Hearing Zhan Dongxiu's words, all the elders in the hall were stunned for a moment. At this time, an elder stood up and said, Palace Master, although Zhan Dongxiu and others have betrayed Suanyu Palace, we cannot get rid of them at this time. If Lu Yanghua misunderstands, and you are not in Suanyu Palace now, it will be a disaster for Suanyu Palace. Even if we want to eliminate the traitors, we have to wait until we return to Tianyuan world. After the elder finished speaking, other elders stood up and agreed. Yes, Palace Master, why don't we imprison Zhan Dongxiu and the others first, and let them deliver news to Lu Yanghua and others on a regular basis? Palace Master, please don't act out of anger. Although no other elders on the immortal boat betrayed Suanyu Palace except Zhan Dongxiu, their words were biased towards Lu Yanghua. Because they knew very well that Suanyu Palace was no match for Lu Yanghua now, and they were also preparing for their future by persuading Yun Qingshu not to get rid of Zhan Dongxiu. If Suanyu Palace is really destroyed one day, they can also jump out and tell Lu Yanghua that they took the initiative to protect his people, which can be regarded as a vote of trust for Lu Yanghua. Looking at these elders in the main hall, Yun Qingshu looked at Zhan Dongxiu and others in a cold voice and said, Guess why I knew from the beginning that you were passing on the location of the immortal boat to Lu Yanghua, but it took so long to do so. Take action. Faced with Yun Qingshu's question, Zhan Dongxiu and other traitors were startled. Before Zhan Dongxiu and others could speak, a biting cold air rushed directly towards Zhan Dongxiu and others. Fear instantly appeared in the eyes of Zhan Dongxiu and others, and Zhan Dongxiu quickly shouted, No! You can't kill! Before Zhan Dongxiu finished speaking, he and the other elders who betrayed Suanyu Palace were frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, the elder who had just spoken to Yun Qingshu to calm down also began to tremble. They did not dare to say a word. Say it again. At this time, Yun Qingshu waved his hand, and Zhan Dongxiu and the others, who had been frozen into ice sculptures, turned into ice crystal slag. Yun Qingshu said coldly, I don't kill traitors just because the timing is wrong. As long as you dare to betray Swanyu Palace, you are destined to die. End of chapter. Chapter 674. Come here and let me see your Suan Gong practice. At this moment, the Xianzhou Hall was extremely quiet, extremely cold, and the atmosphere was extremely dull, and people even found it difficult to breathe. The elders of Swanyu Palace heard Yun Qingshu's warning. If they dared to betray, their fate would be similar to that of Zhang Dongxiu and others. At this moment, the elders realized that Yun Qingshu had not killed anyone for so long that they had forgotten how she had founded Swanyu Palace. She was able to create Swanyu Palace by killing people. She didn't know how many forces she had destroyed and how many people she had killed. They now dared to play tricks in front of Yun Qingshu, the female devil who killed people without blinking an eye. When they thought of this, beads of sweat kept falling on the faces of the elders in the hall. Yun Qingshu glanced at the people present at this time indifferently, and then continued, "From today on, all elders will be in seclusion, and they are not allowed to leave the pedicure room before arriving at the Tianchen world." The elders hurriedly bowed and said, "I will obey the order of the palace master." Yun Qingshu continued, "Except Song Yuan, everyone else, please leave." After hearing this, the elders breathed a sigh of relief, and then they hurriedly fled the hall, fearing that Yun Qingshu would regret it and want to kill a few people to make an example of him. After the elders left, Yun Qingshu looked at the bearded man in front of him, and the man bowed and asked, "Palace master, I wonder why you sent me down." Yun Qingshu took out a star map scroll, threw it to Song Yuan and said, "Take a ferry boat and move towards the coordinates on the star map. Report the location of your ferry boat to Lu Yanghua every once in a while." Song Yuan instantly understood what Yun Qingshu meant. This was to lead Lu Yanghua to other places. No wonder their palace master didn't kill Zhang Dongxiu's betraying elders at the beginning. It turned out that he wanted to use this opportunity to divert Lu Yanghua's attention. If Zhang Dongxiu and others were killed at the beginning, and Lu Yanghua was not informed at that time, Lu Yanghua might think that Yun Qingshu had no intention of handing over Yun Xianxian, and thus attack Swanyu Palace. Song Yuan clenched the scroll in his hand, saluted Yun Qingshu and said, "Please rest assured, Palace Master, I will definitely complete the task." Yun Qingshu waved her hand, slowly squatted down, sat on her throne, and then she said expressionlessly, "Go and prepare." "Yes, Palace Master." Then Song Yuan turned and left the hall. A few days later, a ferry boat broke away from the ferry boat fleet composed of Swanyu Palace and Black Dragon Holy Land and flew in other directions. Tianchen World, Misty Area. Today's Misty World can be said to have basically merged with Tianchen World, but the space in the original Misty Area is still a little unstable. The three major forces were all standing in front of the restriction, waiting for it to disappear. During this period, they sent some Tianren realm cultivators to the Tianchen world to investigate, but all the Tianren disciples were driven out. There was no other way, they could only wait for the restriction to completely dissipate. If the restriction did not disappear, they would continue to send Tianren realm disciples to the Tianchen world, which would consume their own strength. After the Tianchen world was divided, the three major forces would still need to rely on those Tianren realm disciples to compete with each other. Now they could not consume their own sect disciples at will. Later, the three major forces tacitly stopped sending disciples in. Seeing the direction of Tianchen continent, Han Yuankai said, "It seems that this Xia dynasty is not that easy to deal with." Zhang Hongyi said, "It is difficult to deal with, that is only because they have weapons that can hurt the gods. When the ban disappears, our cultivators in the creation realm will enter the Tianchen world, and the Xia army will not be afraid. The difference between the heaven realm and the creation realm is still very large. A person in the creation realm can destroy a small country. Even if the Xia army uses that mysterious weapon to deal with the cultivators in the creation realm, the cultivators in the creation realm can dodge. Not only can they dodge, but they can also easily get in front of the Xia army and destroy the weapons they use. According to the report of the disciples they sent into the Tianchen world before, although the weapons of the Xia Dynasty are powerful, their soldiers are all ordinary people, and there are not even a few soldiers in the Hedao period. Such an army, even if it has the strongest weapons, will not be able to keep those weapons after the three major forces enter the Tianchen world. Han Yuankai said at this time, I am a little curious, how did the Great Xia Dynasty create so many weapons that can deal with the gods? Generally speaking, to create such powerful weapons, you need enough resources, and the spiritual energy in the Tianchen world is thin, and it has only recovered in recent years. It is impossible to have so many materials for refining or making talismans. Zhang Hongyi said lightly, when the ban disappears, everything will be clear. Han Yuankai smiled and said, Master Zhang is right. After the ban disappears, I must find the refiner who made that kind of weapon and have a good chat. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi frowned. If Han Yuankai gets the refiner who made that kind of weapon, wouldn't the strength of the Mixian sect be even stronger? In the future, the Mixian sect is likely to use the weapons obtained from the Great Xia Dynasty to deal with the Spirit Fox sect. Although that kind of weapon can't play a big role in a secular dynasty like the Great Xia Dynasty, it is different when it falls into the hands of a sect like the Mixian sect. Only ordinary people can use that kind of weapon, and other forces can easily take it away. But if it is a disciple of the heavenly realm who uses that kind of weapon, it won't be able to be taken away by others. And even ordinary people can exert such great power when using that kind of weapon. No one can say whether it would be even more powerful if it were used by heavenly beings. No matter what, Han Yuankai cannot be allowed to get the weapon refiner. Just when Zhang Hongyi was thinking this, a group of disciples from the 10,000 Immortals sect stumbled back to the foggy area from Tianchen world. Seeing their injuries all over their bodies, Ji Hongwen quickly went up and pretended to ask, how is the situation? The leading disciple replied, Sect Master, we originally planned to sneak attack Daxia's army, but we didn't expect that there are strong people in the creation realm in Daxia's army protecting them, and we can't get close at all. Hearing this, Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi were stunned for a moment. Zhang Hongyi came to his senses and said, it seems that if you want to defeat the Daxia army, you still have to take action from the creation realm monks. Now we can only hope that the restriction will disappear one day soon. Ji Hongwen sighed and said to the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, you all should go back to Fiashu for treatment. Yes. After the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect returned to the flying boat, Ji Hongwen also found an excuse to return to the flying boat. In a certain room, the previous disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect met Ji Hongwen again. Ji Hongwen waved his hand, and their entire room was covered with a formation that blocked out the prying eyes of their spiritual consciousness. At this time, the disciples saluted in unison and said, Greetings to the sect master. Ji Hongwen asked, when you come back this time, your majesty should have asked you to bring something, right? Hearing this, the disciples quickly took off the holy glory armor they were wearing, and then said to Ji Hongwen, Sect master, this is the holy glory armor that your majesty asked the disciples to take you and several elders with. Hearing this, Ji Hongwen's eyes lit up instantly. Just as he thought, his majesty would give them the Shengui armor in advance. In this way, as long as the restriction disappears, the 10,000 Immortals sect and the Great Xia Dynasty will be able to form a siege on the Mystic Immortal sect and the Linghu sect, and eliminate these two major forces in the foggy world in one fell swoop. Ji Hongwen didn't think much and directly picked up the armor from his disciple's hand and put it on. When the armor appeared on the surface of his body, he instantly felt that his body was full of power, just as his majesty said. Having just gained the power of the 10,000 Dharma realm, Ji Hongwen couldn't wait to try this power immediately, but in the end he held back. In order to ensure nothing went wrong, he had to wait until the restriction disappeared. Ji Hongwen then summoned other elders from the 10,000 Immortals sect and distributed the Shengui armor to them. The moment they obtained the armor, the elders also had the idea of taking direct action against the two major forces, but of course they did not do so in the end. The space in the foggy area is unstable. They took action here and accidentally caused the entire space in the foggy area to collapse. When the time comes, their 10,000 immortals sect will also suffer. Let's wait until we enter the Tianchen world. As time goes by, the restrictions in the foggy area become weaker and weaker, and the Great Xia Dynasty is also ready at this moment. Above Black Dragon City. On the Fiheng immortal boat, Lu Chen was meditating in the bedroom. At this moment, Bai Qingqing, wearing a golden holy armor, entered the bedroom. Your Majesty, you are looking for a slave. After Bai Qingqing finished speaking, a blush appeared on her cold face, and she looked a little shy. Lu Chen smiled slightly, opened his eyes and said, I have been focusing on the misty world recently and have neglected you. Come over here and let me see how your Suan Kung Fu is going. Bai Qingqing immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, she took off her Shengui armor and walked slowly in front of Lu Chen. When she came to Lu Chen grabbed her jade hand and pulled her slim body into his arms. Middle. As soon as she fell into Lu Chen's arms, Bai Qingqing's emotions were aroused. She couldn't help but place her delicate hands on Lu Chen's chest, then gently moved down to undress Lu Chen. Lu Chen could not bear this kind of thing. He directly laid Bai Qingqing down on the soft couch, then leaned down and kissed Bai Qingqing's fragrant lips. Soon Bai Qingqing, this ice beauty, changed her appearance and was intoxicated by the joy that Lu Chen brought to her. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Qingqing's body suddenly emitted white light, and the next moment, the spiritual sea inside her body expanded crazily. This. Bai Qingqing was slightly startled when she felt that she had broken through to the heavenly realm. She thought that she needed to go through the test of heaven to become a heavenly being, but she didn't expect that she would break through directly. At this moment, a maid said outside the room, Your Majesty, the restriction has disappeared. End of chapter. Chapter 675 The restriction disappears. After hearing the words of the maid at the door, Lu Chen stood up slowly. He took a look at Bai Qingqing's whole body. Bai Qingqing's snow-white skin had a slight blush, and she looked charming. Lu Chen gently stroked Bai Qingqing's jade face and said, Xiao Bai, you are practicing the mysterious girl skill well. Keep working hard. Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Bai Qingqing felt even more shy. She whispered, I will continue to practice, and next time, I will make His Majesty more satisfied. Hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Lu Chen burst into laughter. This emotionless ice beauty has changed a lot since she became his woman. She would not have said such words before. At this time, Bai Qingqing continued, Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping me to break through to the heavenly realm. Lu Chen said, It has nothing to do with me. You were able to break through because you worked hard enough. Hearing Lu Chen say that she worked hard enough, Bai Qingqing thought of how she had taken the initiative just now. For a moment, Bai Qingqing felt even more ashamed. Since having a child, her emotions have become richer. Now Lu Chen's other wives and concubines and Lu Chen don't feel any shame when they do bad things, but Bai Qingqing has become very shy. Lu Chen stood up at this time and said, Now that the restriction is gone, we should get down to business. After seeing Lu Chen get up, Bai Qingqing also quickly got up and helped Lu Chen get dressed. After Lu Chen got dressed and came out of the room, he found that the restrictions in the foggy area had dissipated, and densely packed flying boats were flying towards the Black Dragon City. Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi stood on the bow of the flying boat, looking in the direction of Black Dragon City. Seeing such a strong spiritual energy in Black Dragon City, Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi both thought. Black Dragon City is the land closest to the foggy area, so the spiritual energy should be the strongest. If they can occupy this land, their power will be stronger in the future. The monk's cultivation speed will not be greatly affected. At this moment, Han Yuankai, Zhang Hongyi, and Ji Hongwen did not speak, they were all thinking about something. After an unknown amount of time, Han Yuankai spoke to Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongyi and said, Sect Master Ji, Master Zhang, the area where Black Dragon City is located is so close to the Mist World, and the space must be unstable. It is better to divide the land. I will give this Black Dragon City to the mysterious immortal sect. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi laughed and said, Sect Master Han, you are such a good person. Isn't it that Sect Master Han thinks that the aura of Black Dragon City is so strong and wants to occupy Black Dragon City alone? Having said this, Zhang Hongyi looked at Ji Hongwen, who was on another flying boat that was traveling together. Sect Master Ji, I wonder if the 10,000 Immortals sect is interested in Black Dragon City. Ji Hongwen said with a smile, the 10,000 Immortals sect is naturally also interested in Black Dragon City. Although Black Dragon City is close to the Mist World, this is the Tianchen world after all, and the space cannot be unstable. Zhang Hongyi knew that relying on Linghu sect could not prevent Han Yuankai from seizing Black Dragon City, so he simply roped in Ji Hongwen. As the second largest force, the 10,000 Immortals sect was even more unwilling to see the Mystic Immortals sect occupy a place with such a strong aura. At this time, Ji Hongwen said, how about this? Whoever among our three major forces can arrive at Black Dragon City first and plant the sect's flag on the tower of Black Dragon City and the nearby land will belong to that force. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi was startled, wondering why Ji Hongwen was so confused and proposed such a method to fight for the ownership of Black Dragon City. As the largest force in the Mist World, the Mystic Immortal sect is the strongest in all aspects, including their flying boat, which is also the largest and most powerful. The flying boat made by the Mystic Immortal sect has more formations and is much faster than the Linghu sect and the 10,000 Immortals sect. It is impossible to win against the Mystic Immortal sect in a speed competition. Ji Hongwen, what does this mean? Is it possible that Ji Hongwen and Han Yuankai had some secret deal, so they made such a proposal that would benefit the Mystic Immortal sect? Just when Zhang Hongyi was wondering if the Enchanting sect and the Wangxian sect were doing something shady, Han Yuankai looked at Zhang Hongyi and said, Master Zhang, what do you think of sect leader Ji's proposal? I remember that you wanted to use this method to determine the sphere of influence from the beginning. Zhang Hongyi said expressionlessly, if sect master Han has no objection, then I have no objection either. The corners of Han Yuankai's mouth raised slightly, since you all think this method is good, let's get started. As soon as Han Yuankai finished speaking, Han Yuankai's flying boat suddenly accelerated and flew towards the direction of Black Dragon City. In Han Yuankai's view, the reason why Ji Hongwen made such a proposal was because Ji Hongwen had some trump card in his hand that could allow the Wangxian sect's flying boat to quickly reach Black Dragon City. But even so, it is impossible for the Mystic Immortal sect to lose to the 10,000 Immortals sect. The flying boats of their Mystic Immortal sect are no ordinary flying boats, especially the flying boat under Han Yuankai's feet. They originally planned to build the ferry boat, but before the ferry boat was completed, the entire Mystic Immortal sect encountered a space crack and fell directly into the Mist World. Although the construction of the ferry boat has not been completed, the formation and some materials for building the ferry boat are still there. The flying boat controlled by Han Yuankai can barely be regarded as half a ferry boat. Therefore, in Han Yuankai's opinion, the Mystic Immortal sect must be the first to arrive at Black Dragon City. As for the Daxia troops in Black Dragon City, they are nothing at all. As long as they arrive at Black Dragon City, with his strength at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he can easily destroy Daxia's army. Zhang Hongyi frowned when he saw Han Yuankai's flying boat speeding up in an instant. Although he also knew that the speed of Linghu sect's flying boat could not keep up with Han Yuankai's flying boat, he had no intention of just giving up this precious land of Black Dragon City. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Hongyi personally controlled the flying boat and began to accelerate towards Black Dragon City. However, when Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi were both accelerating towards Black Dragon City, Ji Hongwen controlled the airship to slowly follow behind. It was not that he did not control the airship to accelerate, but his airship speed was different from that of Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi's airship. The speed is much slower than that. At this time, Han Yuankai also noticed something was wrong. It stands to reason that this proposal was made by Ji Hongwen. So what kind of trump card should Ji Hongwen have? Why was Ji Hongwen and his flying boat always behind? Are you lagging behind a little too much? He didn't think that Ji Hongwen was so kind and willing to give up a spiritually rich place like Black Dragon City to the mystic immortal sect. Han Yuankai turned around and saw that Ji Hongwen and a group of elders from the 10,000 Immortals sect had abandoned the flying boat and walked with their swords. And their speed also increased. Han Yuankai reacted instantly. No wonder they kept following behind. It turned out that they were trying to play this little trick. There are many formations on the flying boat. Compared with controlling the flying boat, flying with a sword is easier and sometimes faster. From Han Yuankai's perspective at this moment, Ji Hongwen and the others were always behind because they just didn't want them to see the people of the 10,000 Immortals sect flying with their swords. But having said that, they didn't stipulate that they couldn't fly with swords just now. Han Yuankai sneered. It is true that flying with a sword is sometimes faster than a flying boat. It is a pity that the flying boat of the mystic immortal sect is not an ordinary flying boat. Then Han Yuankai gathered his spiritual power again and accelerated the speed of the flying boat again. His flying boat was getting smaller and smaller in the eyes of the Linghu sect disciples at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hongyi became a little anxious. He looked back at the situation of the 10,000 Immortals sect and saw that the 10,000 Immortals sect had abandoned the flying boat and adopted the method of flying with a sword, so he also directly said to the elders of the Linghu sect, "We also wield swords." The next moment, Zhang Hongyi and the elders of Linghu sect gave up the flying boat and rushed towards Black Dragon City with their swords. Sure enough, after wielding the sword, their speed increased significantly, and it didn't take long for them to close the distance with the mystic sect's flying boat again. Seeing Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongyi rushing towards Black Dragon City in such a hurry, Ji Hongwen and the elders of the 10,000 Immortals sect had smiles on their faces. Now the escape route for the mystic immortal sect and the Linghu sect was blocked. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.